attack, firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, grow from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm. Standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Flare up, even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending.
Step into the ring. Step into the ring.
heart firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Flare up, even at the lowest ebb, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my roar overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Some of us got too lost to find the path. Some of us had way too much pain. I understand, but hopelessness goodbye. Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety-click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm. Standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest ebb, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Flare up, even at the lowest ebb, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of our glory. Whispers of the silent wind, softest dreams in twilight's bound. Storm silent, violent soldiers in their fight.
Metro Royale Chapter 23 coming soon. We've added new content in this update, as well as improved the controls. Let's check them out. In terms of gameplay, there is a new enemy in Misty Port and Arctic Base, the Saber-toothed Tiger. It appears in different parts of the map. If you come across it, try defeating it to get lots of supplies. At the same time, we've also added winter crates. They spawn randomly in Misty Port and Arctic Base. Open them to get lots of supplies. Remember, keep an eye out for them.
Help!
As for game experience improvements, we've added a teammate equipment return feature. In the unfortunate event that your teammate doesn't make it back with you, they will leave their equipment behind. But not to worry, for you are around. Pick up their equipment, which is marked by the teammate icon, and evacuate successfully with it to automatically return it to your teammate, reducing their losses. In this update, we have also made improvements to the lockbox. When you place items into the lockbox, you can decide on how many items to store. This should help you manage high-value items in your backpack. Additionally, you can
Marked
now
a crate.
also mark supply crates. When you
Marked
aim
a
at a
crate.
supply crate, you can mark it on the map using the universal mark button. Your friends will be able to see the mark, helping them locate the supply crate. Furthermore, we've also added a GameWiki access point to the lobby, which makes accessing guides much easier. Use GameWiki to look for Metro Royale tutorials, fun video clips, and more. Oh, and Metro Royale Chapter 23 collectibles and honor rewards have been updated. Don't forget to get your collectibles and increase your honor level to collect great rewards. That's all for the Metro Royale Chapter 23 updates. The season will begin on November 13th. Survivors, get ready for combat. May you evacuate safely with bountiful loot. Fortune favors the brave.
Whispers of the silent wind, softest dreams in twilight sky. Storm silent night soldiers in their fight.
Day one of Last Chance had a bunch of surprises with VD, VC, and INS currently sitting at the top three. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the 2024 PUBG Mobile Global Championship League stage live from Kuala Lumpur. Hold on, actually. Senator, since I have you here with me, I'm already short, so you got to step down a little bit. The team is currently sitting in 15th place. What are you guys going to be doing to make sure that you maintain that momentum with the gap being so close?
Yeah, every team performing very well is too close. Like for example, the team in the 16 or 15, one chicken dinner, they go very high, right? But in our tactic, we perform it kind of bad in the first day of survival stage. So we changed our tactic, and we will maintain this tactic. So there's no point we failed this time.
Oh, I like that. I know Max is going to be happy about that. Actually, one more. You were right when I asked you about the cutoff point for survival stage. You said 55 points. How about for last chance? What's the cutoff point going to be?
If top team from the leaderboard performing well, I guess it's going to be 80. But if lower team from the leaderboard doing well, I think it's 75, I guess. Yeah.
All right, brother. Thank you so much. Best of luck today. You know what? I'm pretty sure, John, Alan, you're going to be happy about those numbers because I know you've been crunching them, but I know a team that definitely needs those numbers is going to be 4MB as they're currently sitting in 15th place. Doc, you got a second with... I got to ask you a question. Hey, sometimes he understands English because this team, as I mentioned, 15th place, 15 points away from top 6. What is your team's strategy to turn it around today?
6-дугаар байрнаа орохын тулд ямар төлөвлөгөө хэрэглэж байна?
Ер нь өчтөрийн байдлаар одоо ер нь бүх багуудаа судалсан. Тэгээд одоо ер нь бүх зүйл боломжтой байгаа. Нэг рүүч орох боломжтой байгаа. Тэр нь өнөөдрийг байдаг чадлаараа тоглоно.
From yesterday's situation, we did like some research on every team from our side. So like for today, we will think like everything is possible. We could even make it to the first place.
Honestly, with how close these gaps are, you guys could probably make it to first place. Thank you so much for your time. That team, remember, they have gotten a chicken dinner with 22 eliminations. Anything is possible here in Last Chance. And talking about anything that's possible, I want to get a chance to talk to Team Liquid. Mythic, you got some time with me? Come over here. Obrigado, mano. Because this team started off hot yesterday with the first 2 matches, but after that, I mean, they ended up averaging about a 12-point finish in the last 4 matches. What is the team going to be doing to be a little bit more consistent today?
Então, falou que vocês começaram muito bem ontem, principalmente nos 2 primeiros jogos, mas nos 4 últimos vocês fizeram uma média de 12 qualificações. Então, o que vocês vão fazer de ajuste para o dia de hoje?
A gente vai ajustar, errar menos nas partidas, né? Conseguir pontuar mais igual nas 2 primeiras. E se tudo der certo, a gente conseguir desenvolver o nosso jogo, vamos passar no top 6 e chegar na final em Londres.
So they say like you're trying like to make like less mistakes, trying to get more points like the 2 first games yesterday. Of course, if they can do this, they can be like top 6 here and go like to the final in London.
All right. Obrigado, mano. Boa search. Because this team, I mean, they need that consistency. And a lot of the other teams definitely need to be able to consist throughout the whole day. It is a close gap. And we will be finding out at the end of the day which top 6 teams will be going to the Grand Finals. Because this is the last day of Last Chance.
The last day of Last Chances here. That is exactly right, 7 Worlds Gaming. Jason Captain joined by Hot Jukes and Max Men to break everything down and what these teams have to go through today to potentially qualify. We'll say this though, Max. Hearing Doc say that they still have a chance to get first place, it's a bold statement, I'd say.
We just need another 20 elimination chicken dinner, Jason. They've done it once and only once. So maybe again, but that's what they're going to need here because as also we had Senator set the start right on the first interview. 1 chicken dinner can push any team towards the top. But the thing is they need to start getting that win very early on in these matches today.
I can already hear Hot Jukes right now counting out some teams. And honestly, I would kind of count out some as well, looking at the leaderboard. But there is that slight chance, right? I know you've been running the numbers, Hot Jukes. You've been calculating it out. And there is a chance for all these teams still, correct?
Oh, yes, sir, indeed. Yeah, you know, you heard it there from the coach from Falcons, right? He said that 1 chicken dinner from the team, even in 16th place, can rocket launch them into the show. But the thing is that there's only 6 matches. 6! So that has to happen sooner rather than later because just like it happened in the last stage, I said you got to kind of pretend like the last match doesn't exist. So yeah, there are 6 matches, but really in my eyes, there's 5 to get it done.
Here's the real question, Max. Stalwart Esports, D Xavier, are they going to hot drop once again on Sandhawk?
My theory is still stands, Jason. I think Deek Xavier is going to hot drop Mirren Sejong split northwest of Paradise, and that would be the best play they could do. But if they hot drop there, it's a write-off. They're done for me.
We can take a look at our standings. I mean, Void Donkey currently sitting at 59 points. This team has had a massive glow up here over the course of PMGC. But Hotchukes, we look down the list, is there any other teams that kind of stand out to you?
I mean, for me, it's got to be the Vicious in second place. I mean, this squad, they barely made it here. As a matter of fact, they weren't supposed to be here, but Twisted Minds unfortunately couldn't make it. So Vicious were able to take that slot. And look at them. I mean, they're second place in the last chance. And for a team that is so inexperienced, I think this is a perfect opportunity for them because they've worked so hard here. They've got so many reps in, since they've had to make it here in last chance. And it looks like they're pretty much a lock here for the grand finals. So I got really high hopes for the squad here, Matt.
I'm personally looking at Incilio here. I mean, Jason, I think I brought up this question a few times during the survival stage. Is their performance in survival just a flash in the pan, or can they maintain consistency like we've seen from Void Donkey ID and also Ringham Karo Brad to some extent? And the answer to that so far has been yes. They're in third position, looking very comfortable. They got chicken dinner and a fourth place. But as you move down here in the leaderboards, this is where you don't want to be here. This is not good.
No, but I do want to just quickly jump back to, in our heads, the top 6. Like, seeing some of these names, I feel like they're so unexpected to be in top 6 that it's catching a lot of people off guard.
All I'm going to say is don't go back and check my predictions of top 6 with Jason on Pandemonium. Don't go looking at that because it is off by a lot. But yeah, it's very unpredictable here, Jason. We said at the start of last year, any region can win, and now it feels like it's not just any region can win, any team can win and just upset these teams that have been playing PUBG Mobile Esport for 3, 4, 5 years right now. So it is very, very tough competition, and top 6 might be completely different at the end of today. Like that literally could be the case here, Hotchukes.
Yeah, you know what? And when it came to my top 6 predictions, one of the teams I had locked in was Mirren Sejong. And look at that. They were at the bottom of the leaderboards. Yuck, right? So hopefully these guys can make it happen. I mean, they could definitely do it with that chicken dinner, but with how much they played out so far, it's just not looking good.
Man, I mean, saying yuck, I feel kind of bad for them, guys.
That hurts.
I mean,
last place is yuck. You do not want to be there. Trust me. When they went to bed last night and they had their little pillow, they were just like, ugh, yuck. Tomorrow's gonna suck.
Well, they might be in last place saying yuck, Hotchukes, but at least for them, they have an Infinix GT20 Pro, unlike you. That's 120 FPS, 144 hertz AMOLED screen. You guys can pick one up and play like the Pro. Oh no, who's on it today, Max?
I just got, you know what? I love the Infinix GT20 Pro so much, Jason. I've got a picture of another Infinix GT20 Pro with the PMGC 2024 wallpaper. So you know what? Hey, it's that good. What can I say?
So you can use your Infinix GT20 Pro while using your Infinix GT20 Pro. So you don't forget they're using an Infinix GT20 Pro while you play with your Infinix GT20 Pro.
Whoa, wait. But pretty much, yeah, you got the gist of it. That was it.
Okay, and then while you're on your Infinix GT20 Pro, why not check out all the PUBG Mobile Esports socials with YouTube, Facebook, TikTok, and Instagram. Make sure you guys are following every single one of those. And on top of that, you know what, gentlemen?
What's that?
It is important to know that the finals in London still have tickets available. Between the 6th and 8th of December, there's going to be activities there. You're going to be watching your favorite teams go head-to-head, potentially get to meet them as well, make them autograph their forehead, or sorry, your forehead. I don't know why they're autographing their own forehead. Maybe I'm looking at you, Max, who's going to fit a lot of teams up there on that one. Make sure you guys check it out.
Sure. I feel that was definitely aimed at me, but sure, thank you. But you know what, Jason? You can also go destroy this big old dragon right now and face the Frozen Fury. I've been trying again recently, but I keep getting third-partied. Get ready, guys. I'm going to give you my pro tip. When you go and fight the dragon, keep someone to camp the stairs because there's always teams coming in when the dragon is like 10% HP and it's just a pain. So make sure it doesn't get stolen away from you because you don't want to lose the MG3. That's the worst thing that could ever happen to a man in PUBG Mobile Esports. In PUBG Mobile, yeah, as a whole.
I would think actually getting run over by me in PUBG Mobile would probably be one of the worst things because I almost did it to you a while ago. But to take a look here at our teams to focus, let's start off with you today, Max, since we normally start with Hotchukes. You got Loops, D+, and Void Donkey.
Yeah, I just wanted to try and take teams in like different kind of environments in the leaderboards here. Loops in particular, sure, they didn't win that last game, but I think the way they approached it was very, very smart. Went to the sweeping the eastern side of El Azahar, then going down into Team Liquid's position to try and have an anchor point near the side of the city. That was a great approach. I just hope we see these similar approaches in these 6 matches today. And if they do so, I think Loops could very easily climb up into top 6. I mean, they're what, like 5, 6, 7 points away from being in top 6. I think Loops here could be one of those surprises we've mentioned multiple time in this year's PMGC. So Loops, if they do the same thing, I think the top 6 is definitely on the cards for them.
Well, Hotchukes, I look over at your teams to focus. You do have another Brazilian squad in here with Team Liquid. Then you have Xavier at Regnum Karya, bruh.
I'll tell you what, man, I hope I'm not saying that at the end of the day, because this team, I have so much faith in them. I mean, especially how we saw them play during the group stage. I think they could have had, they were so close. And then during the last stage we just saw, I mean, they had 2 chicken dinners and they were feeling pretty good. So if they can get some consistent games in Erangel, I think they're going to definitely make it. Xavier, yesterday's performance was a shock to me. I could not believe that they're so down on the leaderboards here. This is one of the teams I think a lot of us predicted to make it into the grand finals. And to not see them there is going to be, it's not going to be good, right? So
looking at Xavier real quick, like just to highlight and kind of echo your point, they got 10 eliminations yesterday. 9 of those elims came out in their 3rd match where they got 2nd place. That means in 5 matches, Hodrix, they got 1 elim. That is not the Xavier we know in these big global events. So like elim game needs to be stepped up significantly today.
Yeah, just by himself, D plus Kia Osal got 9 eliminations by himself.
Yeah.
And, you know, so that is not a thing that you want to do. And last but not least, Team Liquid, come on, guys, right? This is a squad that definitely we need to see in the finals.
Well, we've been talking about the Stalwart Hot Drop. Let's find out if it'll happen again with 7.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. This time I'm joined by none other than Star Wars Esports Suncheer. DX yesterday said that they're gonna be landing in Paradise Resort. Are you guys gonna be landing there and giving us a hot drop?
Yeah, obviously, as long as Zero goes there, we'll be there, as always.
Oh, we'll be getting the hot drop. Thank you so much for your time, because that team was able to actually win the hot drop yesterday. We'll see who'll be winning it today, because right now, we'll see who'll be winning it today. Point Donkey, everybody's been wondering what that is.
Just water. You want?
Sure.
Yeah.
Back to you guys.
All right, getting that magic juice sprayed on 7. Let's see if it helps him grow a little bit taller, though. I have a feeling it probably won't. So we did hear that the hot drop probably going to be happening again, unless Xavier are the team to leave.
I mean, the thing is, we knew Jason. Okay, we've suffered so long in CSA.
Suffered is a word, yes.
I mean, it's entertaining, but like, you know, the analyst part of my brain is like, oh, this kind of sucks. But then the entertainment value is like, well, it's pretty cool, you know? More of that, please, in that sense. But really, I said it, Xavier should be the one to not drop there, because Stalwart, guess what? They're in top 6. They're kind of leading the charge. They can drop there if they want, and they will, because they're stubborn as hell. So yeah, Xavier, I don't know what you think, Hodrix, but I think Xavier here, they have a very clear option. Drop in on the split of Mir and Sejong. It's the same rotation path. It is a very obvious second option, in my opinion. I just hope they see it and go for it.
If they hot drop, right, I am going to look at the sky and just say the word stupid, right? Stupid, stupid, stupid. It makes no sense. Last chance, you worked your entire year, 6 matches, and you're gonna go and hot drop and risk it all? No way. Especially after losing that fight, you just gotta be like, hey man, you know what, Stalwart, you got it, bro. We'll deal with you later on.
Well, real quickly here, we also do have some roster swaps coming in. Major probably be rocking Palucci today, which is quite a surprise. I don't know if he's played any matches. You also have Uriel coming in from Mir and Sejong, which we talked about definitely in the last couple of days, and Hansel coming back in for BTR. So we're going to see how these roster swaps are coming in. Some teams getting desperate, but hey, throw out every measure you possibly can in this last day of Last Chance as we head over to our commentators, Donna and Blink, to take us into Sandhawk.
We are heading back to the jungle for the final time before we head over to London. From the southwest side to the northeast, match number 7 is ready and raring to kick off now. The PMGC qualification spots that will get slimmer on the options by the second.
It's the last day of all time here in the PMGC group.
More days.
No more days. All over. Yeah, there are just 6 of these matches. I kind of like move between at the end of and after and mix it all into one word here, but these teams will have to mix all of their capabilities together into one big cauldron, hopefully create some kind of magical potion that will let them sit on the top of the standings and get them into that top 6.
Hot drop.
Hot drop.
It's Xavier.
The Xavier. Well, I mean, this is the classic one, right? This is the classic one. Critter already down. Not great. Nadeti starting things off strong for them. Octogui. This guy has been a menace inside the lobby. See if he can get more done here, because currently it's a 3 versus 4.
Xavier a little bit more grouped together here on the push, potentially looking to confirm that flush. Octogui looks for the cross, doesn't spot either of them, and there's an immediate snap around. Excellent rotate there from Xavier over the top. Nate goes on in, goes for the hop shot, the drop down, and the spray out over towards Stalwart. That's 3 of them out of this one. Fearless does chime back in, but Stalwart swept aside. It goes the other way this time, and Xavier get 4.
Yes! Get in, Xavier. 26 points. It's looking better. And that means Stalwart's going to do badly today. And Xavier, on the other hand, are going to do really, really well. Because that's how it worked out yesterday on day 1 of Last Chance. In the meantime, though, Mirin Sejong up towards Cal. They have an outpost. And Uriel back in once again for Sanhok. Super prepared, as always, is Mirin Sejong over towards that north side of the map. In the meantime, though, we do have some of our other squads all congregating around the circle. One of those is Loops, who came off the back of a pretty decent second place yesterday, although lost out right at the last moment there, which was unfortunate for them. But it sat them to a position that doesn't look horrendous going into day 2. 28 points, 10th place. The jump up is there.
It is available to all teams right now, but it will start to be much less accessible as the matches go on. A good game now can change your fortunes. With Xavier, the fact that they cleaned that up, not only that they cleaned it up, but they cleaned it up so quickly. Yesterday, we saw Loops arrive into it, third party, onto Paradise Resort, getting involved. They've cleaned up that northeast side, and they now have the full hold before Loops could get looted and get into that fight to third party it. So the speed at which that happened is also incredibly important for Xavier on that northeast side. For Mirin Sejong, they're going to be worried that the team to their south is getting a little bit hot, that they're moving out with 4 as well, because they're likely going to have to move down south from that north side area, from Cal, from Tatmok, down towards that bridge and along the coastline to boot camp.
D plus down towards southeast side, 43 points. So in a very good position today to secure those spots. And we do sort of have 3 teams that are already in a fantastic position to move through to those grand finals in Voindonki, the Counts, as well as Vicious and Incilio. 3 teams that I don't really think a lot of people expected to be up there. Yet here they are, absolutely performing fantastically well. And Indo Pride here in our lobby. Very good stuff to Voindonki. And I think they should be very proud of themselves of how far they've come and how far they've improved. RCP, though, did have a decent start, though it has wavered a lot. 29 points now, 9th place.
Still 29 points, 6 points behind the bubble, and it's jump-upable for sure. Things can get messy here when there's only 12 matches to play. I mean, generally, you look back all the way to the relevant PMSLs and PMPLs and things like that. You're looking at long match sets to get into those positions to qualify. You're looking at playing those averages a lot more than you're playing for those standout games and keeping things up here. But then you turn your attention to such a small set of 12 matches. It's about having those pop-off games, and that's exactly what the coaches have been saying. It's exactly what we've been saying. And 6 points behind, I mean, that can change so quickly in a tournament setting like this. We're expecting the bubble to be into the high 70s, up towards 80. And right now, only 5 teams are halfway there.
Which is a little bit scary. And again, now it's time to get those big pop-off games early on in the day. And then you transition back over towards a consistent playstyle through match 4, match 5, match 6. But Sanhok here, pretty dastardly, very chaotic. And a lot of teams aren't going to be able to find those points. But one lucky squad might be able to get themselves a huge elimination count, which is always possible here on Sanhok. And a 20-point game can see a team like IWRX at 32 points up to 52. Just 5 points behind Incilio currently, depending on whether they get more points in this one. Fortunately, that's not going to happen if Loops already takes down one of your players.
Loops catching one on the wing. It's a really nice opener on their approach, give themselves a little bit more pressure from this northeast side, but there's a lot of other teams. Xavier, most notably, moving out of Paradise Resort close by. As IWNRX trying to move into position to get Zedwolf back on up. The 2-2 split for them. Getting spotted and abused a little bit by Loops, but the surround not quite fully enacted. And Loops actually going to back off of this. IWNRX getting their player back up is huge.
Yeah, more importantly, getting Zedwolf back into the picture is a big one because he's a player that makes up a vast portion of that painting for IWNRX. A really, really strong member on the squad, and losing him early would have been very sad news for them, as I guess maybe he's feeling I would be a bit tired if I was Zedwolf, you know, putting the team on the back so often. But brought back into the fold, raised once again from the dead.
Xavier with oversight on towards this Loops compound that they prioritized over going for the flushes onto IWNRX. Team Liquid to the south side of all of this as well. Everybody in the circle at this stage, Blank. And I'm looking around, seeing who I'm worried about, and the circle obviously has not decided where it's going. But Voin Donkey ID, I think, are probably in one of the hardest positions in the circle, all the way up on the northwest side, in Hatin. Even if it goes to that northwest island, it's much more likely to be towards that south coast. And I think they're going to have a pretty rough time trying to navigate their way on down there. Let's see where the circle opts to push them.
Yeah, it all depends. It all depends. And I mean, I don't think it's really easy. Well, there you go. It's hard to call these things, John, the stage one. I'll tell you that right now. The Voin Donkey ID now currently with one of the strongest positions in the lobby, with a northwest shift on this side of things. They could probably move over towards the northwest mountain. I think that's probably the best idea for them. Falcons, they struggled yesterday in boot camp, and I think they'll struggle again. Teams really do isolate that location in boot camp. There's a lot of teams opting to rotate through there. And this is kind of a symptom throughout PMGC where we've had teams rotating up towards the north side, playing Hatin and down towards Ruins, but more often than not, we've had a lot of teams playing around boot camp, trying to go for the shallows crossing. I'm not a huge fan of that, and I think at some point you've got to realize that these areas down towards the south and north side are a little bit more open, and you split the lobby up a little bit. For Falcons, they hate it, as it does lock them in. But this time, they early crossed, and I think that is a great decision to make.
Moving early, seemingly. Coming through and being profitable. The Loops making their way on in towards a little bit of a little slice of this circle and doing pretty well on it. The rotate coming around there. Major Pride sending across. Voin Donkey ID trying to move down in the shadow of the cliffs. The Vicious moving up to that high ground to take what could have been Voin Donkeys, but I feel like these buildings, this compound, a lot more access towards a lot of the rest of the circle. But the Vicious want this high ground, and I think this could also be one of the better rotates available to them in this situation. There is actually nobody up the top at the moment, and so if they can establish control there fast enough, they're going to be onto a winner here.
Yeah, the Vicious heading up towards that northwest side. It's a little bit out of the way, and I imagine the circle might move a little bit further over towards the east, but we'll wait. Let's come on through to Xavier. Attempt to make their cross, but they're going to hang out a little bit over towards that northeast side, and that's fair enough. RCB, on the other hand, they tried to cross early past that island, but Loops are already in position. Falcons now taking shots, though, and I think that's the smart decision from Falcons. They can cut out one player from Loops. They have a much easier time assaulting that northern edge. For RCB, this is going from bad to worse now. I think the second time we've seen RCB do this, I'm not a huge fan of it. I think you just challenge for Hatin Bridge instead of going for this river crossing. So many teams, again, this is a problem because so many teams are rotating on the western side of boot camp. I think it's a fair enough play from RCB, though, because they go for it many, many times because they assume more teams are going to be down towards the south and up towards the north, so that crossing is not going to be as covered. Because so many teams cross on the western side of boot camp, the sight lines are crazy over towards that eastern side. So yeah, RCB, I think they had yesterday to figure that out, and they didn't read into it today. Bad.
Yeah, it's not ideal, and we are seeing that be, I mean, sort of a running theme with a hot drop, but this time around Xavier winning that one out. RCB play on with 2, Team Liquid. trying to move in from the south side, but they're out in the blue zone. They've got 4MV on the hills to the south to worry about. I think there's all 4 of 4MV alive there, if I'm not mistaken. I think they have managed to keep everyone going. Northwest shift and the Vicious with their rotate up there. That could have been Void Donkey's position, could have been Major Pride's, but the Vicious are the ones who have made that move, and now they can spread out over the mountaintop.
Yeah, it's a big old gamble. Again, with that circle, it felt like it was going to lean a little bit further towards the east there. So the Vicious is going to take up residence on the Northwest Mountain. The amount of times it actually finishes on Northwest Mountain, very few. So I think that's why teams have gambled underneath, which I think isn't the worst move. And I think for Vicious, it was a fortuitous circumstance of, well, no one else is taking that. We have nowhere else to go. So let's head up there anyway, and we'll just take residence. Now, teams will have to try and assault that position. Vicious will have to be very careful. We all know how difficult it is to hold all 4 corners, as well as holding down a tree here for BTR.
Evo Station. Ooh, getting caught on the fold back there as 4MV make their approach from that south side. Going to move up towards the compound here. Dropping the smoke on the teammate, but BTR in danger. 4MV, they take a knock, which is going to slow this down a little bit. Is that RCB, the remaining duo? They've wrapped all the way around the west side now, underneath the cliffs that the Vicious sit atop of, and could actually have an impact on this fight. If BTR take this push, then RCB could chime in. They've got 77 all the way out to the west to worry about. But Major Pride do not want to let 4MV get any closer than this. And rightly so, as 4 players, they are deadly. The question is, can they stay as 4?
It's the problem of pushing up the hill here for a lot of teams that want to get over towards that location that currently RCB is holding quite nicely. They have that western outpost, just a good spot to play. 4MV might try and make a wrap over towards the western side. I don't mind that decision. I think it'd be better than trying to assault this location for too long. But BTR are up over towards Major Pride. Lovely nade from AZ though to start things off.
Elementrix on the door frame, not connecting, but the backline is low. BTR taking a little bit of damage. The cross back out wide, trying to suppress this door frame. The heal goes through. BTR on the inside, staying up with 2, keeping the fight going. Major Pride, they lost Evo Station earlier, but they haven't lost one since. And the nades on out do not connect either way. RCB not moving forward. I mean, they're only 2. You don't want to risk it too much here. Even if there is that biscuit at stake, Elementrix finally connects that spray down towards the backlines. The shotgun shells for Satar, trying to keep BTR alive, but it's not going to work. Major Pride hold their compound.
Yeah, Major Pride need a big resurgence today. They want to claim any kind of spots that they held from the previous group stage into the survival stage, which looked good, but here in Last Chance, they have faltered in a big way. Cilio struggling to make it out of Confluence compound, but D+ are around this area. Falcons also, who have taken fair few knocks here, actually. Bit of a struggle. I think that's versus IWNRX, but I believe the Falcons should be able to clean this out.
You'd hope so. They managed to make that landfall. I mean, this is again one of those river crossings. The Falcons from boot camp, taking that route across the water, trying to get all the way through, managing to do so successfully, where RCB couldn't. And getting onto this cliffside, really nice and profitable now, because they can move to this compound that nobody currently sits in further inland. I'm kind of surprised that there's no one here. I mean, Loop sent all the way up to the top of the mountain, in between the Vicious. Nobody from the trifecta has crossed over yet.
Yeah, it's a tough crossing. Very, very tough crossing. There were so many sidelines up towards that western side. Very difficult. I genuinely am very impressed by Falcons this game because it was a really good adjustment. I think they're one of the few teams here that have made adjustments on their gameplay coming in through from yesterday. They really analyzed that. And again, this is something that RCB did not do. It's the complete opposite scenario. Falcons realize that they get cut in so massively over towards boot camp. So as soon as they see that northwest circle shift, they instantly are moving across. They don't want to get locked down on that coastal side, which is very easy to do, by the way, where you just get sent nades over towards you on that cliff face, over towards those rocky outcrops. So it's very proud of Falcons' rotation, and it will give them more points in the back pocket. They're already up to 6 here just because they've had a lot of control, and regardless of whether they go down in the next few minutes, it's already a decent game in terms of point scoring for them, up to now 49 points. So roughly around about 30 points away from that predicted barrier.
on putting pressure up, though. It's not over till it's over. You cannot let off the gas at any moment. Every team here deserves a spot, but only 6 of them can achieve that. Reyes sees Magnum, but he's giving them the slip, sliding down the long-range hillside and up to the rock again. Magnum with the fancy feet, staying safe for just a moment longer, but there is a crossfire. I just got to wonder how long can he stay alive here. The nades could start to roll down. 77, they're giving it a good fight, but look at the angles that the Vicious hold against them. Limbo Boom up into the blue, Shifu as well behind the tree. Diminor suppressed by that backstop angle as Mir and Sejong, they try and make their dash up as well. Spray on the open broadside, but Reyes is into the blue. David finds the shot to Seiwu, the shutdown as well. And the knocks come through thick and fast. Mir and Sejong take the tumble.
I get it. I don't like it. It's full broadside as well. I can somewhat understand why they try and go for this rotate, considering the fact that they heard the fighting from Vicious coming through. They assumed that the attention would be elsewhere, so they just make that mad dash. But equally, they could have wrapped down towards the east side, potentially. Even headed over towards the mountain on that north and just chilled out there for a little while longer. Even just moved earlier in the game. Put it that way, stage 5. I mean, they were on the northern edge for a long time. But yeah, Loops now holding a very strong compound over on that northwest island. The Vicious opted to hold over towards that northwest side, but I think Loops really picked their time very well to pick up over towards the ruins at the top of the mountain. Lovely stuff, realistically. Very, very lovely stuff.
And 77 putting more pressure on. The Vicious not taking them down. I thought they had them dead to rights, Blank, but getting all the way up that road, that ramp up towards the top of the mountain. I mean, they haven't made it all the way yet, but getting as far as they've got, still fairly impressive. Magnum, though, finally going down. No trade to be seen either. The Molotov on the hilltop nearly tickling him, but not quite connecting there. Shifu darting through the rocks. Those cracks, those crevices, the crenellations, giving him the cover he needs, and a knock. A flush found. Shifu doing work towards the Vicious's hold. The Xavier looking to move on in as well from that northern side after their hot drop. They've only got Lamborghini left now. The crossing not so successful. And the Vicious, despite having the high ground for so long, have been pushed aside.
Yeah, I think for Vicious, losing one player is not the end of the world for them, certainly. For 77, this could have gone a lot better. I think it was more of a case of the fact that, you know, you have the team over towards that eastern side that they have to focus over towards. 77 took their moment and they tried to run with it as much as possible. Shifu's just trying to get some more placement points on board. He knows how volatile this lobby is currently. This is a mad dash from him. Maybe he gets behind the rock and hit a heal. Still has a little longer to go to get into the circle, but a nice salvage here from RCB, who is down towards their south side currently. And 4MV up against Major Pride. They're both down a couple of players. Major Pride with 4 elims, 4MV with 4 of their own, but 3 players total, looking to cut out both AZ and Elementrix with Doc on this off angle.
That's a worrying sentence, Blank. With Doc on the off angle, we'll have to wait and see if that plays well for them, because 4MV, they need Doc to stay alive. He does regroup a little bit closer to Major Pride as Shifu does finally go down. I mean, that I felt like that push was long to be shut down. Oh dear. Oh no. Blank. Why did I have to say anything? Goodness me. Doc taken down on the off angle. There he goes. And it's the Vicious to do so.
Well, John just cursed 4MV. Big time. Elementrix goes down. So Major Pride will pick up one more elimination. Not sure if he was able to steal that away. And now Loxy looking to do a little bit more damage over towards Falcons as they rotate through. I think they were one of the teams to pick up one of those points over towards Major Pride. Xavier, though, finding a shot towards the Vicious. That's Raze. Again, this is the difficulty for Vicious's position, is they have to hold so many angles that there's always an opportunity for a backstab there. Now the Vicious down to just 2 players, but an 8 elimination game is wonderful, and that sits them firmly in first place.
8 eliminations is really quite something to marvel at. The west side, though, Incilio still have a chance to fight back. Getting rid of Voin Donkey ID, going down on 2 elims. The double lineup spray down there for Falcons. That's going to put 2 more eliminations on their tally. With 12 points found so far, 6 teams remaining. How many more placements can they get? 2 players from 4MV over the hill. The Vicious are going to chime in towards RCB. And Kimmers cannot stand up to it. The high ground still so dominant on this angle. A very wide split, 1-on-1 for the Vicious on the top side, but it's going to work out. They're not taking too much flak.
It's very likely the Falcons at least picks themselves up a second place here, and we're starting the game on 43 points with 13 eliminations already. It is a wild result from Falcons. And again, a lovely adjustment from that team. We heard from the start of the day saying they were confident coming into this one and the boys were going to make it work. I am very happy with what I've seen so far. And again, that one adjustment, that one-time adjustment that you need to make to have a better game at the start of the day here could be the difference between getting into a top 6 and not. Like getting a huge match. I said this earlier that Sandhawk does open up the floodgates for huge elimination games, and Falcons at 21 minutes being on 13 eliminations bodes so well with this circle. It's even better.
Oh my goodness me, the Falcons onto an Ascension game. Loxy goes down next. And for a V, they're giving it a good go as well. A chance to put numbers back up on the board. A mild elimination count, but they are now up into the top 4. Loops were able to sail on into a winning compound position, but they've only got 1 elim blank. And going down here would be disastrous considering the position that they held. And it seems all but inevitable that the Falcons are going to take this one away from them. 9 elims for the Vicious. Successful campaign towards the top of the tables, but the Falcons are here to play. And top spots Nino. Gets the flush as well. Around the edge of the rocks, Diminor looking for that sneaky little angle there. From the top, how much further can they go? Apex breaks out wide, forced out by the nade. Contact with Icy, wins out the trade. A nade goes long, not on the weapon swap, but Falcons lose a player. That could be the opening the Vicious need.
Falcons are on 17 eliminations. They're looking for a 30-point game, which would put them incredibly close to picking up almost 70 points on the match. Not 70 points on this game, but 70 points total. The Vicious, though, could get this res going through. And Falcons, how likely is it for them to live all the way through here? They were assaulted from both sides. Apex really putting a stunt in their ascension here, as you called it.
Who has the middle?
I think it is the Vicious, actually.
Could it be both? Is there an overhang here? It looked like there's a little overhang that East is currently sat in. They may both have it. 4 first aids for East. Tactic here. Blank dip out into the blue. Take damage below 75. Oh, that's a nice nade. Oh, bounces wide. I thought the cook on that could have been a little bit better.
It's a smoke.
Okay. Okay. It's not okay. That's fair. But that's going to stop him from peeking out wide, so he cannot dip too far out. Drop down. David goes low. Trying to pop the DBS shot. Goes wide with 1, 2, and the third spray down. 17.
Elim.
18 elims. Diminor now on the top. Need to be timely on these first aids. And Diminor has the middle. This should be the Vicious just cleaning this one up, which is disappointing. But the Falcons have a massive game. The Vicious on the high ground. Take that top spot. Everything has changed on these tables. The Falcons finally coming alive here.
It's technically a misplay from East, actually, which is really unfortunate. I mean, it's a massive game from the Falcons, nonetheless, in terms of the elimination count. But there was an opportunity there to take a little tick of damage and get the first aid kit rolling beforehand, which might have actually won them the game. And he had the first aid kit. The Vicious did not there, John. We'll see what the boys on the desk have to say about that, because in my opinion, yeah, definitely a misplay.
Maybe a small misplay, but still a big W for both these two teams at the end of the day here, Blank, I'd say. I mean, a massive amount of eliminations going Falcons' way, as well as the Vicious holding that Northwest Mountain down, only losing a couple players. Like, honestly, Hot Drinks and Max, man, that was a clinic from both those two teams.
Oh, yes, sir, indeed, Max. Goodness gracious. Do we expect that kind of performance from the Falcons? Are you kidding me?
Falcons were sweeping, Vicious were holding the mountainside. I mean, the two teams that did the best game approach here just got himself the chicken dinner. Though I was saying the exact same thing as Blank there towards the end. If maybe East there, Hot Jukes just dips in a blue for like 1-2 ticks maximum and starts using the first aid just a little bit earlier, maybe they win it. I still think it would have been close. I think it would have been depending on how early would have the first tick damage start to hit Diminor, and I think it would have been maybe down to like a 1-2 second difference. But regardless, Vicious, they held down the mountain versus 77 and Mir and Sejong up north here, Hot Jukes, and clearly those two fights is what enabled Vicious to compete for that win in the first place.
Yeah, and I think regardless of the situation, with how much room that we saw up on top, yeah, it wouldn't have mattered. Vicious, I think, had the victory no matter what. But I mean, goodness gracious. I mean, with Falcons, when you put that many eliminations on the board, I think you're just happy, right? You're like, hey, we're good to go, baby. Now all we gotta do is put a couple good games, you know, on Erangel, and we're gonna be set for the grand finals. But man, how good have the Vicious been, man? These guys, I'm gonna say it right now, the most improved team. I think without a doubt, right?
I mean, as of right now, the big step up definitely in the last chance. I still I don't know what to say about this team, to be completely honest, Hodrix. That right now, this is their third win. This is their third win, and this is actually a back-to-back chicken dinner. They wrapped up yesterday with a chicken dinner versus a side of Loops, and here they're able to get himself a chicken dinner over on Sanok, and it opens up the floodgates as to what kind of performance you were going to get in your first game. And the Fishers, with this chicken dinner, they're in my opinion. Falcons, looking at them in particular, Hodrix, if we look back at their past performances, yesterday's matches, their lowest elimination game was 3 elims. Over their matches, they had 6 elims, 3 elims, 8 elims, 4 elims, 3 elims, 4 elims. If they just somewhat replicate their consistent elimination average of yesterday, Hodrix, Falcons are in 100%. All they need to do is a few points here or there, and they are in the grand finals in London.
Bro, they replicated it in one game. Like, what are we talking here? That is insane. I mean, with that one chicken or that one, I mean, might as well have been a chicken with how many points they just got, is insane. They're going to rocket launch themselves up the leaderboards. They got to be so close to even first place at this point. Yeah, if you're Falcons, I think you're flying high right now, Jason.
Well, I mean, for the Vicious to start things off with a win, basically solidifying yourself in the grand finals has to feel so good for them. It potentially causes them to be a now threat for some other teams if they want to go for some hot drops, like you're saying, with Falcons as well, some relief. I mean, we've seen them have their ups and downs over the course of the year. It's been mostly downs, if we're perfectly honest, but to get themselves in the grand finals would be a massive lead. Not to mention Max gets to keep them as their favorite team. But there's something we can't forget about, gentlemen. Centur said at the start of the day, we're going to keep dropping boot camp. And guess what? So did the Xavier, except Stalwart were the ones to lose out on that battle this time.
Lucky for the Xavier, I'll say, like, cool, you guys don't lose anyone. That was it's always the big issue, right? When you look at these hot drops, it's not if you win or lose the hot drop, it's more about how many players do you keep alive. DX keeping 4 alive, that's huge. That is really, really big. And they even keep Lamborghini alive pretty late in the game, so they also get some decent placement points off the back of that. It was the one Sanok, Jason. I hope we don't see any more hot drops until like maybe the last 2 matches, unless teams want to try and just do a final dash in the top 6, but it's over. We won't see that anymore, and for that, I thank you, PUBG Mobile Esport. No more.
Dude, I wish you guys watching could have heard me in the background while we're watching this, because I kid you not, we did see the hot drop, so I was looking into the ceiling and I was saying, D Xavier, stupid, you know, and then all of a sudden they started getting like 2-3 knocks, and I was like, not stupid,
misunderstood,
genius, you know, like just like that. And that's how it goes when it comes to hot drops. You know what I'm saying? If you win it, you're a genius, and if you don't, man, you know, it's like, what were you thinking?
I don't want to go to the end of the day, see Stalwart not qualify, and look back to the Sandhawk, like, just 4 points. Let's just throw it out there. If they don't manage to pull it off, like, what's going on?
If they don't qualify, I think it's deserved karma. To be brutally honest, you commit to a hot drop, you know there's a risk, and you get in these matches definitely understanding that could be, you know, your duel or end all in these matches when you're in terms of your overall positions in the rankings. But here we go, talking about overalls. Falcons jumping up to second place. They're going max speed 2 right now. Hodjux, and I mean, after second place with that many eliminations, I mean, right now, yeah, Vicious are in, Falcons are in my opinion. If they just get a few extra like point here or there, they're 100% not going to be budging. But look at this point sponge, man. You have a drop off from like 62 in 4th, then you got 43, 35 tied between Star 177. Like, that is a huge gap between those teams in 4th and 7th.
Dude, absolutely. So, I mean, those teams are going to need to try to replicate what we just saw here. But, man, Falcons, I mean, you got to be so stoked. With that one game, you're pretty much set. The rest of these teams, though, I mean, now there's only like, what? Yeah, 2 slots available if we really think about it, considering how well these top teams are performing. So it's only going to get more hectic from here on out.
Yeah, that's true. Looking at the second page, though, You know what? I want to highlight one team that's been disappointing me a bit this last chance. It has to be IWNRX. Where is the huge, insane fragging potential of this team that we've witnessed? Almost this entire PMGC is just not really flourishing the way we wanted in the most important stage of IWNRX. Like, this is where those eliminations would be so damn important, and yet here they're trying to leave the southern eastern side of the late game circle. They're trying to push uphill and they're getting completely obliterated by everyone. They couldn't even cross the river because they took the same rotation path as Falcons. So IWNRX, they need to get in better spots if they want to take fights, because right now they just barely reach the circle every match.
For sure. And I'll tell you what, guys, you guys watch it. Make sure you vote right now for one of these teams, because I mean, I wouldn't even mind hearing from IWNRX at this point, Jason, because I mean, where has Z-Wolf been? I think that it's really up to him to kind of like, you know, hype his team up and just get them going right now.
I mean, to be honest, there's a lot of teams in there that actually a lot of teams not even listed that I'd love to hear from. You know, if Max is calling out IWNRX, I got to call it Major Pride. Like this team played so well in the group stage and looked really well, like really good in the survival stage. But, you know, to kind of go back to what I said yesterday, it seems like they just run out of gas here at the very end, like right in front of the finish line, as they're going to be currently sitting down in 14th place at 25 points. I mean, again, it is still possible, but these teams really need to pick up some chicken dinners here if they want to have a chance.
Welcome back to a quick report with the 7WG. I'm joined by the Vicious Bruno. They just got the chicken dinner in Sandhawk. Yesterday, you were saying going into Erangel that you guys were feeling anxious. You guys were able to edge out a win on the final Erangel. Now that you got this win in Sandhawk, how's the team feeling and what are you guys going to be doing in Erangel?
The team is feeling very good. We are comfortable, relaxed to play. I know the guys know we have some confidence to play Sandhawk. For me, we have the best Sandhawk in the world. I know how to rotate, I know how to positionate and how to do some things in the mistakes of the enemies in the game. And we are very comfortable, confident, and we go for one more games here in the PMGC.
I love the confidence. Love the confidence. Hopefully that keeps going because you guys are a dark horse team. Back to you guys.
I mean, dark horse team. I mean, they basically going to be qualified through. They have really nothing to worry about the rest of the day. And if I was in their shoes, I'd be starting to look at some of these teams like, who do I not want to potentially play against in the grand finals?
So, dude, I love it. And what Seven said, nailed it on the head, dude. That confidence. I mean, just hearing that, saying that we got the best Sandhawk in the world with zero hesitation, that is the mentality you need if you want to have any success in London coming up around the corner, Max. So to hear that from them, I mean, I'm pumped.
Hey, bro, they dropped Camp Charlie and they insta-rotated up near Camp Alpha onto the mountain. They snatched it away from BTR. I think BTR were like, wait, how the hell did we lose the spot we drop into? But no, that rotation was so quick and so well executed, they got the chicken din off the back of it. So Sandhawk is nailed, but we got a Wrangle here coming up next, and that one is a bit rougher for them in the past, so we'll see if they can get another win over on the grassy pastures.
Oh, it's going to be rough for any team out here, knowing there's only 5 matches left standing between you and getting through to the grand finals. So let's throw it back to our commentators to kick off this first Erangel with Blank and John Allen.
Erangel coming at you for the first time today. For the last time, of course, we keep saying a lot of lasts here in the last chance stage, but this is the last start to the last section of Erangel's Blank. Let's go with that.
We'll go with that, yeah, absolutely. But remember, you can vote for who you'd like to see in the next interviews between Voin, Donkey, BTR, RCB, or IWNRX. Head over towards the English YouTube chat or the Indonesian YouTube chat and make your votes known of who you'd like to see get interviewed next and how they're going to be changing their performance to make sure they get in towards that top 6. So you can have an impact on the show yourselves right now, here. But it will be a lot of our teams inside the lobby that are looking for an impact right now. Just how Falcons just dropped a superhero landing over on Sandhawk.
Hitting those drop spots. We'll see if the Xavier... Well, it's unlikely that we'll see the hot drop here, but because we haven't really seen it too much before. Southside 4MV out over Sosnovka military base. See if anyone's going to take a tumble early. I mean, the plane path's fairly... secure. You can have a lot of access around the map. No one too close by. Maybe Stalwart and Icy from Falcons, but even then they're starting to separate. Blank we've just been given a military circle. And this is a fast military circle, right? Sometimes you get it where it hasn't decided, there's still all of the mainland, and then second phase, it goes there. This is where teams can pull out the full set play. And I'm going to be really interested to see how that unfolds here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, for down towards that south side, people are going to have to get moving really quickly. Incilio's in a good position. As I said before, next interview, make sure you vote. Fine, Donkey, BTR, RTB, or IWNRX. But yeah, down towards that south side, teams will be getting a move on right now. Major Pride very close to this one. Could go for a swim over towards those north compounds, but likely would like to maintain some of those vehicles going forward. It is tough now, though, for a lot of our squads, because we've had 4 teams do marvelously well over yesterday and that first match. In particular, Voin Donkey, Incilio, Falcons, and the Vicious. There's only realistically 2 spots now up for grabs in 5th and 6th place, which is a wild thing to be saying going into map 2, but that's D+'s spot as well as Stalwart. D+ a little bit more secure than Stalwart are, but things can change very quickly because Stalwart currently on a tiebreaker with 77, with Loops and RCB only behind by 1 point each.
Looking at these bridge crossings, Blank, we've had now 4 teams make their way through. DXavier on the west behind IWNRX. IWNRX made that move first, and then Incilio got across that bridge first on the east side. Major Pride a little later, but they've moved over to Novo. Incilio looking to hold the compound to the south side of that bridge. Teams moving in from the north side. I wouldn't be too surprised to see some botations coming through here. We've seen some aerial approaches to this south island as well, as Incilio actually catch Palucci on the crossing. Only one of Major Pride got through, but an answer. Long-range Vector from the high ground there, as Westron spots him out immediately. Taken down. Iron sights on the AUG. Very low on the loot. And I mean, this is what happens when you have these early rotates, right? You're a little bit sparse on that loot, but looks like Incilio going to be able to get that res fairly cleanly. I wonder if they've got the meds to keep them topped up.
Westron already finding one, Cilio finding Palucci as well, and Major Pride. Unfortunately for Jason, despite wanting them to do better, poking them with the stick, they are not reacting at all. And I think for Major Pride, it's such a painful experience for them at the moment, going from some high heights down to some very low lows. And it's been a complete opposite for some of our teams inside the lobby, like Incilio, like Voin Donkey, like the Vicious in particular. It's a bit of a struggle. 4MV currently with 31 points, but a military-based circle means that now is their time to shine, John.
Incilio on the chase here, looking for Elementrix. They want to clear this one out fully. Elementrix spotted. He's given it his best, giving them the run around here. Into the crates he goes, turning it around. Now it gets dangerous for Incilio on the roll-up. And they've got that 1-2 swing out wide. And a UMP shutdown. No answer seen. And Major Pride with just Evo Station. Incilio in Novo now. Don't really think that they should be going back over to that bridge hold at this stage. You've got to be worried that there's more teams putting pressure on from that north side, and you're not fully established. You leave that one, you head into the hills, because you've already got 3 points for this match. You just want to keep this one going.
Well, I think for Major Pride, that might be a death sentence for them, actually, on match 2. It's going to be difficult to climb those rankings back up again. Depending on which team is able to get ahead here in 6th place. Yeah, it's not easy. For Mir and Sejong, I personally would count them out at this point in time. It's certainly doable for them to have massive games back to back to back, but with seeing them play so far, it just seems so unlikely for them to find the big Elim games that they need and that they are looking for. I don't think we've seen too many signs of life out of this squad here in the last chance, so I'm pretty much counting that team out now.
Teams will start to fall by the wayside with only 4 more matches after this. They go down in a bad spot. Voin Donkey ID, they have impressed us so far. They have managed to find their way to the southwest side, and DXavier have fallen off a little bit on the flip side of it, which is unfortunate. And now they're down to 2 players alive. Blank, they also need to start racking up these points, but they're just not there. They're 30 points though, and the bubble is at 35 right now. It's all still so close.
Yeah, I think this will probably be the game where we'll see that 6th place start to pull ahead a little bit. But again, it has been incredibly tight in terms of the rankings at the moment. Good nade, pops very close. Levi's on 1 HP. Pretty much. Second one would do the trick, and that one will fully flush him out. So Doc being able to get 3 of the eliminations alongside the rest of his squad. That's great news for 4MV, and again, exerting a little bit of presence here in Sosnovka. And I think that's important to do around about that 4 to 6 minute mark, because this will be the most looted team out of anyone else inside the lobby. They had all of military base to pick up exactly what they need. They'll have more nades than anyone going into this circle. So yeah, very, very good from 4MV to start basically expanding their territory early on. And that's very much what's needed for 4MV if they want to get up in towards that top 6.
And that is the goal. I mean, it's the only goal here. There is a little bit of money. Well, I say a little bit. There's quite a bit of money on the line, but that is really not the focus. It's about getting towards London. Getting into those top 6 is all important. And these teams, every single one of them has made that journey, made that stretch out, and proved that they have the capability to make it work. Some of them denied that opportunity here. Team Liquid on board, trying to leave from the west side of Primorsk with a rotation down to the south side, but the military island is starting to fill in now. And these approaches are tough. East Bridge is completely open, Blank, which is an interesting factor here. D plus Kia, if they see this, if they figure it out, they're just free into the circle. It's kind of weird, to be honest, to see that there's no one holding this bridge side.
So many crossed already and got themselves into stronger positions within the circle, and with Major Pride going down early to Incilio, that really opened a lot more space to work with. The Vicious currently up against BTR, and holding them out is pretty cruel, considering the Vicious know that they've done it. They're in, most likely. Them being able to hold out teams now is not as much of an issue. Like, they can actually have a lot of influence of how that top 6 unfolds. But BTR, on the other hand, if they go down now, it's not likely we'll see them going into the future. With Sitar going down to the blue, and they're having a rough game off the back of it. Falcons losing action and top. That's to 1 player from DX Xavier, by the way.
Okay, all right. DX Xavier, they still have the chops to make it work at this point. We've seen what they can do in the survival stage. They just haven't brought it through into this last chance. And with 1 player, it's going to be tough, but they are on the military island. Could pick up a point or 2, try and keep themselves in the running. The Vicious up towards BTR, nade on in through to the shack. I think the Cook is still going on the inside. Zuxi down, forced to push on out, and the Vicious still in the blue zone, east side. Staying alive for a little bit longer. Trying to trade off that pressure. 3 players from BTR trying to death ball, roll around and find these off angles for the Vicious. And Bronozin is the one that they opt to go for. 3 players on the outside. They drop down to the lower floor here. He wants to fight with the shotgun. Good for 1. A second as well. And on the inside, he's holding the Molotov, clipping them on the route in as Hansel, the last to stand for BTR. The hop out comes on in, and the backup is here now. The Vicious, they don't need backup, but they'll be happy to see it either way. Bronozin, unfortunately, does go down, and the tables have turned yet again.
Hansel needs to hit a first aid kit, though. He's very close to going down there, and Hansel will find him with the S12K. Top finds Lamborghini. That will be the last player going down for DXAV. It was a rough situation, by the way, for Falcons, because they were on a 2-2 split, and their 2 players on that western side were both knocked. So they had to give up on their 2-2 split there, holding out the likes of Stalwart on that north side in favor of getting all 4 players back up again. So I respect the choice there from the Falcons to rotate back across. Do wonder if they're going to lose their final member there. Loops goes down to the play zone. At least 1 player that's out inside the blue as Incilio holds them out over in Novorepnoye. Incilio has been very cruel, by the way. The fact that they've stayed in Novorepnoye this long to hold out teams coming in through from Mil to Power, sorry. That is a call and a half, but I guess in stage 2, definitely possible to go for.
Stalwart trying to make their way across on the bubble right now. 1 point exceeding the mark. The Falcons, brutal in that last match, and on 68 points now with the 1 they found so far. Getting closer to that mark. A nice pull down over onto Sanjay, who I mean, he had to hop out of the buggy to try and go for the fight, but hadn't slowed down fast enough to be able to find that shot. But there's the answer. Getting that knock, and I think Falcons lose another. The circle shift to the north coast keeps action alive, and the other player from Falcons as well. Both of them going to sit on this north side coast.
The circle certainly has been all over the place. I mean, it's shifted far down towards that south and then over towards the western side. Donkey ID not quite safe just yet, but they get themselves one elimination. They made a very quick rotate in a boat early on down towards the south side of Sosnovka. It was a good rotate as well. And now they're set up towards that high ground that sits over towards the west, looking down towards the coastal side. So I like that play going through from them. And Team Liquid suffering because of that situation. Falcons, though, have a very strong spot to play on that north side. Though only 2 players means that they are a little bit diminished in terms of power. But any eliminations they can grab now are very, very good for them. It's only 3 on this game required to breach up into 70 points. And then it's just pretty much plain sailing from there. You could essentially get 3 points per game after that and be very safe in that top 6.
And that's what we talked about quite a bit yesterday, right? Is just getting those games, once you've put in a lot of the big heavy lifting work on the games that you've seen, just getting those consistent points. And I mean, for Incilio, 4 points on this match should be good enough to just keep up that pace towards the 80-point mark. It'll see you safer. Same story for the Vicious. 3 elims. I mean, it's not as much, but they don't need to go too far. They've already pushed over that 80-point mark, and maybe they'll be able to get a few more here against Mir and Sejong. The roll-up for final, though, is looking good, and I spoke too soon. They get shut down. Uriel can get rezzed here. It's still stage 3 for another minute, and that is healable out in the blue.
Yeah, it's a... I mean, for the Vicious, they were out in the blue for a long time. They were just holding out teams. I think they realize that they are fairly done with the last chance right now and that they don't have to do too much more. A couple of eliminations here and there. They might drop out of first place, but all things considered, they'll still definitely be in the top 6. RCB getting ready for their rollout. A team that is in danger at the moment, but in a much better spot than some of our other squads down towards the bottom of the lobby with a big potential to jump up. And Mir and Sejong can no longer hold the bridge here. They know they need to keep moving. They can't sit out there forever. They're going to expend their first aid kits and grenades, smokes that will be very much needed going into that end game. As we're almost into stage 4 here now, John, at 14 minutes into the match.
And down to 12 teams as well. 41 players. Team Liquid have managed to make landfall from their west side. Primorsk rotate, unfortunately, losing a little bit on their approach. Only the 1 player goes down, but still not ideal. Making their way across. D plus Kia with Incilio nearby. And D plus Kia right now, 43 points, 5th place.
Oh.
They have managed to extract just a couple of games out of this lobby, and I feel like it hasn't been as bombastic as we've seen from them in the past, but it could be enough.
The circle is genuinely disgusting, by the way. I was about to talk about it, but didn't quite get a chance. But I was going to say that if this heads over towards the eastern side, it really hurts the chance of a lot of teams. 4MV desperately wanted this to swing back over towards the west, in which case they could control the 2 buildings that sit on either side of the road there and have a very good game off the back of it. This actually supports Incilio in such a massive way, and D Plus never had the chance to take shots over towards them. So the fact that Incilio starts in Nova Epnoia and now is able to work their way over towards a very good position within the circle, you know, for Incilio, this is a game right now for them to stamp their ticket over towards London. Mir and Sejong, South Korean teams once again battling off against one another.
D plus Kia in general so far have been getting the better end of the stick, but Mir and Sejong have 5 elims. They really need to get Uriel back up. The second time he's been knocked now does find that res on the off angle, and D plus Kia lose their player out wide back onto the blue. So they do have 3 players only, but they have the inside of this circle. High ground goes to Mir and Sejong. Trying to move around. They could sweep up to the north, but Incilio are in the way. Donkey ID make that same rotate. And these 2 teams, I mean, such vastly improved players, such vastly improved strat calls. And it's no wonder that they've made the same tactical decision in terms of placement on the map.
they were both the freest to move. Neither have had a secure home just yet, and they're both roaming around for around about stage 4, which I think is smart, especially on Sosnovka, because the terrain can change quite dramatically as the game goes on. So for Voindonkey ID as well as Incilio, it's just fortunate that neither of them were given keys to an apartment to rent here. Instead, they do find themselves out in the open. But both spots are good. I would say Incilio has a slight advantage over them. Voindonkey ID once again playing a precarious spot, but we know how good they are defending at long range, preventing teams from getting close to them. That's one thing that they do very well, is that a lot of their spots easily nadeable, but they have a great understanding of not allowing teams up towards that location by keeping them at bay with gunfire. That's Major Pride down, and we'll be going out this game in 12th place. No points found for them.
Oh, and again, that is just one step closer to the precipice. Not being able to mount your ascension. Apex nade over to the top for MV. They had a good little opener into that last match blank. They survived quite late. They got a few elims, and that did put them back towards the running for that 6th place bubble. Nade up on high. Baron is down, but no one really looking to third party this team. Liquid trying to get across towards IWNRX instead, so no side swipe angles from the south, and a nice little shutdown onto the player close by to them. Apex, Doc in action now, trying to make their way on up to secure that elim over towards Critter. Octagui wants to try and stop them, but up they go, up the ridgeline. A nade in wide from Doc, bounces behind the tree, does damage, but doesn't secure anything, doesn't get a second knock either.
It's a frustrating fight here for MV because they know they need to rotate over towards that north side and wrap round to where the Falcons are currently playing, which is why they're expending so much utility over towards this. They need to dismount Stalwart from this spot. Good shot from Octagui once again. This guy holds the team in the palm of his hand, keep them alive in those desperate moments. Nade over the top should take down Doc, and Apex goes very low.
Nearly going to get clipped by a second. Does fall. Stalwart are given the fight that 4MV didn't want to see. 3 elims for them. They're up to 34 points. Octagui doesn't manage to connect on the full spray there. The strafe out wide for Baron, just about evading the sightlines. And the res should be coming through. Reefus still trying to make it work. The nade perfectly placed though. And Critter finds that reverse sweep onto the fight. Octagui leads the charge. Baron cannot get out of the way of the spray this time around. And 4MV, they're going down. They are out of this one.
I don't know. Sosnovka military base. I mean, I don't know why they played out like that. They know Octagui's a solo. I think what they should have done is pushed up as a group, took down Octagui, and then focused over towards that location on the low side. They know that player's not bleeding out. There's only a player that can move up, but let's move our attention over towards this. It's IWNRX versus RCB, who are currently taking a lot of damage.
Ooh, big nades on the approach here over to IWNRX and RCB. They're pushing for that bubble spot. Stalwart, 6 elims, they're still fighting. On that western side, we saw them weather the storm, but IWNRX down. Only 2 elims, 34 points. RCB and Stalwart going lockstep on this match. Trying to make it work. Both on 3 players. Are both a little bit on the outside of this one. They may just clash on the west.
Falcons losing Icy. Stalwart moving up after the fight alongside with 4MV. Action last to play here for the Falcons. 2 eliminations found on side, not a massive result, and we'll go down off the back of that. That's to Zadira from 77, sealing away that elimination. Mirren Sejong continue that battle over towards the eastern side versus D+, but it's Voindonkey who are holding a lot of these teams out.
On that eastern side, a major roadblock there. 77 find a player from Stalwart. Nade downhill from Mirren Sejong over towards D+ Kia. But Voindonkey still there. 2 players down. Mirren Sejong have an opening now. Incilio could look to third party here. Razor looking to secure his position first as Hoxie looks to make it unstable. Does go in, get taken down very quickly, but the nade's cooking on the back line for Mirren Sejong. Incilio flexing out, looking to try and third party. The flush goes through. They're confirming that one, but it's easier said than done. Incilio actually wrapping around the back here. Over towards Mirren Sejong. Voindonkey ID not feeling the push because it's going over towards South Korea. Seiwoo, Final, looking to try and keep it going. Uriel as well, he's low, but Final's down on the top line. A Redlick's there. Voindonkey ID run down by the hovercraft, and Uriel dips back into the blue to try and stay safe.
It's such a sad fight there for Void Donkey ID because
What's going on?
ruins everything for them. They start a fight with them like, no, there's a team. There's a team to the north. There's a team that stop this. It's bad for you as well.
3TN, he's been moving so slowly through Mirren Sejong and Uriel trying to get the flush. The shotgun shell towards the top rope there, but again, it's those slow-moving hovercrafts. The inexorable approach of Incilio as Void Donkey just try and send away. Potato down in the dip.
I'd be so mad as Void Donkey ID. It's like, this is the perfect stalemate for Void Donkey ID and Incilio to play out the rest of the game. Mirren Sejong's like, hi guys, so what are you doing over here? So frustrating. But Void Donkey ID at least get Potato over towards the center here and can ladder up to maybe a top 3. Potentially how quickly these fights conclude on the western side. RCB having a great game here with 5 eliminations total. Stalwart similarly though, pulling ahead again with 6 eliminations of their own. Fearless. Ooh, I think he'd be feeling a little bit of fear right now. I'd be scared personally. Sat inside the mist, hearing all of the approaches of the monstrous players around him. Steps out and Loxy will put him down.
And stay alive as well. Could have gone down to the Molotov. Magnum not in a position to look for that peak. Loxy able to find that flush. Looking for the heal now. And RCB into the top 3. Incilio on the east. Void Donkey in the middle. 77 and RCB on that west side hill. I don't think Potato's got any meds and is spotted. That's Fash to find the shot. Now 3 teams remain. This northwest side needs to conclude.
RCB taking shots over towards Incilio. I think with this game, Incilio probably should just qualify off the back of this. So Incilio fans can rejoice at this point in time. 11 eliminations for them. A wonderful match. Really, really happy to see it. Wild moves over towards Magnum, taking shots outwards. Has a bit of an outpost to work with, and that's another point going over towards RCB, who are currently on 8. Really good result for them, and that leaves this into a 2-team scrap with Incilio versus RCB. This game means so much more for RCB than it does Incilio, so they are looking to win this one. Unfortunately, they are penned in.
We were talking a lot, Blank, about teams starting to fall by the wayside and not having the opportunity to make it. What we're also going to be seeing over these next few games is teams start to step over that predicted bubble up towards those 80 points score lines. And Incilio looking to do that this game here. RCB lit up from the sidelines. 2 of their players fall, and Incilio might go all the way. Try and push towards the top of the tables. Keep that one under control. As Wild is the last to stand in a 1v2. He goes for it. Bonnet first, over the top of the hill. This is a wild push, and living up to his namesake, goes for the spray from the low ground, and they're not connecting. Incilio wondering what the hell is this guy up to, and maybe a little bit confused. Blasts in with a nade, but it's just not going to work out. Discipline, control from the high ground, and Incilio put them to rest.
Super pleased with this one. They know they're heading through to London off the back of that. RCB get themselves a little bit closer towards that final mark there. And realistically, I think for RCB, that was such an important game for them. They have been lagging a little bit, but for Incilio, there it is.
There it is. The qualification into Grand Finals basically secured it for Incilio with some great play and some great usage of the hovercraft, I have to say, Max.
It is just the meta. When we go Military Island, Jason, everyone just picks up as many hovercrafts as they can. You hope you get lucky with the spawns that you get a hovercraft. You'll be unlucky if you get a boat or a jet ski, but otherwise, you just have a compound that can move. This is the whole idea of the hovercraft. It's a bloody tank. Look at 3TN Hot Jukes. My man was just pushing in the middle of Mirren Sejong, and they wouldn't even shoot him back. It's like, hey, you're the boss. You do whatever you want.
You do whatever you want to do, man, there. By the way, Wild, I love the effort, right? Just trying to make something happen for his squad, but it's good to see Regnum Karya come out strong here because they definitely need to. But I will say, just looking at, Silas's reaction, I don't think he was happy with that game. I mean, you could just see that he was talking to his squad pretty sternly. He wants to make sure that he makes it to the Grand Finals, and with seeing how well all the top teams did in this one, Jason, it's making things that much more difficult for those squads that really need to try to hit that bubble.
I feel like he should be happy, though, considering how that game played out. I mean, Max, they dropped, Pachinki, They had a super late rotate to Milta, where Mir and Sejong were fighting against the Vicious. They didn't get engaged in that fight. Instead, they decided to keep looted and heal. And they go into military, avoid Mir and Sejong again, who are fighting out, I believe, against Foyne, and instead go over to the south towards IWNRX to force a fight, which they actually ended up winning out on.
I had a lot of questions, Jason, early on, saying, why are they staying in Pochinki for so damn long? And actually, because they were playing so late, once they arrived on the island, actually, I think they had some of the better rotates in this lobby, which is pushing IWNRX's position, the container mountain southwest of these late game circles, which is great to have a bit of an overview of all the other teams. So that was a very, very pivotal fight they took. And I think that when you're late team, playing Edge in that spot is amazing. And then they third party the Northern Western teams. You had Stalwart versus Falcons versus 77. They're just trying to hold on to the high ground control, a large portion of that late game finish, which just gives you all the information here, Hot Jukes, you would ever really need if you want to compete for a win. I get why they're a bit sad they didn't get the win, but for a late rotating team that joined Military Island last and to get second place with a bunch of elims, that's an amazing game. So Silas, you can celebrate. That was fantastic.
Yeah, I think the reason why he's not celebrating is because, I mean, this dude has won the big show before. He knows exactly what it takes in order to get there and to try and win. So, I mean, we've just seen it, right? We saw just in the last stage, a team didn't make it by 1 point. And he doesn't want to regret the fact that, man, we could have won this game and we got cut off because we didn't win, you know? So I like the fact that he's kind of staying stern with this team, saying, hey, you know what? Yeah, we did okay, but we still got to make sure that we make it happen here, because I was really nervous for these squads down below on the leaderboards, because like mid-late game, almost every single squad on the bottom of the leaderboard was out. All the top teams were still in, except for Mir and Sejong, which, you know, were able to put up at least some points on the board finally.
Yeah, we have to talk about the elephant in the room.
Yeah, hold on, Max. Last thing I'll say about RCB here is they should be celebrated because they did get a second place finish. But yeah, the elephant in the room, 4MV. If you're going to come out in an interview and say, you know, the zone, we just didn't have zone, and then you're given zone and you still can't win, that's kind of a telling sign to how 4MV are playing here.
I was confused since phase 2, Jason, as to what position they were playing. They decided to go for the compound west of the circle on the road. And as you know, that compound, it's in a valley. It's down below. You're limited in terms of how much information you can gather from that spot. And if the circle shifts away from you, east or west, and in this case, it went east, that means you're forced into all IWNRX or into Stalwart/Falcons kind of high ground. So they could have taken IWNRX's position for free without having to fight early on, but they go for the compound that gives you no info. For me, that's very surprising, and we've seen them do way, way better on these finishes, but I just think the lobby is so good that their typical playstyle is just not working, and here they need to get info. Without info, you're as good as dead.
Yeah. And speaking of Elf for the Room, Hot Jukes, the Vicious, bro, what the hell? They're like, you know what? We don't care. Bruno's in particular is like, I'm going to 1v4 BTR. Obviously, it doesn't put off in the end, but they still completely wipe up BTR, allowing them to get 0 points. Like, if we talked about before, we're going to see a different style in some of these teams. I mean, the Vicious just showed us right there. They have no amount of confidence lacking for them to go for fights like this.
I love how you worked that one out, because it's so true. I mean, when you talked about BTR, I think that's nailing the coffin for them, to be honest. I mean, it's so tough to see like them losing fights like that. And with the Vicious, normally I would be like, yeah, this is a terrible fight. Why fight in the blue zone? Just, hey, make it a little soft agreement, make it into the circle, of fight later on. But they're on the top of the leaderboards. They have so many points. They can do whatever they want in this lobby. So yeah, if we want to just catch, you know, this team off guard, take them out right here, right now, why not? And man, the way they turned things around on BTR was just, it's got to be so dang demoralizing for them.
I mean, they have nothing to lose. They have 3 chicken dinners. They even went on Mir and Sejong after, like, yeah, this is not enough bloodshed. We want even more. We're going to send it as much as they possibly could. But here we go. Thanks to that second place, we do see Regnum Karia Brat pushing up in 5th position. It is not quite enough still. We still need to see more points. But again, that cutoff between 4th and 5th, it's huge. That's like, what, 22 points right now between those 2 positions? That is a big cutoff. So, and we talked about it during this game, guys, right? Top 4 teams might already be locked in. We might just be competing for 2 spots here for London for the spot of Regnum Karabran and D+Kia. Like, there's not a lot of wiggle room for these squads to secure.
I mean, we had 3 teams tied at 44 points. Then it drops from 8th down to 9th of a 10-point decrease. So if any of these teams down here want to be able to contest, you got to start getting some wins. But I mean, Luz, we saw some good things out of. I mean, Mir and Sejong, I don't want to necessarily say they're completely out. they still, I mean, one chicken dinner puts them at 37, puts them in reach in top 5. It's just all about getting the consistent play throughout the rest of the day. But honestly, I still don't know what's going to happen, Jukes. You're counting out Bigatron. I think with the play we've seen so far, I can kind of agree with you there, but I still have hopes. I have hope for a lot of these teams, even though I know at the end of the day, only 6 can qualify.
Yeah, so only 6 can qualify. I want to be 100% clear at this moment right now. If Bigatron or Sejong do not win this game right here, right now, they're done. That's just going to be a fact of the matter, because these top teams are putting up too many points on the board. You are already down in the hole big time, and if you do not get this chicken dinner, that hole is going to be way too deep in order to get out of.
I would slightly disagree. I don't think we need to see a win right now. We need to see a top 5, right? And that's just going to help them stay in the race to some extent. But we'll have to see a win eventually. I don't think it has to happen like this very moment, but there's still potential for them. But the thing is, we've seen for a lot of these bottom teams like Major Pride, BTR, Mir and Sejong, they're taking early fights, so it's really hurting their chances for one of those good podium finish games. And most importantly, they lose players so quickly, they just get these solos and they just try and, okay, send it center, try and get a few placement points down there. We've seen this so many times, Hot Jukes, like even Evo Station for Major Pride tried to just survive in military base.
Bro, don't leave him hanging.
It's not going to cut it. It's not enough.
Okay. Yeah, you know, I understand. I saw that, Jason. You got to be able to, that's that synergy. You got to make sure that that's on point right now. But I see your point, Max. The thing is, I think that you're missing is, you know, these teams that are on that cutoff, look at the names that are on there. We know they're going to put points up still, you know? So if you're Bigatron and you know that you got D plus Kia, Ragnar Karya, you know, Stalwart 77, all these teams right there on that cusp, you're going to have to make that catch up happen right now, at least in my opinion, because you know that they're going to put up, you know, 3-4 points aboard, and with only 3 matches left, I mean, there's not enough time, especially considering how much the last match can just go crazy. And you already see the Vicious camping out squads.
I mean, I'm curious if Insealer are going to be doing that. Thinking back to the last Erangel, they did take Novo, and then they sat Nova for a long time, knowing teams are inevitably going to be rotating in by boat towards them, and they took out Lutz from that position. I mean, we're going to start to see teams even deeper into the top 4 start to realize, okay, we're relatively safe. We can make this harder and harder for any other team out there and deny chances for some big names to get into PMGC. And we were talking about the last match is always the most difficult one because everything goes out the window. But honestly, with the way we're going right now, it might already start happening that it becomes very hard to predict how teams are going to play, how they're going to rotate anymore. And it comes down to one thing: adaptability. Can you adapt to the way the lobby's changing during this day? Can you hopefully adapt in time to get yourself a big win here and potentially propel yourself into top 6? There's only one way to find out as we head into our second Erangel once again with John Allen and Blake.
Only one way to get points, and that's by playing the game from Multipower Peninsula over towards Gatka. We're a little bit south on our plane path, but not going to be too much of a worry. Still very accessible. A lot of the roads can be reached here on our second Erangel of the day as we draw ever closer to the last game. Match number, what is this? Match number 8 underway.
Match number 9.
Under 9? Oh my goodness me. They're going so fast, I can't keep track.
It's the top left.
It really does. There's a big number on the screen. I just didn't want to read it.
It's fair. I know you can't read, and that's all right. No one judges you for that.
I've been pretending for the last 30 years.
Yeah, you're really good at it. And I think it's a skill that we should praise and we should celebrate. But we are heading from that eastern side over towards the west. I'm calling it a Sosnovka circle. It's definitely happening. 4MV, I think Max may have mentioned this, but it was a case of, you know, they complained about not getting the circles. They got the circle. No win. What's going on?
Uh-oh. Spooky. Especially given where the circle actually ended up in the hills just north of military base. It's not like they didn't have time to get there, right? It's a little bit of a mishandled situation. Oh my God, Blank, have you done that? What have you just done?
I read script.
Blank hit them with the voodoo. What's going on?
I see, because you can't read, I've been reading the script for you.
Oh, yeah, that must be it. Yeah. Goodness me, 2 for 2.
Yeah, down towards military base then. We go 4MV. Time to go again. Go again. On this one. The Vicious though, David, they're just being very mean to BTR. I'm not going to lie. It's quite cruel. I get that BTR probably not making it, but You don't need to guard them out like this every single time. On the other hand of things, D plus RCB 48 points to 44, but STE at 77 all were able to get back up towards that margin with 44 points apiece. So it was much closer on that 30-point mark at the start of the day. Now we're cutting teams down to still that 5th and 6th place up for grabs. Again, I think it's highly likely that 4th, 3rd, 2nd, and 1st place are going to get knocked out at the end of the day. And it is wild coming into day 2, match 3, and being like, damn, we've already got 4 of the teams. We're done. Like, we're just waiting for the last 2 to figure themselves out.
It really does look that way, doesn't it? I mean, it's a really interesting point distribution curve. Right now, the bubble sits at a 5.5 average with 44 points over 8 matches that they've played, this being the 9th match. I did check my numbers this time around. But it's a lot lower than I think a lot of people would have predicted. We're thinking that it's going to be more like a 6.5 point average towards the end of it as we get a little replay there. So the fact that it is so low here does still give those little openings, but it's very likely that we'll see that bubble push up to around 50 points at the end of this match. So that's what we're looking for the teams towards the bottom to be able to get. And for teams like Major Pride, BTR, we're talking about 25-point games here. We're talking about digging so deep that you might come out the other side of the world at this stage. Like, it's just so difficult to be able to find those games when you've got so much pressure on you.
There's too much pressure a lot of times. In the last day as well. I'm going to keep saying that. Last everything. But these teams do need to last out towards the end game because that pressure can be a killer. Where some plays that you wouldn't necessarily make, that you need to go for instance, high elim games, because you're too scared and more worried about placement points, you just don't get anything done off the back of it. And I mean that Falcons team was able to do that on Sandhog because they just went absolutely wild with it. And that one game has stapled their position firmly to the board.
Oh, it's nasty. This time around, 4MV do go for the hold. They're up towards the top of the tippy-top high ground here, Blank. The oversight crow's nest position over the entirety of this opening. You can see Reefus has so many sightlines over towards the bridge, needing to look to take shots. Incilio tried to scout up there, and that's what we saw get taken down. Redlick does fall, and actually that's going to push them over into Novo. They've been using these hovercrafts over these last few games, and I mean, they're slow, but they seem to have figured out how to use them effectively.
Yeah, I mean, the hovercraft is a ridiculous item, and it works out very well for them a lot of the time. The fact that you get so much cover coming through from it, I think last game they had 2 of them. The boys were calling it basically a mobile compound. We did get to talk to them, actually, recently. Seven was able to sit down with Hoba, the coach from INS, and get his thoughts on the game.
Welcome back to a quick interview. I'm currently joined by Hoba, the coach of the first place team in Celio. You guys are currently playing outstanding. You guys have actually gone past the points that everybody's currently projecting to be the cutoff point. With that said, do you guys think you'll maybe try to make the life harder on some of the teams that are currently struggling to get to top 6?
Вы, ребята, уже набрали достаточно поинтов на проходку. И думаешь ли ты, что продолжите ли вы играть в таком же темпе и делать, так скажем, жизнь тяжелее другим командам, или как?
Нет, мы будем стараться набирать максимальное количество поинтов, играть свои игры, максимально набирать поинты, стараться выигрывать все игры, которые сейчас будут, оставшиеся 4. Никого мы не будем руинить, так скажем.
So we just continue play our game, maximize our points, keep trying to win the games after the games, and yeah, that's all.
All right. You're trying to give me a PC answer here. You know what? I'm gonna dig in a little bit harder. Is there any team you wouldn't want to see in London because they maybe make your life a little bit harder with rotations or whatever the case might be?
Есть ли какие-нибудь команды, которые вы, допустим, вы не хотели бы видеть в Лондоне, которые ты думаешь, что могут вам усложнить задачу в Лондоне?
Таких команд уже нету, так как они уже вылетели. Это были Фейзы и Тямба.
There's no such teams left already. The only teams we thought before that, it was FaZe and Tiamba. So now we don't have any teams that will make our lives harder in London, so yeah.
All right, well, there you go. I try to get it at them. Spasiba, Hoba. Давай. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. They're feeling a little bit free and clear, and confidence, I feel, is earned for them at this stage. We'll see if that does work out against some teams that have so far, well, I mean, they didn't win their group, right? So there have been teams that have given them trouble over those stages, but they are one of the teams that we think has improved the most over these survival stages. So it could be a different sight to behold. Major Pride over into the military base now, looking to try and hold off against DXavier, but it's not going so well. Nate around the side.
That should be pretty easy enough. Pick up. It's 2 down. Major Pride suffering. I feel bad for Seven, honestly, because a lot of these coaches are acting like Mr. Anderson with the way that they're matrix dodging a lot of these questions. I mean, fair play though. FaZe as well as Tiamba going down is a big help to Incilio with the rotations that were coming through. And I think that for Incilio, it's funny because I think a lot of us thought that in FaZe as well as Tiamba would be making it through. And that's just not the case here. Incilio just pull ahead.
Ooh, Elementrix no longer in charge of flight control here for the military base. Out of the control tower. And the roll up. DXavier now. Their grounds extend up to 30,000 feet. Taking that one back into control. But they're going to have to shift out to the east. And if 4MV don't get a really bloody good game here, Maxman is going to shave his eyebrows.
Don't start this.
As sure as eggs is eggs, Maxman will shave his eyebrows. 100%.
Don't start this.
100%.
Don't do it. I will bring eggs to London. I know where the Tesco's located.
Oh, Evo Station has no idea where his local supermarkets are, though. We're going to be blasted back. DXavier have 4 elims.
Why does he not know? Like,
well, he doesn't know anything anymore. He's dead.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
But, yeah, agreed. We do have a ton of water over towards this. Dear me. A ton of water over towards this circle. Team Liquid up against 77. Then Bo Boom and Zadira on the other side.
They're trying to... not working out. Going very low. Down to losing back line. Mythic and Ayala there. Defend off 77. And with that 1 point, it breaks the 3-way tiebreaker between 77, D plus Kia, and Stalwart. The nades over the top for Zadira, looking to keep this one rolling. With RCB out in the blue on the north side, they could push up, get into that 5th place. A nice nade from Zadira. See.
Another right banger. And here's some mash to go alongside of it over towards Cardozo. Drops him very low. Won't quite take him out just yet. That second one will certainly do the trick, as 77 will lift themselves up into 5th place. Tied alongside with RCB. We're currently out in the blue and very far out in the blue at that. They weren't expecting to have to come back down towards Sosnovka once again. Yet here they are. The Vicious. I wonder if they'll hold out. PTR here, John.
Could be. A spoiler from the top towards the bottom of the tables. The Vicious on the east side. Incilio. They moved over to Novo a little bit earlier after losing a player on their approach towards that high ground that 4MV sits on. And now they have these cranes under control. We've seen a Novo finish before, Blanken. This crane, this high ground position, maybe not, I think it might have been the other crane further up north, was so important for them, but you need to keep a low profile here. You cannot be stepping up too far.
Incilio, though, another 4 elim game. I think they're fine. I think they're absolutely fine with this one. They are far over towards Nova Upnoy. I think they'd like to hold out some teams. Loops decided they were going to head down on the western side. Smart decision considering last time they got held out nastily in Nova Upnoy. And so continues to push out towards that eastern edge. Still has about 40% of water in this, which is cruel, to say the least, as BTR makes their way in from that north side. Now, Reefer should be passing that information back towards the rest of 4MV as they pass on through. And I wonder if 4MV will rotate back over towards that north side. In the meantime, Incilio coming up against the Falcons.
Cilio have lost 2 already, though, and they are up on that crane. That's what I was talking about. The danger of going up there is everybody has sight lines over towards you. If you go down, it's basically a done-for story. And the Falcons put 3 more on the board. The points going towards the top of the tables, not great news, but Incilio are down now. Falcons only have 3. Teams towards the bottom need to hope that these teams aren't going to be able to push too much further in, so they slurp all those points up towards the point sponge positions.
Xavier rocks over towards the Falcons. They take down top. Falcons still rocking with 3 of their players, though. Quick med kit here for Levi's, get himself back up to full HP, and Xavier need to get a move on now. Big game for them would be ideal. They are playing in quite an interesting position. This likely won't get assaulted for quite some time, and you do often have those locations where it moves over towards the western side. Suddenly Xavier's location is unbelievably strong, because a lot of teams do try and confirm over towards the eastern side of Nova Repnoya.
Mirren Sejong and RCB have been held out here for ages, Blank, and seems like Mirren Sejong may actually profit pretty heavily off this. Getting these flushes, Hoxie just sitting there on the first aid in front of Silas. They both know what's about to happen. Just got to let it play out just a little bit longer. 3 elims found against RCB. Mirren Sejong, they're going to have a very late approach, though. This is near Pachinki. And just a reminder, the circle's on Novo right now, so they need to get a move on.
They're far out. And honestly, for Mirren Sejong, I think they'll rock in and likely just get decimated on that push, which is unfortunate. D+ holding a bit of high ground over towards that low ground sat in Nova Repnoya. 4MV, on the other hand, they're going to play up towards the observatory. They have a lot of angles playing up there. Again, Reefus is that early alarm system on that north side, passing information back over towards the rest of the squad when BTR tries to make their way down. But currently, BTR are just playing a very safe round. In comes the Vicious. I think this is unwise. Yeah.
There's only one way that goes, right? There's just... people are going to be in Novo, and they're going to see you from so far out as soon as you try and make that play. That's reckless, and I don't like it.
Well, I mean, I don't think they were getting much further into this game anyway.
Well, they could have just swam, right?
Yeah. I still think for Vicious, like, they know they're done. They're fine. Not too unhappy with how things are playing out. Currently in second place, Incilio getting a little bit further ahead of them. For Razor Dibinol, though, you have to consider the fact that those were some very accurate shots. Like, it was sort of incredible how quickly they went down there. So very, very good shots from East. Yeah.
Just bam, lighten it up. IWNRX sneaking their way into the south side of the crates here in Novo, and we may be in for a crate finish. So nicely found on the foothold. The Falcons still hold the east side of things, though, and they have 6 elims. Loops trying to change that. Chiming in with a spray down on the alley over the Icy's position. And we are now 12 teams into stage 5. As 4MV still have that high ground on the outside, everybody else, except for the Vicious, who have Brunozin swimming out towards the north side, are in Novo now.
Yeah, I don't like this. It's a scary position to play, and I think a lot of teams realize they just need to get themselves into Nova Repnoya. For 4MV, on the other hand, I'm hoping we get another Falcons game where it just kept on shifting over towards the western side. But that is highly unlikely. And 4MV definitely did gamble on this game. In comes Mirren Sejong. I don't know how they're here, but they are. They made a very long approach into this.
Might be low on fuel as well at this point. You can see them juggling back and forth in the vehicles, making sure that they are ready. I mean, they've just got out the blue there, so they're just redistributing their loot, making sure that it's all in the right places, or the places that they deem to be correct anyway. Their approach to the north side could be fairly successful. I mean, it depends what 4MV can do about it, right? If 4MV, and there's a high likelihood that they can, just dead stop them on that north edge approach, they're going to have a pretty good time. But if Mirren Sejong can get all the way through towards the north side of Novo, they also are probably in one of the better spots overall in this lobby.
There's that concern for a lot of teams at the moment, because this stage 4 kept a lot of blue in, a lot of water in, sorry. There's potential for the algorithm on the circles. We have mathematicians behind the scenes here on the circles. There's a potential for that algorithm on the circle to hard shift over towards the western side away from the water, which would be terrifying for a lot of our squads. 4MV getting stuck in over towards Marin Sejong on that north side, preventing them from getting over towards that compound. That's smart, but they don't have all the players there with them, so losing a member early could be a little bit dangerous.
Loxy, the only player for RCB still to survive. I think he's still on the mainland. We haven't got him on our map feed. He's very far out from the circle. We saw where that fight with Mirin Sejong was on the south edge of Pachinki. So we'll see where he's able to find a route in. Mirin Sejong, they're going on foot. And I feel like they're just trying not to draw too much attention to themselves right now on the north side. They're into the next circle. They know they're going to have to get closer. DXavier pushing over towards Voin Donkey ID, who are still on 70 points, and going down early may not be ideal for them. Potato wants to get the res onto Zeta, but DXavier want to earn this point back. 5 Ilims found on the match so far, and in a Novo urban finish, it's really anyone's game, Blank. So finding a strong finish here is very possible for everybody.
Interesting. Moves back over towards the eastern side. I didn't expect that, actually, but it does keep D+ in a quite a strong spot up towards that high ground. I think a lot of teams very happy that they did move over towards Nova Epnoi in the first place. Some great shots from Loops over towards Voin Donkey, which now sets him in a very uncomfortable scenario up against DXavier. One player goes down, it's all down to Potato. And Potato, multiple times in the past, has kind of flubbed the performance over inside the building holes, but they are all quite low.
Going to the upstairs, trying to launch something out of there. Lamborghini low, and there's other teams who will be all too willing to take shots out this way. Lamborghini down to the floor, no first aids, only bandages, doesn't have body armor either. DXavier low on supplies. It is just Potato to hold though, and the hop out could be strong if he spots Lamborghini, if Loops get those crossfire angles as well. It could be curtains for him. But he's holding the window. The nade from Levi's out on the off angle allows DXavier to breathe just a little bit. They can distribute those first aids, get everyone nice and healthy on the south edge.
I'm not sure if it was an off angle, it's like just right in front of him, but yeah, it's a good nade. They came through the window. Potato, again, I think he just feels the pressure in those moments too much as opposed to the rest of his squad mates. I think he's a great support player for the team, but when it comes down to clutch moments, not the player you really want up there in that situation. He also was playing with the DP and the barrel, which makes sense for a support player like him who wants that long range advantage, but in those moments, you really want a DBS on side, and that's where Zeta comes into play. Loops, though, I genuinely think it has been a pretty stellar performance from them. A great adjustment from their last game. They didn't try and cut in through Nova Epnoi on the eastern side. Instead, they went for a long rotate round on Western Bridge, and that's worked out fantastically for them in terms of grabbing some more points on this game. D+, one of our only other teams here who is very close to that boundary over towards RCB, looking to chase a little bit further.
Doc caught on an off angle. Ooh dear, Reefus caught on the very same off angle. 4MV. Goodness me. Max, get the razor ready.
Is it an off angle though, Joe?
Well, I guess not. It's just the approach, right? They tried to crash into the compound. So, yeah, okay. But still, he goes down.
Trying to get you away from the off angle calls it.
I mean, it's off either way because they are not making them work.
It's true. It's true. Trying to crash over towards position, only fair enough to 4MV. They don't really have anywhere else to go now. They need to make a push inwards. I'm surprised that they're not expending smokes for this, though, because there is clear windows that you can smoke off here versus D+, and 4MV opted to go for none of that. Nice nade from Shifu. I don't think there's a lot of potential for a full-on commit here for 77. This compound's somewhat of a side grade for them, if anything, but good nade over towards the backside, and now they can keep pushing this.
Yeah, they have more info on where they're playing against. The nade being cooked from the backlines here. Lamborghini looking to get across the corridor. A nade in response to slow down the approach. He's on the outside now. They're looking for that res. DXavier may be able to get back into this one. BTR, Mirin Sejong on that northern side as well. A big shift, that hill that sits over Novo. You have a lot of sightlines over out that way. Another of 4MV falls. In fact, they only have the one now to stand over on that hillside. D+ Kia have made it impossible for 4MV to make their approach.
Yeah, it's been a good spot from D+. Again, I do think there could have been better smoke usage here from 4MV. They just dry pushed it at the end of the day, and that's not great for your point standings. Xavier, Lamborghini, rest of the squad, 7 elims on the game. Actually, they are dragging themselves out from the deep at the moment. I mean, they started in 16th place yesterday. Are able to slowly rack those points back up again. And they're in 9th place, catching up towards that bubble where they can break in towards the 6th place, 5th place position.
Goodness me. We're into stage 6, Blank. The placement points haven't even started to kick in yet. We're in 10 teams remaining. A big nade from Apex over to Osal. The first of 3 that need to fall to allow 4MV the opening, but Apex has to turn a corner. The smoke's up to the next building. That does give him some cover, but the high ground from Osal, is it going to be effective? Chips there on the spray down, but Apex makes it to the next step of cover. Chips now, no nades in hand, only 4 smokes to play around, and Apex looking to heal before he goes for this next breach. Around the edge, needs to find an opening, has the nade cooking. Fabian still not res as the nade goes up high. Spots Chips on the corner, another opening found, but there's a sideline angle. That's Mirren Sejong to take down 4MV. That north side working well for the South Korean team.
But like, now imagine that those smokes were thrown a lot earlier and they pushed up as a 3-man. Like, it boggles the mind a lot of times for 4MV's plays because it feels like they know what to do, they just don't do it. It's frustrating. It's very frustrating. So, the second time that 4MV gets a Sosnovka Island and isn't in prime positions. Why is 4MV not in Novo? I get the gamble over towards the west side. I really do. But that's a gamble you take if you're an edge team. They're here first. What's going on?
They didn't... I mean, taking the position that D plus Kia have, right? That seems like the obvious transition towards that. But the fact is they just didn't stop people from moving around the hill. And that's the entire point of the position, is that you make it so hard for teams to get close to you with those shots, those long-range engagements that you take. And if a team does get close to you, you make sure that they pay a price for it, right? Like they did to Incilio, who rolled up and they were just like, okay, we'll take that elim. You're now 3. It's a lot easier to deal with you. They didn't do that to D plus Kia, and they paid the price.
Yeah. I feel so sorry for BTR, by the way. They have one of the biggest bait packages in the world on their rooftop. They'd have to smoke it to grab it, but I think honestly it would be a big boom for them to grab this. Got an MK14 in terms of long-range fighting. That thing hits like an absolute truck. So if I was BT, I'd really want to grab this one. Circle shifts their way as well. I think they may have picked it up now. I'm not sure.
I mean, you don't know what's in it right before you open it, so could be a risk, but the level 3 guarantee has to be at least tempting. D plus Kia make 2 players down safely. 77 with 2 on their hold. BTR get the shrink again on that circle. And they are slap bang in the middle. Loops trying to move on through. We've seen a lot of pushes from the low down areas of these tables so far at the start of today. And Loops continue to just find these openings to rotate on in. Now with 34 points and 3 elims, they're up to 37. The bubble currently sits at 48, but both D plus Kia and 77 still in. Means these placement points will start to push that further.
Luke's playing whack-a-mole with these nades right now, moving from crate to crate. Falcons having to guess where they're playing. IWNRN's been a little bit of an outside factor here for a lot of our squads. Playing over towards that southeast side. See what they can get done as they wrap on through. Past the port. D+. D Xavier. This is a terrifying push for D+, but they're making it happen here. Nice nade from Osal. Exposed the vehicle onto Paragym.
Gets them low. And now D Xavier still with 3. Look to try and make their breach, continuing to struggle to get up to the wall here against D plus Kia. Chips and Osal, both shotguns. Trained on the openings, the crossfire established. They're waiting for that peek. Into the building they go. And Osal not really descending in time, but fortunately the step out is good. A nade from Falcons finally connects over to Loops in the meantime, but there is a firefight still on the southwest corner. BTR looking to stand in the way of this as well. And nobody's looking too strong on this. Levi's on the outside, needs to find chips. Needs it now for DXavier. But the jump out wide for D+ Kier. They're defending their spot in the top of the tables, and DXavier cannot make the breach.
A pretty sick maneuver there from Chips, honestly. The jump past the window whilst getting a shot off and doing damage onto Lamborghini. Very nicely done. Falcons, I don't know how, but they're currently fighting against Loops, which is a 4v2. I think they figured out which crates they were playing in. We are getting into stage 9 very shortly. 35 seconds till it starts to shrink on in.
Zadira for 77 as we make our way up to the 50-point bubble. With them and with D+ Kier going step for step. And again, 77 eke out a small lead. 51 now as Chips goes down. On the outside, D+ Kier much more likely to take this. Actually, no, they're both in the same place. Hang on a minute. But Magnum may be able to pick up the elims and the shutdown onto D+ Kier. Osal up to the wall and into the ground floor. But you've still got Zadira on the off angle. However, he's not in the building. He's not ready to go for this hold with him. And Osal is low. Zadira handling BTR on the north side. They're taking a split fight here. They're just trying to extract value. Spray around the corner. Looking to keep Osal out. But Magnum shut down. D+ Kier stay alive with one.
7 elims, the 8 elims, one player each there for 77 and D+. It is neck and neck in 5th and 6th place. Both teams overtaking RCB this match, but what a way to do it. This is very stylish. And with that, D+ will ladder up ahead. Good shots, though, from Osal as he makes the cross.
Oh, lovely hop out, though, from Satar. Connects on the first. Doesn't even put the second one out either. He knows he's done the work. Now, BTR with 3. South side, Falcons over towards the middle. But Mirren Sejong blank here. 4 elims, north position. They have control over IWNRX. Is this the game that they make that break?
Get a few more eliminations, get themselves a chicken dinner, set themselves up towards challenging for that 5th and 6th place match. Spot in the tables. Go into the latter parts of today. Smoke's going out as we hit stage 9. 5 teams alive, 13 players with only 2 minutes to play.
The close will be brutal, the shutdown here. Falcons nades over towards Loops. IWNRX nades over towards Falcons. I'm sure Mirren Sejong want to put a nade or two over towards IWNRX, but PTR make that dash over towards the crates. Lapar found first, and the shutdown on the crossfire. Icy is doing work. The Falcons, they might just be gunning for the top spot here, Blank. I mean, in Cilio, I think they went down fairly early, meaning that they're on 91 points off this game, unless they got a placement. Falcons could realistically jump up over and take that first place off a magnificent game we saw on the last one. Will they find it again? Frozen can't connect fully on the spray down to action. And Mirren Sejong continue to go with 4.
This is a ridiculous game from Falcons. They've played as 2 this entire time, held off a 4-man squad. Like, the amount of presence Falcons have had inside of these games today is staggering and really cool to see. They're looking for a top 3 now, though, as Rafinha makes his way through. BTR trapped inside the crates.
Satar up on high, drops down, sends into the corner, Loops lose their last, and Rafinha is out. Satar now needs to step up towards the Falcons, but Mirren Sejong are here to play. 1 player going down, just Hoxie. Final gets the heal on the backlines, and we're down to the last 2 teams. It is the Falcons to fend off Mirren Sejong. With 6 elims, they need a little bit more ground on this match to be in that conversation. Hoxie low, high ground, top of the crates found, but Icy steps up, ready for the fight. Shotgun shutdown, action as well, marauding around. It's all up to the Super Sub-Uriel, but he will be clipped, and it is the Falcons with the back-to-back. In the crates, they ship everyone out.
Unbelievable stuff. Truly the cranes here. Such strength of lifting themselves higher inside of the lobby. And what a way to finish it. It's such a classic ending scene with Action just slowly crawling off to the side stage left like a comedy. I can't believe they held up versus Loops on that side as well. A 4v2. They're super happy with it, and so they should be.
I mean, it wasn't technically a back-to-back, but they did so much work in the last one. I thought it might have been either way. The Falcons gotta be happy with that one.
They got it.
It was also happy with that one. Maxman, he gets to keep rooting them on in PMGC Grand Finals as they have secured a spot. We see no chance mathematically they can fall out of top 6. And what a way to do it as well, Max. I mean, it was just Icy and Action left alone.
They knew so early on, Jason, that Novo is going to be the big focal point of this match. And they took the fight to Incilio so quickly without losing a single player, which is so important, Jason. They kept 4 players alive for a long portion of the game. Then they started losing 1 and 2 because, I mean, you have, what, like 8, 9 teams in Novo? Like, you're going to lose players when you have that many teams around you. But Action and Icy, the insane fragging duo, just holding on these crate areas, just bobbing and weaving all over the place, trying to dodge the nades, using smoke to their advantage, just manipulating the lobby in the palm of their hands. And I thought it was an MG win. At the end, I was just losing tabs on who was where. But moving out of the crates there to make sure they secure better position to get the clutch was exactly what Falcon needed. And they're secure for London with this game. They're done.
So the real MVP, I think, is no longer top for Falcons. It's got to be Action so far in this league, and this whole PMGC League stage, because, damn, 6 eliminations. Icy as well, who's typically like the support player. 7 elims with 1,200 damage here, Jukes.
Papa Top just said, hey, you know what, Action, you got this, dude. Because, I mean, what a play there. We saw that Mirror and Sejong player. He tried to throw that nade, and Action just popped him before he could even leave his hands, dude. What a game from the Falcons. These guys are locked in, and I can't stress how bad Mirror and Sejong needed that win. And considering that we're seeing these teams in the top 6, I mean, this is what I was afraid of. I mean, they've done so well at this point that the teams below them, they're going to need a crazy performance in the last few matches here if they even want a chance at making it to the finals.
Well, I mean, they had a good opportunity there to obviously get as many points as possible. It's a start, at least, for them, Hot Chicks. I know you're saying you wanted to see more. You wanted to see them finish the game and get the chicken dinner. But at least in their eyes, this can be a breath of relief, considering they're a team who would always play center and have been struggling to get center because they're just not quick enough on the rotate, and too many other teams are able to do so as well. But Max, I don't know if you want to talk about Mirror and Sejong. I wanted to bring up one more thing about Falcons.
Hey, what was it about Falcons? You want to go?
So you remember when we were watching them in CSA and we saw Nerzed join the, or we saw East join the roster? We're like, oh, is Action being like subbed out because he's trying to focus on his family? And is it going to be Nerzed and East to be filling those slots? I never thought Action would maintain his spot on the team and then perform like this in PMGC. Like, for me, he's almost single-handedly the reason they're getting into the Grand Finals.
Yeah, him and actually Icy also has been stepping out. But yeah, Action has always been, I would say, in the fragging duo of Top and Action, maybe the more passive guy out there. But he's been really just locking down a spot in the finals here. And throughout every stage, we've seen this league stage for PMGC 2024. He's been such an impactful player, and you can see how good he was at holding the angles here, Jason, around the crates, which is not easy. Like, your reflexes need to be a 10 out of 10 if you want to come out on top. Sure, he does get knocked eventually, and then rezzed up by one of his teammates, and he's able to just hold down the fort. But this guy with an S12K is absolutely crazy. And again, this win just secures their spot. They're chilling. They're making it to London. They can pull a Vicious and just mess with the lobby at this point.
Could they be first place here, Jukes? 26 points.
How many first place changes are we going to have today? I mean, this is going to be ridiculous. Yeah, with that many points, I think they might just do it because Vicious are just memeing at this point, right? We see them flying and crashing and burning, you know, but they said it themselves that, hey, they're going to start messing with this lobby, and they can afford to. The problem, though, is if D plus Kia 77, if they win this next game, that's, I think, another slot that's going to be taken away from these teams. At this point, I think we are going to see 4 squads already pretty much locked in. And yeah, I think we have only 2 slots left now, for sure.
Yeah, we said it earlier. 4 slots already locked in. There's only 2 spots now. And as time goes on, if those teams keep to distance themselves from the bottom squads, then it's going to be even tougher. Though, looking at the bottom side of this game's rankings, that 4MV push, Jason, I'm sorry, I have to bring it up, but what is going on? They send into D plus Kia a little bit too prematurely. Doc is sending it solo, and sure, against feeder teams in CSA, that kind of move, that kind of instant push might work out, but you're at PMGC, you had the last chance. These players know how to hit their shots, and Doc got punished big time for that split, and then the rest of the team just followed in his footsteps and went out so quickly. 4MV, with this kind of caliber of play we're witnessing, I don't really think that they're worthy of a grand final spot.
I mean, Max, also, I remember you were saying while watching the game, one thing that really irked you was that Doc went for that push before the zone shifted, before the next zone popped up.
That's it.
And you were saying they could have just went towards Mirror and Sejong instead, which would have been far better position to take instead of D+.
I think Apex's building was still in circle. They could have waited, see the circle where it went, and go to Mirror and Sejong, easily get a top 3 finish. But yeah, it was a bit too premature, and it did not quite work out. Though here we go, the leaderboards, and as you already said, Hodrix, right, top 4 locked in. Yeah, Void Donkey ID, Vicious, Incilio, Falcons, they are going to be chilling for these next 3 matches. And D+77, it's down to them to see if they can lock down a spot in top 6, or if we might have a little bit of a comeback from the teams in the lower sections of the rankings.
This is getting so scary. So scary here. I mean, yeah, Falcons do end up on top, which is wild. And yeah, we see D+ and 77 move up. Regnum Karya, I'm telling you, I think that's why we saw Silas so upset after that solid Aaron Gale match. Because, I mean, look at it. They're still not there in that top 6. They're very, very close, though. One good game could definitely swing them for sure. But at this point, you really got to hope that D+ and 77 don't pop off. Because if they do, man, that's going to be pretty much, they're going to be pretty much it. What do you think, Jason?
I don't know, man. I don't know what's going to happen. I feel like we're not going to know our top 6 till the final game. I mean, with the way these teams are playing, I mean, with how close it is, it really can come down to that last match. It could come down to a chicken dinner. I want to see the second page, right, and see where the drop-off happens. Because it's 53, and then 44 at 8th place, and 42 for Loops, and even D Xavier with some decent limbs in that last game. Like, it is still very possible for a lot of these teams to even catch up. To be honest here, Hot Chicks, Mirrored Sejong, 39 points. It's definitely possible for them as well.
Possible. That's what, 14-point difference. So it's definitely still in the works for them. They're going to need a good game. It's not just about them needing a good game. That's the why I was stressing why they needed that chicken dinner so bad, is because you need the chicken dinner, and you have to hope that D+ Kia, one of the top teams in this lobby, and 77, who's been performing very, very well, perform terrible, you know? So there's that extra factor that makes things more difficult. You got Vicious hunting down squads. That's going to make your rotations on the edges more salty too. There's 3 matches, and there's still plenty of points available, but with how MSJ is playing, it's making me nervous, because losing a fight like that, it's got to be demoralizing, right? It's so tough to bounce back from a loss like that.
Oh, Marion Sejong, maybe be sliding a 20 to the Vicious to go say, hey, go attack some of these other teams here, make our lives a little bit easier. We're going to head to a short break while we get things ready to go for the second half, our last 3 matches and last chance, and you're not going to want to miss it.
I'm joined by the team that the fans watching everywhere voted to get this interview, Voin Donkey Racek. These questions are actually going to be from the Indonesian talent, so shout out to you guys. This one is by Doggy. He says, people say Potato can predict where the zone is going to be going. Is that the only reason why you guys' movement is so precise, or is there anything else?
Oke, jadi ini soalan daripada teman-teman talent dari Indonesia. Pertama dari Eldoge, dia nanya, semua orang pada bilang yang Potato ini bisa dibilang pintar gimana nebak zona. Adakah ini faktor yang membuatkan kalian itu sering mainnya bagus di ujung-ujung game?
Ya bisa dibilang begitu karena dia juga udah lama kan. Dia punya pengalaman yang banyak dan feeling yang kuat. Mungkin itu yang bisa bikin kita center lah di circle.
Yes, of course. I think I agree with that statement because as we know that Potato have a lot of experience and he have a good game sense. So I think that's one of the reasons why we always have a center circle at the late game.
All right, there you go, Doggy. You got your answer. Now, for the next question, is going to be from Wolfie. How do you guys feel being called just, zone campers?
Jadi pertanyaan selanjutnya dari Wolfie, dia nanya perasaan kalian ketika orang-orang pada bilang kalian ini ya tim camper.
Perasaan kita ya biasa aja karena setiap tim itu punya cara mainnya masing-masing.
Yeah, we don't feel anything. We don't take it too personal because I think every team have their own play style to play. So yeah.
I mean, you guys are currently in fourth place. 22 points ahead of 7th place. Yeah, you shouldn't care, to be honest. The next question is going to be from none other than the giant, Donna. She wants to know if there's anything you want to tell to Bigatron as of now.
Oke, jadi pertanyaan selanjutnya dari Donna Viska. Dia tanya, apa yang mau disampaikan kepada BTR sekarang?
Buat BTR, tetap semangat. Semoga kita bisa ke London bareng.
Yeah, to JR, keep fighting. Don't lose hope. I hope that we can qualify to London together.
I'm pretty sure everybody from Indonesia is hoping that we can have 2 Indonesian teams in the Grand Finals in London. Terima kasih. Back to you guys.
Well, I can't take credit for this. It was Maxman who said it, but the giant Donna, to be fair, Seven, everyone is a giant compared to you. But for Voin Donkey being called zone campers, I don't think they're going to care because, you know what? They're going to be in the Grand Finals and you guys aren't. So if it works, it works. You can't knock it too much. But welcome back, everyone, as we're actually into this next match momentarily here. Hot Jukes and Maxman joining me. It's crunch time, man, for all these teams. And I'm really hoping we get to see more crazy action out of the Vicious, maybe in Cilio, maybe Falcons now can start dropping some onto some different teams here. And this is, I feel like, the worst time to be a team not qualified through or not in top 6. You just never know what's going to come your way. No rotations really seem normal. I don't really know what else to say except, can we just get into this next match already, guys?
Yep.
Yeah, get us in. Get us into the battlegrounds. I mean, teams are going to start getting desperate here on the second half of the day, Jason. It's going to be wild, and teams at the bottom, they're going to start getting hungry for a limb. So be careful because not only Vicious is going to start messing around, other teams are going to start doing the same.
Yep.
I'm just wondering if people on the bottom of the table might start messing around. No, not going to happen because you know what? They're going to play like the pros with their Infinix GT20 Pro. Maxman, I'm hoping that you have another Infinix GT20 Pro in your Infinix GT20 Pro.
I had top.
Oh.
I will retract my statement.
Maybe you should put action there because I think he's a little bit more deserving of it right now with how this game's gone.
I tried to find a picture, but top is always in the center. Maybe in the edits of the pictures on their socials, they need to put action in the middle now. He's been popping off, so yeah. I mean, it's the only picture I could find.
It's the 120 FPS, man. It's the 144 hertz AMOLED screen. He's playing like a pro, even though he's already a pro. He's pro squared. So take a look here at our teams to focus. Hotjix, Marin Sejong, IWNRX, and D Xavier. Just saying, you kind of copied me, but why'd you go for those picks?
Do we got to say why at this point? I mean, these guys need it bad. I mean, they're going to have to have that sense of urgency, and that's the problem is 14 points is too scary to play safe at this point, at least in my opinion. Jason, what do you think?
I don't know, man. I can't even pretend that I'm in their shoes or how they should play because I feel like it's so tough to look at these matches and be like, there's so many things we can do, but to be the one to make the decision for your team, at the end of the day, it's going to come back to you. If you don't qualify, it could have been the decision you made. If you do qualify, you can obviously, you know, bathe in the glory. But for these teams, it's like you got to do something. You can't just sit here waiting and hoping, obviously, for the teams who are currently qualified to get knocked out early, because they're not going to do it. So the question is, do you start to hot drop? Do you try to put your rotations in their path? I feel like no. Max, any thoughts for you?
I think what we need to see is teams starting to play back to their old standard. I think some teams are just playing too passive at the bottom, Jason, and we've seen it so many times. Placement points, guess what? It ain't gonna cut it. It ain't gonna cut it. If you're trying to make it in top 6, to make it to the biggest event of the year, by the way, it is not going to be more than enough. And that's why part of my top 3 teams here is IWNRX. And I've been looking back on the map feeds of the first 3 matches today. We know this team, when it comes to fragging potential in EMEA, is one of the best teams out there alongside Team Spirit. I mean, look at the team. You got Frozen, you got Z-Wolf, Swain, Kane. They have so much bloody potential. And they're just trying to sneak into the circle. They're not making full use of their squad to take these 4-on-4 fights. But we know, and we've seen multiple times, they can win. Easily at that. Like, they're just that good of a squad when it comes to fragging potential. But they started playing passive, and unfortunately it just does not suit the team. And if you play out of your comfort zone, guess what? You might not be able to make the cut in the top 6.
Damn, our boy Westron still hold on strong here. Top 4 gunslingers, 4,500 damage done. So you got to give credit to Top, because we're not normally talking about him too much. Like, it's all been about action, especially Icy in that last match as well. But Top is still there, putting out some work.
Oh, I want to see how close Action is, actually. He must be,
he must
be
right
like
on
the
the line.
top 10.
4,077.
He's tied, but the chicken dinner count made it a little bit different. That's why. But also Vexy's going to be up there, which I'm not really focused too much on Void because we know they're qualified. But Vexy, if he can bring some of that long-range shots we've witnessed Hot Jukes this tournament in the Grand Finals, like, whew, I'm sold on Miramar. He's going to get headshot after headshot.
Yeah, I'm sold on this team in general, man. I think all our top 4 teams right now have really, really been impressive. You know, D plus Kia is another name that I'm surprised they're still on the cusp at this point. I think that they're, with how they're playing, I do think they're going to make it. I think that they're pretty rock solid here, minus like something grand we see from these teams. Because, you know, with the point difference being 14 for 10th place all the way down to 12, you know, the best way I can try to describe it is there's those decisions. Let's say you don't get circle, right? You're a lot of these IGLs get forced to make a decision of, all right, we have a 80% success chance if we play this safe to get a good solid 7 points on the board, right? Or we make this crazy push where we have a 10% chance to have success, but we can get 20 points, you know? At this point, with 14-point difference, with how many games we have left, I think you got to go for that 10%. I mean, at this point, with how well these teams have been playing, you got to do it. And I don't think anything less is going to be successful.
Well, you know what? After this past game, we only got 50% of our matches left for today. I'm kind of joining your side, Hodrix, of like, now the bottom teams, we need to see a win. Like, just consistent points is not going to cut it. A chicken dinner is of the essence now if you want to have a chance for top 6.
Well, here we go. Our final Erangel of our last chance. The final Erangel of the entire league stage here for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024. So let's send it back to our commentators with John Allen and Blake.
Erangel. What a way to go out. Look at this. The last Erangel of the tournament before we head over to London. Plane path onto the western side. We've had 2 Sosnovka military bases. Blank, you called the last one. Where are we going this time?
I'm feeling more up towards Severny this time around. I think it's a shooting range Severny circle, potentially. I don't know that. I'm just going by the heart of the cards at this point in time. But I think for some of these teams, they're going to get a move on. They need to pull themselves a couple of sick cars from the top of the deck here if they want to keep on going, because some of our teams are certainly now falling behind. There are more and more teams solidifying themselves in towards a position to rank up over one another, whereas some teams are so far behind, it's looking more and more unlikely. Still 3 more matches to do it in. We'll see if they can grab those points where they can, because we're getting to that point where the boys talk on the desk that you need to have just gigantic games, essentially, to keep yourself in the running, to give yourself a little bit of that hope to keep on going. Mirren Sejong surprised me on that last match in Novorevnoye. They were still unable to make it happen, though, in a 2v4, essentially, which does feel extremely bad.
Yeah, a little bit rough on the run up there. They had open ground to cover, sure, towards Falcon's angles, and the trades just didn't come through. A misstep at the final hurdle causes them to stumble, but they will be in for another round and in with another opportunity, which we didn't think that they would have coming into today. The circle, didn't get it quite right this time around, Blank. But you know what? I still believe in the cards with you too. Out to the east side. Razak doesn't want to open the door. He opts to blast it off his hinges. Okay. Over to the east side with the circle. Not really too dramatic here, but it's not going to be military. It's not going to be up to Severny.
Towards the now, the playing path is actually kind of rough on this one because it heads very far over towards that western side, which means there's a big approach over towards the east. It does benefit teams like RCB on your screens right now. It can move over towards that eastern side with Wild doing much of the heavy lifting for this squad with 40% elimination contribution, which is quite a hefty amount there. But yeah, they can get over towards that eastern side nice and early. Zedwolf again for the damage proportion, 3,723 to 1,806. This guy is so important to the squad, and you know he needs to be less important. The other boys on the team need to start stepping up because IWNRX are now in that position where they are a team that is falling behind at 39 points. They could certainly get a big game here and put themselves back into the running. Boing Donkey, we talked about them similarly, 70 points. They're doing well, but they need a game to see themselves safe because 70 points is still precarious despite them being 20 points ahead.
We're expecting the bubble to increase by about 6 points per match, Blank. That's what we're looking at seeing over the course of these last 3 games. At the moment, it sits at 53. You push that up 18 points for 3 matches of 6 points. That is going to be getting pretty close by to where we were sort of expecting this one to go. Could be a little bit lower, down towards that 70-point margin. So Voindonkey ID looking to just get that final distance, like you say. But the Vicious, Incilio, the Falcons, there's just no way they drop out at this point. The Vicious going out would be, I think, fairly inconceivable at this stage, especially if they put up like 3 points on any of these 3 games.
Yeah, it is possible. But you're right. It would be very, very hard to push them out of that one. It would require basically like D+, RCB, and 77 to get the majority of the points over the next, let's say, 3 matches, and then one other team to push over the top of them to see themselves ahead of Voindonkey ID. That's even without Voindonkey ID heading further up the tables. But yeah, there's a lot of factors going into that one. I think Jason put it best in the sense that it's going to be very, very hard to know who our top 6 is up until that final match because teams are fighting as hard as they can. Even teams that we'd sort of counted out, like Mir and Sajon, get themselves up to 39 points now. It's hard to count really any team out.
Baron on the cardio workout, going to need to keep his heartbeat pumping this time around. Currently, 4MV trying to rotate away from that military island, up past Farm, up past Milta. Falcons, they're rotating in from the west side as well. They have done enough, Blank. They're looking to push past 100 points at the end of our 10th match, which would be over a 10-point average. And that is what we look for in a first-place team. And right now, 2 teams have managed to get there, right? Incilio and Falcons, both on the 9 matches they've played, not counting this 10th match. They have got over that 10-point average. So 2 teams both pushing for that top spot, but both have already done the legwork to get to London.
I think Falcons is probably one of the few teams that people expected to make it in. I'll go ahead and say that I thought that Falcons would drop off big time. I did not think they'd be getting into the top 6. The way they played throughout their survival stage and their groups, it didn't really feel, it felt like a shadow of Falcons' former past. But I think going to the last chance has awakened that beast within them that was sat lying and sleeping for so long. And that's a really good thing. So it would be good to see Falcons head back over towards the Grand Finals, feeling reinvigorated. And with 96 points right now, they look very, very good. Despite having some games where it looked pretty disastrous, pretty terrible. But both matches, they have clung on firmly over on Sandhawk on that last Arangel to make sure they can pump those points up towards the top side of the lobby. They are super safe. They're 100% qualified at this point in time, no doubt in my mind. So we'll be looking down towards 5th through probably 12th at the moment. Not sure about 4MV just yet.
If they keep making those mistakes, then yeah, I think you might be right. I think the only team I'm fully counting out is Major Pride. They've just not shown that they've got any momentum today and are just a little bit too far behind. We're still expecting to see up towards 70 points, a little bit over as well. to be able to get in, and over the 3 matches they would need like over 50 points really to get safe in towards those top 6. And that's basically a chicken dinner every single time. And a triple back-to-back off a poor day so far for Major Pride, I don't think it's possible. Similar story for Team Liquid.
Yeah, Team Liquid. Cardozin's 1v3 versus Voin Donkey was pretty much their last hurrah going into last chance. I don't think we've seen much other signs of life from this squad. For our circle, though, yeah, a lot of position taken. I mean, there's a lot of compounds over towards that western side that can be played. You're a little bit hesitant to move too far off towards the east here because it is more open ground. So unless the circle demands it, you're likely wanting to sit around the center of this circle, pick up a lot of those positions that have a bit of high ground to scout from. Voin Donkey ID on our screens at the moment, moving through on that south side of the map.
Stalwart trying to solidify themselves. They've slipped down those tables a little bit, and on that south side they'll try and make their approach. And could it all stem back to a little bit of a confidence blow from that Sandhawk hot drop? We talk about how troublesome it is. DXavier may have just been able to take that mojo back. I mean, you called it, right? As soon as the hot drop went their way, DXavier on the up, Stalwart on the down, maybe. We'll see the team from Vietnam able to push back into the top spots, coming through as our top spot qualifier as well from the survival stage. DXavier did let off the gas for a moment. Hopefully they can regain some speed.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Stalwart. And again, I do think that the way that fight went, the only reason I called it so early is because it was a full squad wipe. There's absolutely no eliminations that went back over towards DXavier, and that knocks your confidence something horrid. So for Stalwart, still at 44 points, it's not terrible. They can push further, but for DXavier, they have a chance now. Circle's just back over towards that western side. They've got a lot of teams quite happy with this one, though some of our squads who maybe tried to confirm over towards the east, like Incilio, as well as 4MV, understanding where the playing path was, somewhat unhappy about this, but 4MV's got a much easier route back into the circle.
An option to rotate on that south side. Voin Donkey ID ahead of them, getting in towards Pachinki. Stalwart with their scrap against Team Liquid. Well, they are doing very well for the moment, or rather Octagui is getting both of those. Mythic wants a chance. Fearless on the door frame, steps in, nearly gets him the second time around. No, wait a minute, it's still Octagui. 3 elims for him.
That's Team Liquid out. And I think with that, we can call it. I think you can absolutely call it there for Team Liquid not going through to the Grand Finals. I do not think they will be getting enough points going forward. Even 2 20-point games would not put them close enough. It'd be 68 points total, which is still quite shy of what you'd need going into 6th place. D plus 77, both getting points, but 77 being able to get one more over the top of D plus there, sending them into 5th place. RCB, strong position over in Rozhok, and they had a quick rotate down towards the south side, currently sharing school and apartments alongside with D plus.
Very, very close to each other, right around the bubble. RCB and D plus Kia from either side of that qualification line, having a stare down in the apartment block with Nolbu. Looking to try and lord it over RCB, but they going to try and evict them in turn. Don't need to pop this fight off just yet, though, and I imagine we're going to see a little stall on this fight until this next circle pops, waiting about 50 seconds to see where they have to move, and if they actually have to go for it, because it could just shift over to them. Ooh, a bit of a flex out. Dangerous.
Silas, extremely low. I'm not sure about this rotate out from Silas, and he will push back over to the rest of his squad, but there will be shots going his way, getting the adrenaline shot on through, cuts out those sightlines. Smart move from Silas as well, understanding he doesn't quite have the backup from his team yet, so it takes just a little bit more time.
Does manage to fold through, and successfully gets back on in. A little bit of a risky maneuver, just scouting out that hillside. Fortunately, now they know about the off angle, but Nolbu was on the inside the whole time. Wild is down here. Now, RCB need to mount some defense, an open ground angle, and do D plus Kia also try and make this one work for them. The nade doesn't quite go the distance from Nolbu, but now the smokes have bloomed. They're looking for these shots, looking for the shutdowns as Kimmers lines up the spray over towards Nolbu. The nade nearly takes Wild down all the way. More pressure put upon them, but D plus Kia do not want to force this issue. They'll allow this res as Wild just about gets to cover.
RCB on very precarious ground right now. D plus will move on out as the circle moves over towards that north side. The Vicious able to slip in over towards Rozok. A nice position for them, and Major Pride here just on life support underneath Falcons, who are extremely central on a lovely compound. Like you said, Falcons looking to go even further.
They'll have BTR to try and stop them. Two players on the south side of the compound. BTR needing to find these 1-2 trade-offs here. If they can open up the south edge of this compound, even with 1-2 trades, they could be onto a winner. They invest 3 players, but East with a little lean out. The fancy footwork around the door frame. They haven't even touched him. And BTR dismantled on the approach. East found by Lapar on the off angle, and he needs to dash back to his teammate. Action handled as well. And BTR may just be able to outlive this one, but an 8 up on high, trying to put Lapar down. And he needs to get across now to be able to keep BTR in this one.
Dear me, Lapar nowhere near the rest of his teammates, and Top with massive oversight on this one. East being able to pass by that information. An incredible set of shots coming through from East.
Around that
I
stairwell.
highly doubt it that they'll be able to get over towards the rest of the team. Lots of smokes going through. The good spray down could do the trick, and Icy heads on in. A lot of damage done to him on his pass through, but more over towards Lapar.
And now he has to dash through. Does he know that Icy's here? The nade is cooked, and it's got to be the shutdown. BTR eliminated. Devastating blow dealt to them by East, and the Falcons make it to 100. The century achieved, and BTR's dreams crushed.
What a depressing run there from BTR. It looks so simple. It looks so easy. But it's not meant to be. And BTR, with that, might have just put themselves outside of the chance of a top 6. Mirin Sejong rotating in through that western side, but they lost Hoxie, one of their highest damaging players on the squad early on.
What a way to close that down. It looked like it was also neat and tidy, tucked away, but it was not to be. Not this time around. Only 2 more matches, and you've got to think that that bubble's going to get further and further away. The shift out to the west side. And this is 77 on that split. Shifu, we know he likes to roll around in the vehicles around this area style hold. But they do crunch up a little bit. They know that teams are going to be moving into these hills very, very quickly now. So they consolidate on the north side of Sunken.
'77 back to where their stomping grounds are on that northwest side. Decent spot to be in overall. Yeah, weird area to finish things up. Mirin Sejong panicking a little bit because they know they're out in open ground, which is easily accessible by a lot of squads in terms of those sight lines. Loops once again as a 4-man. Their rotates are not bad, but their staying power is just not there inside this lobby, John, at the moment. That's the one thing I worry about this team.
And that is what it's all about in these short sets. Staying power, getting into these late games consistently helps you out so much. That's what Incilio have been able to do. With some smart rotates, reading the circles well. What Donkey had been able to do prior to today. Today's game's not so fortunate for them. A Stalwart looking to try and push past that bubble with an approach towards Incilio on the hilltop. Unfortunately, the circle not here, but they want to try and take this fight, want to keep this one going. A roll up into the smoke, Fearless, Sancho cooking the nade. And over the top they go, but Incilio trying to move away. DXavier fleeing in the background there, trying to get out of this one too. And they know that Incilio are going to be slowed by this. So nice little roll out there from DXavier. If they can make that approach, could be profitable for them. I wonder if they're crashing onto Falcons, actually. Maybe succeed where BTR didn't, but Stalwart get the top of the hill, but not the circle.
Stalwart moving down over towards Incilio inside the hovercraft. They hop out, look over towards them. There's not a lot of backlash here from Incilio. Finally, they find Octaguri though, which is a big pick-off here for Incilio. But good shots from Sanchia, finding two.
Trying to turn this one around on the rotate in. Octaguri does go down, but Incilio has started to bleed out a little bit more. Nades are flying over in the compounds as well as RCB crash in. DXavier loops everybody fighting for central areas now, but Stalwart trying to keep that push going. Bash slows them down again. Redlick is knocked, not quite resible just yet, but if you get rid of the last player from Stalwart, Critter, the last to stand, 3TN, moves back through with that hovercraft. They love to play around with them. Floating on a bed of air, but it's far from comfortable right now for Stalwart around the edge of this building. Critter keeps it going though, and Fearless can't get res here. It's zone 4. He's only got to hop in the hovercraft and get away with it.
They steal the hovercraft away from Incilio, but the play zone will take out Fearless, leaving it just as Critter. RCB sending nades in over towards Mirin Sejong alongside with Loops in a similar compound. RCB stands to gain a lot off the back of this fight.
A lot of points up for grabs here. DXavier did go down in the meantime. I think it was on this engagement as well. RCB moving on in though and making this work. And Mirin Sejong dismantled brick by brick by RCB on the approach, but there might still be a little bit of resistance left in them. Unfortunately, not quite enough, and Silas will get knocked. Wild as well, but these are still resible. Loops want to put pressure on, and in the meantime, on the north side, the Vicious eliminated by D+ Kier. 77 now up and into the fight over there. Vitin looks to move through, and actually, RCB, they have just given too much ground towards Loop, but Kimez steps in and handles business here. 3 players alive for RCB.
RCB still alive, but hanging on by a thread at the moment. 77 taking down the final members there from D+, and it has been a hellish game so far. Only at stage 5, and 29 players remain, and 9 teams. 77 continue to push the boat out over towards this north side, looking for more shots, but it's Falcons actually east. Taking shots out this way, a long shot and a half as well. That's from the western portion of school.
Out to that ridge line to the north edge of that compound that Falcons held off against BTR. They've moved out into the open ground. They needed a little bit more control there, and they found it. The circle shift goes further out west, though, so they're going to have to hold off 77 and D+ Kier on this northern side. 77, they don't want any more of this engagement. They're just going to back it off. D+ Kier probably going to have to do the same, but where do you go from here?
Not an easy push at all. I think 4MV is this weird outside chance over towards that western side. Roin Donkey ID still in this one though. Taking shots towards Major Pride, potentially picking up more points. 77 will pick up Nolbu from D+. Favian's down, that is D+ out now at 4 elims, setting themselves at 57 now. But 77 hot on their heels as Falcons look to finish off the remaining members of 77 on this north side. Clear themselves out a huge amount of space on the northeast. But what's this? 4MV coming on in, looking to third party.
West side, they need it, and they need it now. Sweep through on the north edge. 3 players flex out, leaving Baron on the backstop. A 3-player approach to 77's position. Magnum is down, so they are playing as 3 on the defense. Icy, being that thorn in their side, makes this a little bit harder for them to do anything with as well. The long-range angle from Baron is keeping them safe and allowing them to push up on this. But I wonder if Voin Donkey are going to read that, if they're going to spot 4MV's maneuvers and try and exploit it. Because on the south side, they have 4 players alive. However, they seem preoccupied with IWNRX.
IWNRX still ahead of them. Voin Donkey with his high ground could put them to task.
Vexy with that mini 14 yet again.
Great shots as usual. Oh, I feel bad for 77 here, John.
Oh no. Looking to defend that bubble position, and nades coming at them from both sides here, from Falcons at the top spot and from 4MV looking to eat away at their points lead as well. It's pretty dire here for 77. Limbo Boom and Zadira looking to try and play one low, one high. The roll down's not going to make that easy. And East does get pulled out. Limbo Boom needs the flush, but Icy stops him dead in his tracks. East does get spotted and flushed as well. So that point goes towards 77. And D plus Kia will have 7 points on this match from Elims. So will 77, but the placements, I think, in the favor of 77.
And not a lot, though, realistically, going down in 7th place. IWNRX holding on well versus Voin Donkey. Potato goes down. There really has to be some kind of backlash here coming through from Voin Donkey ID. A top 3 would be stellar for them. Take the pressure off going into match 5 and 6. As Razor looks to swing round. Kine burning out, though. Lovely Molotov and Vexy in the front lines with the Groza.
Barking back at Zedwolf. And plenty of bites in it too. Nades over to the back, find the flush onto Potato though. Vexy still up for this fight. Loops with their last player on the inside, taking shots out. So are RCB, and RCB in such an important position. The bubble has stagnated now, getting up towards, what is that, 58 points or so? Something around that sort of mark. So RCB within striking distance and within the right position to make this one work. A couple more elims and they might be safe. Voin Donkey ID, they've got 2 points on this match. It's been a slow approach to that 80-point predicted bubble, but the bubble is going lower and lower by the match blank. Teams at the bottom are really starting to absorb a lot of points too.
Which is great news for those point standings. Keeping teams in the running here, especially with D plus 77 out. Stalwart getting closer to that marker as well for the back of this game. Good nades here coming through from IWNRX. And Voin Donkey ID not getting into that top 5 would be very worrisome. They already have sent out over towards that northern edge to live this game out a little bit further. 4MV, 1 elimination found for them, but not much more than that. So the elimination count not really going all that high here.
But not needed to do so as well. Remember, if they can get into a 4th place position, they've done their job for this game, and getting over that 80-point bubble, I think at this stage is going to be enough to accelerate away from D plus Kia, from 77 Stalwart, who have now fallen down on this match. In the 50-point regions, RCB looking to try and step up and join them in that tussle. IWNRX as well, that outside chance, that outside dream to try and push this one over.
For IWNRX, it's an extremely important game, but they need to get roundabout to the 50-point marker. It would require a lot going into towards those last 2 matches, and they get higher than that, though. Life becomes just a little bit easier, and IWNRX usually are fairly strong on a Miramar. But again, it's Zeta, as well as Razor, I believe, here for Voin Donkey, still alive and kicking.
That's one hell of a kick as well. He knows that Kine wants to peek that angle. He is so ready for it. And IWNRX seemingly low on the meds. Going to try and figure out how to get down this hillside. 4MV up to the north edge, but you can see this ridgeline that they hold now is not in this next zone. They're going to need to go one further, but the difficulty is that IWNRX have such great angles towards them. Razak needs to be careful. Keep a low profile here against 4MV as they try and make their way a little bit forwards. That loot crate out in the open gives them that little opportunity to move out to the west side. As soon as IWNRX descend, that is when 4MV can get forwards as well.
RCB is similarly a very important game. It's crazy that we have 4MV, IWNRX, Loops, as well as RCB in these ending circles. We're in stage 7, looking to head in towards stage 8 soon. Good shots from Zeta. Razor just not letting them get at all forward. 4MV sits over towards this little ridge side. They move on up. This is a bold push from 4MV. And I do think that potentially Voin Donkey ID has sightlines over towards this. This is dangerous.
There are a couple of, there's a little bit of rock cover towards this ridgeline that 4MV now have made the dash for. I thought they had to wait for IWNRX to move, but I guess the vehicles started moving around. They thought, let's go for it. We've got a little opening. They've left Doc behind here. He should have the ability to rotate in, but they have moved forwards. They've guaranteed at least 2 in this next circle. IWNRX with the biggest move to make here. Where do they go?
I think for IWNRX, they need to find at least one knock and then push off the back of that. 4MV play very well there. A bit of a slingshot maneuver where 2 players move forward and then the rest regroup off the back of that. They have a very central position inside the circle, but that could all change come stage 8.
Next circle shift, 10 seconds, countdown. To IWNRX's demise? Maybe. They managed to keep themselves up on that ridgeline, but that plateau is their next path out. A step forwards and Zeta's closer. Oh, what a shift for 4MV and for Voindonkey ID. IWNRX in shambles, and RCB need to move now.
This is great news for 4MV. Hilarious that it takes them the 2 areas where they usually drop on to lose on both, and then an area far up towards the north where they're like, oh, we got the circle now, we understand how to play this. It doesn't rightly make any sense, but as 3 players for 4MV, we'll see just how far they can take this one. You can say RCB with probably the hardest rotate of all these squads, similarly to IWNRX, who will be exposed to the open shortly. But 4MV has to extract a little bit more value out of this game. Can't walk away with just the 3 eliminations if they're looking for a top 6.
If IWNRX go down on this dropout, RCB have free reign to move up to Rafinha from Loops. You can see they're already aware of his presence there. But the only team that could reasonably actually take them on in that location is IWNRX. And immediately, Kimes goes down. Another spray down. Razak able to curtail this rotate, and IWNRX try and crash onto Voindonkey. Zedwolf out in the open, and can they find the cover to get back up to 2? IWNRX dismounted. Look for RCB off in the distance. Are they going to cross the ground now? They have an opening.
This was a wild maneuver from IWNRX, but was essential. They had no real other option. Voindonkey ID being able to hold them off, though, fantastic alongside with the help of 4MV. RCB now need to make their move. Good sight lines from Kimis. Now over towards 4MV. Shots coming through, using the doors for their advantage, moving up towards that 2-story. RCB, Loxy underneath with one singular nade. It has to be explosive. We'll clear out the shack there, which gives them a little bit of sanctuary, a bit of room to play around with.
Top 4 now guaranteed. Final circle soon to close. 4MV's nade reserves have to be running dry. And Loxy steps a little bit too far forwards, gets pushed back. Rafinha still alive. They haven't gotten rid of him. He's keeping so quiet here. I wonder if RCB think that he's not even in there anymore. Maybe out up to a ridgeline somewhere or other, but he's going to step into the fight now, and Loxy able to get rid of him. Now they have the top floor. They can look to step out. Doc nearly goes down, nearly bites the dust, but just about gets back to cover in time. Voindonkey ID on the outside here, dashing rock to rock. Tree to tree, but Razak found, and Zeta's the next up to bat. Loxy looks for the spray down, and 4MV's ridgeline getting more and more tenuous as the high ground achieved. Loxy on the rooftops.
Awesome performance here from Loxy, getting a lot of value out of this map that RCB really did need. Able to pick up players there from Voindonkey ID. Now looking over towards 4MV. 2 players apiece. Looking to take this one down. Kim is moving out. There is good shots, but he's not quite down yet. Now it's all down to Loxy.
Loxy on the high ground. No players with him, but he's got no room to maneuver. The blue zone's upon him, and RCB will give up the ghost. Give it to 4MV. A high elimination count for RCB, and 4MV find a chicken dinner. And just like the desk was saying at the start of the day, it is any team that can make that jump, that can make that push, and 4MV find it within them on the final Erangel to get that chicken dinner tucked away.
For these squads here, now it gets so dangerously close on that border, and no one is smiles, no one's as happy, because anything can happen going forward.
Well, that's someone who doesn't look too happy. I was here with Regnum Courier, bro, losing out at the final moments. Unfortunately, that high ground position was just not going to be enough to lock things down. And well, 4MV, I think they don't actually like having zone, as you heard Blink and John talk about before. They had 2 military finishes over on our last 2 Erangels, and that didn't work out well for them. But here, able to close it out. The question for me is, how much have they closed that gap? How many limbs did they finish off with here, gentlemen?
Decent amount, but no, Jason, you have to understand, they don't want the circle, but they want the circle.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm an idiot. I should have realized.
That's how it functions, okay? No. Yeah, they were given a great spot, and we know 4MV when it comes to it. Hodrix in this terrain, we saw them get a chicken dinner earlier in the league stage. They know the terrain. They know these dips like the back of their hand. They're really good at using them to their full advantage. Though not as many limbs as I think they really would have liked to get, because we saw Loxy at the end deny that point, and we might look at the end of the day, that 1 point that Loxy denied could be super impactful for 4MV's final position in the rankings.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Regnum Karya were able to get to the end there, which was really, really good to see. But the thing is also, I think we saw D plus Kia and 77 both put points on the board as well, which is going to make things much, much more difficult. It is going to be so dang close, though. I'm so glad we finally saw some signs of life from 4MV. I love that pop off there. But yeah, I mean, we're going to go into Miramar, and they're going to still have to continue to get it done there.
Wow, I actually had to go back and look. That was their second chicken dinner the entirety of PMGC. The last time being their 22 a limb game in round 2 of Group Green.
Right.
In the same area.
Check that. Like, man, that is crazy. That is a really horrible dry spell for them, but been able to at least close things out. And you kind of wonder, RCB, if Kimmy's doesn't drive up into the vehicle and get knocked towards like the left-hand side position RCB were holding, I feel like Loxy's position becomes that much more powerful, and that could have been an RCB win.
I think the thing that would have made RCB 100% secure that, of course, is keeping more players alive, but utility, it literally 1 or 2 nades against that dirt pile of 4MV, easy clutch up, especially with Loxy's angle on the rooftop, and then just send 2 players in with Silas if he's not knocked. I think it is an RCB win, but the lack of utility. We've seen it many times, Hodrix. We keep saying the utility is so damn important, but RCB were locked in that compound for so long that I think they just used up all their resources, and unfortunately that util was just lacking in those final moments.
I mean, he stole the words right out of my mouth. That's what they needed there. They needed just a couple of smokes, something to get them across that way to be able to hit that ridge line, because those buildings are pretty damn weak from there. I think that's why 4MV, they realized it. They took the best spot in that circle, and they're able to get that win. But, you know, a couple good placed utilities could have definitely changed things around. And you can see Silas, he was not happy. I mean, he was definitely frustrated because, yeah, they got a lot of eliminations here, a good solid game. But, you know, with seeing these teams on the top still keeping on performing, I mean, they're definitely not safe.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely get why Silas is frustrated. That's 2 second places today on a wrangle, and that win maybe would have just secured a top 6 position for them, but that's twice they just barely miss it out. And if they slip out of top 6 because they were not able to convert that win in 2 of those matches, that would be absolute heartbreak here for the Turkey team. So we'll see. Of course, it's still really 2 good games that keeps them in a spot to compete for top 6, but it could haunt them until the end of their lives if that is not able to be just enough for the top 6.
Ooh. End of their lives, Max. That's a little melodramatic.
A little bit. Well,
I can just see Silas in a rocking chair just being like, son, there was one time that my teammate didn't listen to me. And if
changed the course of his life and his kids' lives going forward. Falcons 11 points. They're already in first place. They're going to continue to lengthen that lead. Again, not really too focused on them or avoid Donkey since they're going to be qualified through, and any points they get, I guess, just makes it a little bit closer for the middle of the pack here to catch up into top 6. Looking down the rest of the list, I mean, again, BTR, we're going to count them out now pretty much. Mir and Sage, we're going to count out Major Pride, we're going to count out Incilio. They're going to be qualified through. Vicious as well. It's just really coming down to those last couple of spots here. And if you're one of those teams on that bubble right now, you know, for instance, with D+, and of course with 77, RCB, it's just all about maintaining your position, which is easier said than done, to be fair.
It is. It's man, it's going to be so rough at the bottom. I think so many teams are just stressed out of their bloody minds currently. Though Doc MVP, actually, you pointed out something this game, Jason. It was quite interesting. I didn't even spot it out, but Baron was scouting from the back in Headshot Hills or whatever you want to call that area, and Doc was like, actually, I want the information so I can IGL properly, and they did a little swap of position, sending Doc back to the west, and I actually gave him a decent angle to get involved in some fights from a distance. So yeah, Doc, if you can get the info, they can do some good moves and abuse the terrain to their advantage. But here we go on the rankings, and Regnum Karabra going up higher, up in 5th position, but still not safe at this point.
Dude.
D+ out, by the way. Whew.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. D+ Kia out, and
4MV.
Yeah, there is that little gap down from there, but I mean, 4MV, we know they have that pop-off ability, that's for sure. But this is just too damn close.
I think the roughest part about this for RCB and 77, no chicken dinners. So if we head to a tiebreaker, they're going to be screwed, and one of these other teams is going to be able to take their spot. And it's still extremely close. It's very possible as we head into our last two Miramars. But this is going to be tough to imagine. I think back to groups, guys. Like South Korea really surprised us. We had DRX, we had Mirror and Sejong, D+. Like they were dominating their groups. To potentially now see only DRX to be the team from South Korea to make it to the Grand Finals is kind of a shame.
I think that it comes down to, I mentioned this a few times for some of the Japanese teams and South Korean teams, is that they play in their home region a lot and they rarely play outside the region unless they qualify to these global events. And a lot of the time it's the same team, right, Jason, that always qualifies. So that skill, that knowledge of those global events isn't really diluted between all the players and teams. And I think it's very visible. Mirror and Sejong, they're struggling to play out of their comfort zone. If they're not center, playing edge, they're struggling to do so. Sure, they got a good finish early on Novo, but outside of that, it has been a very, very inconsistent last chance and survival stage for Mirror and Sejong. So, yeah, I think that now the bottom teams here, like, they're done. Like, Mirror and Sejong were not able to follow up their second place of earlier. So, yeah, teams, I think, are already starting to be out of the race as we head in our last two matches of the day.
Well, what do you think that cutoff is, Max? I'll answer after you. What do you think?
What team I think is currently out fully?
Yeah, and then on down.
I would say BTR, Team Liquid, Major Pride, for me.
Oh, for sure.
Out. With the current playstyle, though, this is more like theoretical and trying to analyze what teams have been doing. Mirror and Sejong and DX, I would also count them out. I don't think we've seen enough from these guys and potential to make it in top 6. So from me, 11th place, IWNRX and above have an opportunity. Below that, I'm going to say, unless I see something insane happening, for me, it's GG's.
Yeah, I mean, Stalwart 10th place, they're 7 points out from qualifying. Like that's kind of how close it is to break through the top 6. But Jukes, where was your cutoff?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna agree. I think definitely 14th on down, they're done. But for DX and MSJ, it's still mathematically possible, but with back-to-back wins. That's the only way. The only way they're gonna get it done.
Well, back-to-back wins. We only have 2 matches left, so that's the perfect time to do it here. We do have our first Miramar of the day about to kick off. I'm kind of curious what zones we're going to get. Aaron already proved to be very interesting with those 2 military finishes. Will we see some Partona? I wouldn't mind seeing it. Let's see what our casters think, though. Oh, I do love some truck stop. Let's head back to our commentators to see where they'd like to see the zone finish with John Allen and Blake.
It is 100% going over to the East Islands, Jason. That's exactly where it's going. No doubt in my mind for match number 11 here in the last chance. We are going to the desert. We will open the last 2 games, potentially of 10 of our team's tournament as well. It is going to be brutal. The desk is starting to count people out. I am too. I think they're right to say that it's very unlikely for DXaver and Mirror and Sejong to be able to push up, but they are 18 points behind, and we have seen stranger pushes happen.
The bubble is much closer than I think a lot of people expected it to be. I think that, our 80 point minus 3 plus 3 bubble that we predicted, it's looking a little bit weird right now going into match 5 with where the teams are currently sat. A lot of those points have been either taken up by our top teams or being absorbed by some of our bottom teams. It's that middle pack which is weirdly not picking up a huge amount of points regularly. They're more spread across the board. So it's an interesting one. I'd personally quite like a Partona finish. That's where Mirror and Sejong are currently playing. Highly doubtful, but it would be fun to watch at least once. But I do think that it's getting very, very interesting right now with the fact that a lot of teams still have that chance to push up into the top side of the lobby. We do ascend down towards the south side, not quite towards Partona, but Forum V have the center. Looking for another good game here, John.
This could be it, but we know what they like. They like having the circle, but not when they have the circle. It's just, you just can't win with these guys until you get to the Headshot Hills. Then apparently that's the only location they know how to play. We'll see if they can keep it going though, because in 8th place, 6 points behind that bubble, could be all up for grabs. We'll have to wait and see. But we have got a couple of teams who have made it. I mean, 10 points off that last game, Voin Donkey ID, get up to that 80-point bubble. And you're right, the predicted bubble that we started the day with and started this last chance stage with has gone down. And I mean, a lot of these teams up towards the top are the culprits of it. But that middle pack as well, absorbing a lot of that to keep pace. And the fact that we are going down to 13th to say, yeah, this is possible, is such a dramatic indicator of that. When we're getting into our last two matches, to have the tables so flexible is kind of nuts.
It's very much dependent on right now which teams get the points on this map. Right, if it's some of our teams towards the bottom getting the chicken dinner that gets so volatile going into match 6 here on Miramar. But I am curious to see how this all does end. Right now, teams over towards that northeast edge. You've got Loops are currently battling out for it, tied right now with 4MV. Running on your screens. Take some shots out off in the distance. It's Reefus with the AUG. Loops have made some good rotates today, John, but like I said before, they're kind of crumbling in the face of some of our other teams.
I mean, they just about got into this stage as well, right? The last chance they got through on the tiebreaker with FaZe, which was going to be pretty nerve-wracking, right? So the fact that they've managed to stay in the competition to get to top 6 here is very, very impressive. They've obviously found that mental fortitude, and I'm happy for Loops to be able to get here. But for me, I feel like it's not a team that I would select in this top 6, even given what we've seen from them so far. They have got that staying power, but do they have that star power? And I think that that's what a top 6 team needs for me to show that they deserve a spot going over towards London. I think that in Cilio, the Vicious have shown that. I think Voin Donkey ID have definitely shown that. There is that clutch potential on RCB, 77. And the Falcons, I mean, well, what they've done to the lobby today shows that they can pop off when it matters most, but in general, they have been probably one of the more questionable presences in this top 6.
For Falcons, it has been tough. Honestly, I'm quite happy that they have this power to come out swinging when it matters most, because that's where they usually fail in their PMGC Grand Finals, which they will be undoubtedly heading over towards. But yeah, it's a difficult scenario for Falcons, where in the past they just haven't quite had that last day oomph. But here, in the last chance, they've been showing it to us this entire day. So that's a good indicator of how they'll do in the Grand Finals, though meeting the likes of Team Spirit as well as Alpha 7 seems troubling, I would say, to them at this point. Hopefully not another 4th place finish for them. They can get into the top 3 at least, and maybe finally pick themselves up a Grand Finals win, but that remains to be seen, as we still have a last chance here to finish it out and crown our 6 going through to the Grand Finals.
What a path that they've trodden, though, the Falcons. They've shown, I mean, you said it, right? They haven't really sometimes had that last day oomph. Here, they've only had that last day oomph, though. And you have to still call into question their performance from group stages, from the survival stage as well. They were getting through each time, and they are a solid team, but it's only today that we've seen this from them. And sure, they've managed to earn that spot. But that is why I am putting a question mark on this top spot. Even if they are able to get first, which at this point seems likely with the momentum that they've been able to get, I'm still going to be very interested to see, like you say, stand up against Team Spirit, stand up against Alpha 7, previous world champions, ready to take the fight to them. The group toppers as well, who we haven't seen now for quite a few weeks. And we won't see again until the start of December. So they'll be fully prepped, fully rested. But will they stay hot and be able to take the top spots there too?
Does Brunoza know that Vex is here? I think he does. We spotted the boss. This is an important fight, and Vexy will win it out with the Scar. The rest of Vicious making their way in, David, over towards that top side. Medkit found, though. Double level 3s for Vexy. Probably the only thing that saved him in that scenario, actually.
He's trapped down in the tunnel. Voin Donkey ID. I mean, it's likely that they have done enough already, as have the Vicious. So this fight is kind of irrelevant in terms of the tables, but the north side of the circle, if both of these teams goes down, is a little bit more open, right? And so for a team like BTR, who is off in the distance, who, I mean, it's so unlikely that they can actually make it now. But if there's any way that it happens, is if you give them a free run into this circle or allow them to third party onto a scrappy fight between two teams who have already qualified.
Vexy squeezing through those banners. He's able to get out. Vicious and Voin Donkey ID very close to one another. They take each other down again. It's actually very, very good for some of our teams towards the middle. Damn, sidestepping a lot of those bullets. But yeah, it's very good for our middle pack because both Voindonkey ID as well as the Vicious going out just opens up more point scorings towards that middle pack to catch up.
But then again, it takes 8 of those points out of the lobby, right? It takes 8 elims out. And when you're assigning about 90 points per match, including placements, it's not necessarily... Sorry, about 90 points a match, including placements.
90?
Yeah, in general, because you get 60 foot, you get all of the placements that are added, and then about, depending on how many elims get given over to the blue zone, things like that, it's about 90 points average per match that are given out to the entire lobby.
Yeah, okay. I understand what you're saying now. I thought you were saying 90 points per match for Voindonkey ID.
8 of those, no, of course not. But you take 8 of those eliminations out, you're taking close to 10% of the points that can be earned this match away.
Yeah, it's a lot. It is a lot. Up towards that north side we go, towards Monte Nuevo and Power Grid. 4MV a little bit at the back of the queue here. We'll have to rotate off towards that west or maybe just backfill over towards RCB, which is likely the smartest decision to go for. We are over towards the west of Picardo, so Loop's quite happy in their pursuit of that location. Can hold there for a while, but we do go up onto that very much high ground on that northern edge, so we have a bit of a split in terms of the terrain down towards that low ground on the south and the towering mountains on the north.
Fortunately for the teams who are looking to move in from that south, those towering mountains will be right on the edge of the circle, and I don't think that a team is going to fully commit to it unless they don't have any other option. It's much more likely that they're sending to the hills to the west of Power Grid, trying to take up position there. We're seeing a couple of teams crunch in there now. At the moment, you've got BTR, you've got Vicious, Voindonkey on the outside, Falcons as well, Loops, RCB, all looking to get into those Power Grid hills. And on the east side, you've got IWNRX looking to move in, Major Pride as well, moving parallel to it. And there's going to be a stiff resistance over on the west edge. Kine takes a tumble, but finds all 4 tires back on the dust now.
D+ finding one player from Team Liquid, but they're rotating terribly close to 77. Magnum will find one. That's Fabian going down. Off-angle specialist for the team going out is not ideal for your running here for D+. who currently are locked out of that top 6. They're in for quite some time. Nolbu will find Mythic. Annihilator is down as well, so some more eliminations found at least for D+.
And
they're battling directly against 77.
Here's the roller. Osal into the vehicle. I think this is a good read on the situation, but 77 might be able to find the spray downs. You can see one's hopped out already. The second, the third. They are in for the sightlines, but finally found a little bit of cover, and immediately, this is a great read from D+ Kier to know that this roll-up's coming, not even care about that flush, not even worry too much about getting that point on board, even though it is 77 who gets it, and because of that step up, D+ Kier get more value from getting closer to this circle now.
I mean, with Fabian going down to 77 earlier, they had that information passed back, so they immediately just get out of the way. Loops moved up towards that north side and actually do find a knockover towards Z-Wolf. Again, not the play you want to be going down early. It is a long shot though, so unlikely they'll be able to confirm that one. IWNRX should be able to sit back over towards their teammate in Z-Wolf and maybe pick him up, if not for Major Pride being here also down towards the southeast. Falcons East himself will find one on Major Pride. That's the shot off towards the eastern side as well. God, very, very complicated already.
Every direction is dangerous at this point, Blank. And the Falcons on a 2-2 split are holding the middle of this circle, so they need to be on that 360 swivel. Shift out to the west side. Voindonkey ID, happy. Falcons, depending on if they can get the regroup, happy. BTR may be quite happy here, but it's RCB that is the big profiteers of this one. DX Savior as well on their roadside compound, Blank, have a shot now to try and mount that comeback.
Profit takers in RCB looking for more. BTR moves up. This is very important here. And 2 already down for BTR. And points being siphoned off over towards RCB. Great shots again from that high ground. That's top finding Hansel.
Oh, Zoxy can't quite get in through the door frame. And RCB with a nade over from the sidelines lose 2 of their players, but they get 3 points. They are now on 64, Blank. They need placements here to back it up. Hold down this compound with 2. I don't think it's going to be possible, but who's going to roll up? Who's going to try and take it from them? A call out to the rest of the lobby.
It looks so significant for RCB. Losing 2 players, though, is a great haul from Loxy, but it all goes wrong. And for RCB, they are not in a comfortable spot right now. 4MV taking down 2 players from Incilio. Great start for them over on the south side. Action will find another from IWNRX, and they are falling by the wayside now, John. Lovely high ground control from the Falcons.
They are keeping that 10-point average alive, Blank. They are now up over 110, which after this match will be the 10-point average. 110 points already. This is a really special day for Falcons, and this is what you have to worry about when you're coming up against these teams in such a short phase, is when a team has a day like this. It can change everything. It can change so much about not only their games, but about the games of the teams around them. Major Pride, for instance, now right next door to them. And even if it's one Falcon, on a day like today, that could be a full force squad.
.77 made a wide wrap on the north side. Stalwart, though, taking up arms versus the Falcons. They lose 1 player off the back of that. And Stalwart currently in 9th place with a chance here. Sanchez still sending shots down towards Major Pride, who are their closest competitors at the moment.
Stalwart. Oh, a dangerous rundown. Nearly going low, but Evo Station goes lower. And Sanchez keeps them safe for a moment longer, Blank. Stalwart, who had such a disastrous start to the day, who have slowly slipped to the tables. 4MV now ahead of them on it. And Elementrix always extracting a toll over towards them, and it is a hefty price to pay. Stalwart, Critter now under pressure, and Elementrix just keeps on going. This is so devastating for Stalwart.
Stalwart's just losing players left, right, and center, and for a team that was chasing the boundary, this is very, very bad for them. RCB safe with just the fact that teams around them will have to fight one another before sending in, but I don't think they'll get above a top 6 here.
Fearless from the top.
Against Fearless.
Oh, doesn't connect. Goes down. A 1-for-1 trade. Major Pride only losing 1 here, and it's just Ogtogui for Stalwart. Still in the fight. Evo Station and Palucci very, very close by, but he goes down. It is the final shutdown, and of course it's the Falcons across the way. So much control over the east side hills now. And he wants more. Icy with the solo flex out towards Major Pride. There's 3 of their players still alive, but he doesn't care. He just wants a little bit of loot. Give me that. It's mine.
Wondoki ID taking casualties on this south side. D+ of all teams to be able to do this. Down to 3, but they were cut out nice and early. We're struggling, but they're making it happen once again. And with that, they sit themselves back up into 6th place. It's so incredibly close between them and 77. 77 actually in a very good spot, though, on the northeast side to start controlling area. I wonder how many teams even know that they've come in from this location. That is the main thing here for 77, is that element of surprise. Razak's got the exact same thing going for him.
Nolbu cannot win the trade, and Osel now. Last 2 players to stand for D+ Kia. Razak needs to be careful through the side of the party bus. The spray down is there. The Molotov immediately to follow it up. Burns him back out to the sidelines and will get flushed. 2 players found. The opening there for D+ Kia.
Yeah, also a nice shot through the window there. That window does need to be smashed out at this point, so I'm getting a little bit blurry, and D+ needs to see clearly into this match. Going Donkey ID, Fexy and Potato, 2 very good players to have as your final 2 in terms of long-range prowess. Marin Sejong taking down Loops. Again, for Loops, it's hard to have confidence in this team. Like I said, they just get themselves into bad situations, and you see a lot of these other fights happening on the map, and it's back and forth. There's punches being blown back to either side. For Loops, a lot of times they just go up in a puff of smoke.
One of the things that contributed to that, Blank, is the mad dash from DXavier, from the compound that the duo of Donkey now hold after D+ Kia pushed them back. They moved across the open ground all the way up into the position that they now hold, up on that hilltop over there in the long distance from Hoxie. they managed to snake their way through. They've got four players alive, 1 elimination so far. It's like they want to get stuck in, and it's like they want to extract some points from this lobby blank. They are in and amongst it now, and Levi steps up, spray down to Loops.
Yeah, for DXavier, they've got a strong spot. Again, you worry about teams like the Vicious and 77 having oversight over towards this location, but DXavier are consistently grabbing points off from this high ground. It's a good place to do it from, and they want to keep those points coming whilst they have that high ground advantage. With Lamborghini going down first, though, it's unideal. It's definitely unideal. And RCB, they need a very good defense, because this is such a good spot, and they'll be kicking themselves for losing players. I mean, Loxy did all that he could defend off against BTR, and he did a great job, and has ideally kept 2 of those players still in. But yeah, they need a very, very good defense here. This needs to be like a fortress. They need to set up the angles and keep teams at bay as they attempt to assault that location.
The question is, when do teams go for this assault? And who can go for it as well? On the east side, Falcons are losing players. Major Pride are losing players. They're withering in their attempts to try and get further west side, right? IWNRX, they're on 2 players. I'm looking at 77 or DXavier as the teams that could crash RCB, and I question whether they want to right now. I think RCB could stay alive here for a long time.
Yeah, they have this location which is hard to crash into because it's all open ground around that area where, like you say, there's a lot of oversight over towards it. Reefus moves up over towards IWNRX, consistently getting damage done. Smokes are down, so unlikely there'll be any too many more shots bagged, but Dog goes out in the back line. I think that's some shots from the high ground. At least there is 1 knock that goes through over towards IWNRX, and Reefus can start to work the issue.
Doc's still up on that high ground, and 3 players...
Lovely.
Sorry, not Doc, sorry. Over on the high ground, they have taken a player out. They do get the res. Doc on the back line, able to get that one back up. That was a Falcons knock, actually, sorry, over on the high ground, which removed the high ground sight lines, and now they've moved the team aside. It will be 4MV without Baron to play forwards to the cliffs underneath the Falcons high ground.
DXavier pumping some more points in. Zadira went down on the back line there for 77. Awkward knock to take, especially as this fight pops off, because more than anything, 77 would love the third party onto this. This would be a great opportunity to gain some ground inside the circle. Levi's will find Diminor, setting DXavier up to 5 eliminations this match, but 77 is desperately chasing over towards D+, who have a spot that they can play for quite a while now. Westront is down as 4MV puts another point on the board for themselves, up to 6 this game.
4MV really trying to push for that bubble. 3 players alive, and they have got a lot of cover here. The Falcons are going to have to deal with Major Pride. I don't think that they can hold this for too much longer, but they do still have angles over to D+ here. They are taking those tap fire shots with the Mini 14, and RCB, through it all, stay in the longhouse.
Down to 9 teams, and slowly but surely, RCB will get some more of those placement points on board. They are playing it very, very cautiously. They're on the high ground as well, trying to cut out as much crash potential as possible, hoping that teams will take more damage as they head on in. They completely give up the warehouse, so will allow a squad in from that south side. 4MV could pick that one up potentially, and now this third party comes through, but a little bit too little too late, as there's no other team there around them. So this could be a full-on crash, basically, between 77 and DXavier.
77 trying to push into this DXavier position. The heal, the res came through onto Paragin. They found that opening knock, but what can they do with it? 4 players alive, 477 moving on in and up. A resurgence from DXavier around the sideline. Spots 77 on the approach, and an immediate drop down as well. Zadira looks for the spray and answer over towards Levi's, but he's so low. And there's another player bearing down upon him. 77 eliminated. North side, Mir and Sejong move up. A third party flex out as 3 players look to hold DXavier. They've lost 1, but they still got some more gas in the tank. Paragin looks to get that heal through. 9 eliminations so far for DXavier, and Mir and Sejong, can they get an opening? Lamborghini just about survives.
It's a massive game from DXavier, and one that could put them in the running for a top 6 here. Mirin Sejong, though, looking to shut that down right now. If they go out, the placement points won't be too high, but Paragin, again, with those classic Paragin nades, gets another knock. More damage up towards finals, and Mirin Sejong is crumbling in the face of greatness.
DXavier top spot from the survival stage, and they want to take on Mirin Sejong, take Uriel down. The last player, Seiwoo, moving on in as well to try and back up his teammate around the side of it. Over the ridgeline he goes, barreling into the fight, but immediately he sat back and is still all up to Uriel, but Xavier, they've lost another, needing to stay alive. It's all up to Paragin. All of a sudden, it's topsy-turvy. The nade still cooking. Uriel low, but he's been able to evade so much. The hail of bullets not connecting. The weapon swap, and down go Xavier.
Uriel finally spreads those wings, and like a savior guardian will come in for Mirin Sejong and keep them alive in a desperate moment, a desperate salvation from this guy. Well done to Mirin Sejong, and they might just get a full reset off the back of that. Xavier's reign of terror from that north side finally comes to a close.
And the bubble moves further away. Xavier, if they win that fight, Blank, this is a 13 elimination game and a good spot on the north side. Prime opportunity to crash into the central compound. That is a win for them if they win that fight. But now Mirin Sejong have that opportunity with the Falcons clearing out Major Pride. There's 3 of them to contend with. 4MV going to keep them in a stalemate on the south. The approach would be dangerous, but Xavier could have gone all the way on this match. Denied that. And a full reset. You're right, that comes through from Mirin Sejong.
For Falcons, they're just soaking more points out of this lobby. It's making it so incredibly difficult come the end game. Dockwall finds chips. There's more shots going through. Osal on the barest amount of HP. The shots blasting in. That nade might be the end of him, but it goes high. Will explode above him. First aid kit does come through. Doc up towards that front line, that opening that they were given by RCB, who are happy to have a team defend them over in the warehouse. But Apex as well as Reefa still behind here. And it will be Falcons lording over that high ground. In goes the nade. A lovely one over towards Kimmiz. Drops to the low ground. Won't quite take him out just yet. Opens the door. Going to make it difficult for Kimmiz to cross here.
Wild dashing over towards Kim as the nade in. Is it on target there? Just outside of the door there. And they have the cover. Mirin Sejong slow on the high ground here. They're just trying to play this one a little bit more relaxed now for elims, but they need a big tally on this game to make it work if they want a chance at the top 6. Nade in, doesn't connect. I don't know how that missed there, but the hay bale's absorbing a lot of the blast impact.
Can't believe he lived that one. For Void Donkey ID, though, placement points starting to rack up on their side of things. Vexy with a Maxi 14 in hand. Looking to take shots over towards Mirin Sejong off in the distance. And once again, the circle centers up for RCB. A fantastic result for them. They desperately needed a salvage of a game here, and they're being given it.
I think the bubble's going to push quite high on this match, Blank. We've got 4MV looking to overtake here. 77 going down with only 3 elims a little bit earlier. That's opened the door, and D plus Kier going to get maybe a little bit further. We'll have to wait and see because there's another nade. Ooh, again, just about misses.
Dock down, not ideal. And now 4MV have to really think hard about this decision. Is do they try and move out? Luckily, Wild will finish off Dock, and that removes the outpost for the rest of 4MV. I feel like backing them up might have been a better idea for the rest of the team. This is the one time where I feel like 4MV should have followed on top of Doc's action. IC will find final once again. Falcons are just putting up an incredible amount of points inside this lobby. Vexy living out as long as he can with the first aid kits, but nothing left. So sad they weren't able to pick up those shots onto Osal, and I think he's just as frustrated as we are about those nades that came through. Osal somehow living, dodging the shrapnel, slowing down time.
He's making the dash. No smokes. Just going in. Needs cover from Falcons, and he may have just been able to find it. Mirin Sejong backing them off this angle. Cover from 4MV now also important, but he is on a mission. D plus Kier do not want this 6th place spot to go away from them. And the roll down from Mirin Sejong out to the wide angle. This is reckless. They could have crashed straight onto the north side of the compound, but instead they hit the wide sweep, and the Falcons have complete open shots on this.
Thing is, this is almost this is a suicide spot from Falcons, by the way. Like, it's very difficult to get off of this high ground for them, but they're just looking for points. And I think for Mirin Sejong, they half expected a team to already send off here in vehicles, but Falcons, they know they've qualified already. They can sit up here all day long and just take shots and pick up points. They don't need a high placing game.
14 eliminations from the Falcons. This is a different team than what we've seen. Osal? How has he made that happen? All the way up to the cliff face, and 4MV go down a third place, and eliminations as well for D plus Kia. That's moving the bubble further and further away. And RCB, through it all, still alive with 2.
An incredible result for RCB. They needed this one. They also need these shots over towards the players fleeing from that high ground. No nades, a couple of Molotovs and some stun grenades here for Kimmis, and that's it. If RCB, though, can get the chicken dinner, it will be absolutely awesome for their point standings. It is a 2 versus 2 currently jump.
Top isolated up to that high ground as well, so he needs to go for a mad drop here. Icy in that 1v2 forwards with the long range backup from his teammate. A nade connects onto Wild, and that's going to make it tough. Kimez looking to get up onto the roof here. Navigating, go for the parkour strat, and might just be able to leverage this rooftop. Top drops one stanchion on the rocks, goes for the next drop down as well. Takes some damage. This Kimez nearly takes him out of it as well. But the Falcons may be able to regroup. Go for the push into the middle because we're up to stage 9. It's going dead center.
Silas is either sighing or screaming his lungs out right now because desperately wants these players to keep on going, get some more points through. Good sprays from Kimmis, but not quite on target. Just needs to find one tag, and there it is.
Finds the flush onto top. Icy dashes, darts towards the back of the warehouse. The Falcons want to fight on strong. A massive elimination game, and they are looking to put up the 120-pointer already. Off the back of this game, they've made it. Guaranteed a minimum 10-point average on this stage. And they have made their mark here in day 2 of the last chance. And it is a different team. This is not the Falcons we've seen all tournament long. They have finally spread their wings, and the lazy rollout here around the side gets a little bit more up and into the action. But it's RCB with a crucial central chicken dinner, twice denied, but thrice not going to happen there.
RCB given the 3B. Very, very good there from the center, and they just live it out. They knew they had a strong location. A lot of teams tried to assault them. I feel like 4MV could have got over to the warehouse and tried to assault that location earlier alongside with Doc. One of the few times where I agree with Doc's push out. But damn, what a game for RCB, and that will put them in the realms of safety.
Bro, it's like up and down with Silas. He looks so grim in all the matches today. Then he goes into this one to finally close out a victory. And he finally looks happy knowing that he pretty much secured themselves a spot into the Grand Finals with potentially 1 slot available left here. I mean, Falcons, though, 15 eliminations you can see here. Where was this Falcons the entire group stage?
I don't know, man. They're back to the good old Falcons. This is the team I like, Jason. This is a team that I was a fan of. I'm like, oh, finally, we're seeing some big pop-off games. All of today, pretty much. 3 huge elimination-focused games. Sure, they're not quite able to get himself a clutch at the end. Like, Icy just gave it a send in the wall. Like, sure, whatever. Don't care too much. But, man, for RCB, this game was so important, Hodrix. This is the win they've been chasing down the entire day, and they finally secure it here in our penultimate match of the final day of Last Chance.
Dude, I'll tell you what, Silas is the reason why they won this game, okay? I'm telling you that 100%, all right? You see his attitude. He wasn't happy before, and he said, you guys better get to work, okay? I'm not gonna do any damage this game, all right? You guys are gonna do it all. And they did. Chicken dinner time. Finally, you see him happy, and the reaction that we've all been wanting to see. And it couldn't have been at a more clutch moment, Jason.
Well, when we get into overalls, I think that's going to be the really deciding factor of what potentially could happen here in this last match. You would imagine, though, with the 7 limbs, so 17 points they just got, they should be clear-cut and safe. So Silas could be returning back to PMGC after faltering last year with S2G. That's going to be a nice little thing to add to, little trophy to add to the mantle here that his former team didn't qualify and he managed to, especially with like Kimmy's, I think Max were talking about being one of the biggest surprises on the team.
Yeah. I mean, we know what Wild, Loxy, and Silas can do. I mean, they've been in the game for a hot minute. But yeah, Kimmy's, I think that my 2 highlight Turkey players here have been Eren from Zeus, which unfortunately did not make it to this stage, and Kimmy's. Like, his nades are incredible, and I think he's a great supported player for the rest of the team that can also frag out when the time is right. I think that he has definitely been a big highlight. And every year I feel like, Jason, we're getting these new standout players that just sure, they might not be on the best team in the world, even though, like, here, RCB got the win, they're doing really good. But, like, some players just shine through. And I think that potential for Kim is heading in 2025. I really hope he can maintain this kind of performance and become one of the star players of his home region.
I think he definitely is becoming that. I mean, it used to be Frozen way back in the day from IWNRX, like the new blood, you know, barely just hitting the age you needed to even participate in these events. And I think we're constantly seeing a lot of new names, like you're kind of talking about, Max, from obviously not just Turkey, but from other regions around the world as well. Thinking back to like Lemon, what we saw in CSA, then to jump onto Navi, who qualified already to the Grand Finals. It's definitely the year of newcomers, definitely the year of uncertainty here. Well, at least for RCB, one thing they can be certain of is they're going to be into the finals. Now, taking a look back, though, at Miran Sejong, having a decent start, taking out Xavier, and I was looking at, I think it was Lamborghini, who kind of fell off the side of the hill they were fighting on. And because of that, his teammate had to kind of join him. Otherwise, he was going to be in a 1-on-2. And Xavier faltering 10 points with 9 eliminations. You do kind of wonder, though, if they won that fight against Miran Sejong, could they have been potentially contesting for top 6?
I think it was totally possible. It was totally possible. They got to be definitely bummed out. It's just, honestly, Xavier and Miran Sejong just kind of really, they make me frustrated, man, because Miran Sejong in particular, like, they were holding a position to try to go for the chicken dinner. It's just, if you have any clue about the leaderboards and you're doing elimination tracking while you're playing, like, you got to realize that we got to put a pep in our step here. Like, a chicken dinner with 6 eliminations, it ain't enough. Like, we needed to have a game like Falcons did. Even if we're in the worst position, like, we have to start pushing it. To see them just kind of wait idly, it just, it frustrates me here, because they're not playing towards the leaderboards. They're playing it like it's a regular match.
Man, the IWNRX, they got a few of these 0-point games, and they had a decent result the last Durango Hodge. It was decent. They got to the late game, they had a few eliminations here and there. It was a good match, but here they just got completely ran over by, I think it was 4MV on the southern eastern side. We had some incredible dock nades to initiate that fight, and then they just crumbled almost instantly. So yeah, IWNRX with that goose egg, I think it might be GG's unless they get a huge win to wrap up the day. And even then, it might not be enough if they can't get the eliminations to back up that game.
I mean, speaking of GG's, what about Stalwart, man? They started in 6th place today. Obviously, you have to think back to the hot drop on Sandhawk. They lost up against Xavier. That must have been a hit to the morale, but they have been slowly dwindling, falling further and further down the leaderboards and further out of reach of reaching top 6 here. We do see 4MB, they move up to 7th place, but D+ able to get themselves up to 67 points in 6th place. Pretty much off of Osal. I don't know how he survived so long, was able to get so many eliminations towards the very end there, but it was enough to push D+ here.
Yeah, just camping the cliff, the bottom of the cliff. You're not going to be spotted out by Falcons, and you can make it way further in the game than you should realistically be allowed to do. So I think he had a good understanding of what was happening in this late game scenario.
Yeah.
But Jukes, this last game, like, what is, I don't know.
By the way,
I think
congrats
RCB
to
are like
Falcons
good
for winning the last chance, dude. Right?
Oh yeah, also
that's in the bag for sure. But yeah, dude, this last game was just so chaotic. Let's look at the second page. Oh. Dude, that is just
67 down to 52.
That is,
like, that's 15 points out for Loops.
Yeah, that is heart-wrenching, guys. That is it for this page. I'm calling it here and now.
All the teams are on the page?
All of them.
All of them, okay.
No chance.
But what if hot drop on D+ Kia?
That is the only option. Like, literally the only option, and you have to go elimination crazy. And even then, I don't think it's going to be enough. And we haven't seen that all tournament long. People refuse to do it for reasons I just still cannot explain or describe. But yeah, that's literally the only option they have. And all these teams at the second page, like, especially that kind of could do that, and I'm talking like MSJ on up, like, they should all go for that same strategy, but it ain't gonna happen.
I think Radio Seal's just looking at his screen and just like, please guys, don't do the mistake I did at CMWC. You don't want to be me, okay? You want to go for that fight earlier. Yeah, you're gonna have to see it happen. But with the points that Ringham Carabao were able to secure this game, they're currently standing with 78 points. I don't expect two teams, realistically, Hodrix, to drop out of top 6. I don't expect RCB and D+ to fall out. So I think we're competing for one slot now. I think it's one spot remaining here for London. And 4MV are going to compete for it. 77, of course, as you go lower, you're going to have to get even bigger games like your Loops, your Stalwarts, your DX. It seems unrealistic unless they take that chance, that one single opportunity to maybe crush it in that last game, and go to the finals in the last game. Your most important game, maybe, of some of these players' careers is just about to happen here on Miramar.
You know, Max, I kind of want Hot Jukes to be wrong and see one of these teams on the second page get into top 6 just so we have a nice little content piece, or it means by kind of has a content piece, because he's just going so in. Yeah, no chance, none at all. He's playing the flute, or I guess that's the trumpet, calling it, you know, time of death, and then they come back in. And I don't know if I fully agree with you, Jukes. I feel like there is a chance. It's just not a very big chance for a lot of these teams. And if at any time in your career you're gonna have a pop-off match, this is the time to have it happen, to get yourself into top 6 and get into the finals.
Hey, you know what? It's my job to just say what's in my gut. That's how I do it. And I'll tell you what, I wish my gut is wrong here. Like, I would love to see that happen. It's just the way these teams have been playing. My gut's telling me the other way around, and I hope to see, you know, like these 4 squads. I'm talking Loops, Stalwart, DX, MSJ, all hunt down D plus Kia and then just go crazy this match. Because in my eyes, that's literally the only path to victory.
Yeah, because the thing is, if you do that, sorry, just to wrap up the point, if you do drop on D plus Kia, but then you have a bad game, you're setting up 4MV for success. So like, you're helping out your direct competition. So it's also something to keep in mind.
What I'm going is, what if you are D plus? Do you change your drop location and play safe? Because you know that team could hunt you.
I would. All you gotta do is just play safe. Just put some points on the board. Like, honestly, like 1 elimination could be enough for D plus. Literally.
Damn. 1 elimination, 1 more match, potentially separating D plus from getting into the finals, unfortunately having to take the flight back home. 10 seconds till we head into our final game of the day here. Give me some quick predictions of who you think is going to take this last match, Hot Jukes.
Let's go, baby. It's going to be Falcons. Another chicken dinner. More points. Let's see a record.
4MV.
4MV. All right, well, let's see what's going to happen here. Let's head into that final game of last chance of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship 2024 League stage. John and Blank, take it away.
It's been a day of lasts, Blank, but this is truly the last match of the last chance. 12 of 12, a full satisfied fraction. 1 match left as we reduce our team's opportunities down to the last moment.
Max could be right, you know, and I think it's somewhat of a surprising thing for 4MV, but they have been getting ever closer to the end game every single game. It has been so close, and I think, you know, another 4MV win could be on the cards. They are trying as hard as they can to get in towards that top 6. It has looked shaky. The boat hasn't always been fully upright, but right now it's looking like clean sailing through this hellish storm, and they're doing fairly well to keep those sails up and blowing, because I think right now that's what 4MV needs. They just need to see this game through. They can't go out early once again, and they might just make it for D+. It is a much more different game for them. Right now, it is super shaky. You know, these seas are not kind to D+. Osal's doing absolutely everything he can to keep his team into this as we head over to the northwest.
The circle up towards the top, so everybody on the approach needing to find their way on through. And this is the most important rotate of the year for some of these teams. D+ Kia going on the long drop up towards Impala. IWNRX may be close by to it as well, out on the west edge. They have already made landfall here. If they find a weapon, Chips is a little bit exposed. You've got to be worried slightly that IWNRX are going to spot this, but it looks like they are busy. They're preoccupied, grabbing those vehicles, getting on their rotate themselves. Hot drops I'm not expecting in a match like this. It is really dangerous. Oh my goodness, mate. IWNRX out to the east side here, Blank.
For IWNRX, they can't make it, unfortunately. 46 points right now. I'm more than certain D+ is going to get some more points than that on the game. Be it just 1 or 2 here and there. There is some miraculous jumps that could be made. But again, we'll have to wait until much later in the match to see those go through. 4MV, the closest to chase at the moment, in 7th place. 77 not far behind them with 61 points total. RCB not quite secure yet. A few more points on this game would be great. But it is a terrifying prospect for a lot of our squads with how close it is, with the point sponge at the top being Falcons, continually absorbing a lot of those points, siphoning them away from some of our squads in the lobby. Ooh, it's tough.
There are three teams I'm really paying attention to here. It's D plus K, it's 4MV, it's 77, right? These are the teams looking to try and secure that last spot. RCB, if they can get 5-6 points on this game, I think they're going to have done enough. But if a team like 4MV has that big pop-off game now, they will push that bubble out of reach for D plus K and 77. 77 right now on the southeast side near Los Leones, with Incilio on the south edge of Los Leones as well. And 4MV, they are in Chumasera, looking to try and make their way up as we head on into this final circle of the tournament, potentially for 10 of our teams. We were able to catch up with 4MV during the break. 7 has got the gossip on what they're planning for this next match.
Welcome back to the final report with the 7WG for PMGC League stage. This one is going to be in regards to 4MV. We've been asking them every time, what are they going to be doing different? This time, I got a chance to talk to the players. They didn't say they want to be aggressive. They said that they're actually going to be playing a little bit less aggressive and playing a lot more careful. And another team that said that is a team that's sitting right next to them. RCB are going to be playing it careful as well because it's just so close up on the leaderboards.
Interesting. Okay, this is something we've criticized 4MV for a little bit, right? Is getting too bold with the angles that they take or not quite playing off of one another in the cohesive way that's necessary to make a top 6 spot. So if they're more mindful of that, if they can keep that one going, they could push past, very realistically, D plus Kia.
It's a tough decision to make. It's always a really hard call to make towards the end of the day on your last match is, do you play aggressive or do you play safe? For certain teams, it's much more easy to have that role of playing safe. I think RCB is fully justified in that fact, currently at 78 points. Look at the elimination ratio right now for a Falcon, so crazy. But yeah, for RCB, it's only a few points to see themselves completely secure, where they are no longer on shaky ground and they can stand strong up towards the top side of the lobby. 4MV, on the other hand, though, playing safe might not get you those points. Teams like 77 might play aggressively, as might D+. And if they can get more points than you, despite you even getting a second place, it might just be over, right, at that point in time. So 4MV's got to be careful how they play this one out. And playing safe, to me, realistically, that's a top 3 that you're looking for if you're going to play safe. You need that. You need those points. You need the placement points. You need a couple of eliminations off the back of it. We'll see how 4MV does as they are moving in from that south side.
The run all but over for BTR right now. Major Pride, Team Liquid as well. And I think you're right to call IWNRX and maybe even Mirren Sejong completely out of it. It's sort of, we're talking about like 35-point games for these guys to be able to make it in. Something we just haven't seen over the course of this tournament. I think the record was 4MV, right? With a 22 elim chicken dinner, getting 32 points on a game. And even that might not be enough for the teams from 13th on downwards to make their way through.
I think it very much depends where our bubble finishes, right? But that would require D+, 4MV, and 77 all to go out early to give a chance for any team 9th and below. So we're waiting essentially for stage 3, stage 4 for more action to take place. But this is now a case of any team goes down under 6th place. Now that's it, they're done. We can call them out. Teams are going to start dropping out of this tournament, and we will be able to say our final farewells to them before we all head over to London.
Well, not all of us. Telling these teams. 40 players, Blank. And all the substitutes, the coaching staff as well. They won't be, and that will be a hard pill to swallow. A bitter taste left in the mouth, but every single one of these teams who's made it here has trod a difficult path and deserves glory in their own right. From top to bottom of this table, every single team has made their mark in some way. But at the end, they could not quite stand up to the test of the rest of this lobby. And we will start to say goodbye to them.
D+ on the rotate out. Major Pride are above them. Over towards Truck Stop. As we head over towards probably the more interesting part of Miramar on that northwest. Plenty of cities, plenty of interesting locations, a lot of high ground in this area as well. We move up over towards the northeast around Hacienda. Again, even more high ground to play around with. It's not easy to confirm where this location goes. So 4MV, tough rotate for them. They have a player on the south side being cut out right now by Miran Sejong. Scary place to be. And right now, 4MV is split.
They said they were going to be more cautious about this coming into the game, but maybe they're back up to their old tricks and it could be the end of them. Team Liquid, they're in a scrap with IWNRX, and the team more likely to be able to make it. IWNRX are currently winning it, and by more likely I mean more than 0% into this lobby. 46 points, they have a marathon ahead of them to be able to get their way through, but they need to be sprinting the whole way. And the lactic acid build-up is going to be too much to bear. The first point, though, tucked under the belt.
4MV, one of the players took a heavy hit there and is still split off from the rest of the squad. And I'm glad to see it. They left the player behind in favor of a stronger position inside the circle. It's finally happened. And it feels more and more likely they'll be going on as 3.
Will they be able to get that regroup as well? Demir and Sejong want to commit to that position to just get that one Elim as well. It's a low value now target. The rest of 4MV can regroup on it. Voin Donkey ID from the edge of the crater fields, taking shots. SLR in the hands of Vexy. That is a demonic presence sat over the top of 4MV, and maybe the Indonesian team could ruin the Mongolians' day.
4MV in a very troublesome position right now. I don't know how Reefus gets this across. Takes a lot of damage. Might just make it. Up towards the rock. Has to expend another first aid kit here. Inside the shack. This is not a good position. 4MV right now with Baron right on the edge as well. Reefus does not get out from here. He's stuck.
But he's stuck central. And he's protected by Voin Donkey as well as being suppressed by them. This is potentially a survival game for 4MV that they could make work, because no other team could really step into this location. They can't play around the outside of that shack because of Voin Donkey's oversight. And once Voin Donkey ID move, that's going to allow him to leave as well. It's a double-edged sword, and sure, you lose a little bit of power, but for 4MV, if they're just looking to play safe, go low eliminations, high placement this game, it's not terrible.
77, build 1 point. Now just 1 point behind 4MV. To cut them out. They are out in the blue though, and they have to force their way on that eastern side, and 77's prospects are not looking good here. Less than golden. The circle shifts over towards that northeast side, still cutting.
Wow.
4MV a little bit of the pie in. Baron needs to make an almighty rotate. Actually, if he can get round towards that north side of the circle and cut in towards one of the compounds in that area, might create a very good anchor for the team.
A big factor of this circle is Voin Donkey ID, though. Still, with that hard north shift, it puts them on a massive high angle against the rest of the lobby. They just need to hold off the Xavier and BTR, and they can be really safe tucked away on the high ground ridge of Crater Fields. That long ridge line that extends south from it. Major Pride with the mad dash. Looking to try and cross the open fields, and into the compound they go, making it safely. With 3 players alive, I think they lost one earlier, not on this dash.
It's a good rotate from D+, but 77 are not far behind them here. On that northeast edge, to play the ridge side that sits just behind them. AZ taking a couple of pot shots through the smoke. Not going to find too much off the back of it, but overall, a real interesting scenario going down. RCB losing 1 player on a knock. More sent in. Does bounce back though, so the Vicious won't quite finish him off there. That might go far enough.
RCB need to hold this spot. They just want consistent points in the meantime. DXavier spotted one and the flush over towards Voin Donkey ID. They took a knock, but it looks like they may be able to get that res. I think it was the drop down there. Nades continue to go on forwards into this fight, though, as RCB looking to get everyone back and healthy, stopping the Vicious from moving on forwards. The wide sweep out the side, but Rez is already down, looking to get flushed away, but Wild is knocked in response. And the Vicious looking to draw RCB short here. The Molotov to keep them safe. They really want this res onto Wild.
That's a good res. Good Molotov as well off the back of it, getting Kimmers back up again. Loxy now must hold off versus these two players. Sends one nade and has to immediately send back. Kimmers just sending more Molotovs through. They're going to run straight through it with the pump shotgun. David takes a burn, but it's not enough. And RCB slowly losing players.
That lineup from the sidelines there and the backlines from Diminor is so brutal for RCB, and they could fall down here, Blank, in the last game. 78 points. They need anything they can get. 1 point, confirm the flush. Wild looks for the cross, but will not find it. Diminor still a brutal presence for them. Loxy on the doorframe for RCB, trying to keep Turkey alive here, and now needs to step into the breach. Backed off and will not give the angle. The Vicious surrounding the Sharks in the water, and a knock onto the sidelines. The third party from Loops to maybe give RCB an opening. A step out wide and into the fight they go, but they're giving it topsy-turvy, and around the sidelines they're into the fight in the building. Loxy still on the doorframe, and Wild wants this desperately, but there's just nothing given.
RCB underneath, a massive fight on the sidelines as well between Team Liquid and Loops. I doubt that's going too far, but it's more important what we're seeing right now on our screens. RCB versus the Vicious. RCB just need to confirm more points. Realistically, they should get that flush over towards the last player. Stop giving info across. Lockseed under stairs.
Oh no!
Will go down, leaving it just up to Wild now.
Takes one, takes two, and RCB are out. Blank. They got 1 point there. No, they didn't even get that. That was taken away. 78 points now, and an opening for D+ Kia, for 4MV, for 77, to try and push them all the way down. They did so well today, but they've been dispatched by the Vicious. Now, the Falcons have Stalwart to deal with as we tune on over to this fight. Stalwart need massive points here, but the Falcons have been brutal. Punishing to the rest of the lobby, and are we going to see our first team confirmed out? I mean, Team Liquid, they have fallen by the wayside, confirmed not to be going through, but the Stalwart, they're faltering, they're stumbling around the hillsides from Falcons.
Down to one last player, Octaguri. Trying to keep his team in this one. Falcons, they do not give a damn. They will take any fight anywhere. They're so far confirmed. They send over the top. Such confidence in the face of these teams. BTR up towards Mirren Sejong. A messy fight, and that is Mirren Sejong out. 12th place, they will not be joining us for the Grand Finals.
We've seen Stalwart eliminated. The hot drop at the start of the day spelled doom. They never recovered after it. And in 10th place and potentially lower, they will take the knee. Mirren Sejong as well. In their group stage, Blank, they were a top 3 contender, and now down in 12th place, they meet their demise.
DXavier were sent back by 4MV earlier on, but the knock was stolen away by Voin Donkey on high, currently the guard dogs of 4MV. DXavier now in an engagement between them and Loops. DXavier at 3 players. I think it's unlikely that they'll have a performance required to get themselves up towards the top 6 now. But for RCB, they are going to be starting to sweat, because what a terrifying position to be in at just 14 minutes into the game.
4MV's point scoring potential here, Blank, fairly limited. Under the purview of Voin Donkey ID, despite being 3 players, they are still locked in, right? They were looking for consistent points here. To chase towards RCB's tally, I think maybe a long shot. 77 can sweep through the outside. I think they have a high point scoring potential, but it's going to be difficult. I'm also looking at D+ Kia on the south edge of that Major Pride compound. They are looking pretty tidy away onto that position and could get a lot of value. Up on that high ground from the ridgeline, I think D+ Kia also could do it. So 77 and D+ Kia, the 2 teams I think could ascend to take out RCB.
For 4MV, life does get a little bit easier on this next shift, potentially. If it moves off from that high ground on the west, Voin Donkey ID is forced to move off that high ground. They might have to shift over towards that northeast side, in which case 4MV can pick up some points. Technically, although Donkey has been guarding for 4MV. It will now be 4MV being the gatekeepers for Donkey ID. So heading towards this next circle with Reefus on that outpost towards the eastern side. But this has to be a good fight for 4MV.
They need it so desperately. 77. The last rollout now, potentially to go down, but they actually just navigate all the way around IWNRX. The south side open to Incilio, though, and Redlick wastes no time. Opens the cannons. But there is an answer. Fash actually rebuffed here, and up to the top of the hill. 77. Somehow give him the slip. Drop the shoulder, slide under the elbow, and IWNRX don't have them in a headlock anymore.
Yeah, IWNRX are now in a tricky scenario going forward because 77 ahead of them. I think the smart decision to make here for IWNRX is start to roll out because they are in nade range. And in this divot, they could get some good ordnance across over towards them. D Plus in a strong spot now as well. Donkey ID did move out over towards that northeast side, and 4MV had nothing to say about it.
D Plus Kier on the high ground. I mean, with that slip that 77 gave them, now they counterpoint them on the other side of this high ground. And I thought that they were going to have a difficult game, but now blank, there are 3 teams doggedly pursuing that 78-point mark for RCB.
77 continue to send down towards that southwest side, get themselves a good position to hold out both loops as well as D Xavier. Some great nades from D Plus, but a little bit short on the push. Everyone goes through and Palucci dodges it masterfully.
Limbo Boom has been spotted there. Frozen actually finding a little angle, and that is the back line for 77. The 2 players that stayed up on high, the 2-2 split for them still in action. We'll see if they can keep that one going. But in the meantime, Major Pride and D Plus Kia going to be locked into this fight. I think, is that the back line for 77 completely gone now? Is the Ascendant over the ridgeline? Hang on a minute, no. IWNRX? Have they just fallen? What has gone on in the picture-in-picture? I've been looking at this fight, but goodness me. There is action all over the map. Major Pride looking to keep this push going. D Plus Kier not giving an inch. The nades are funneling their way into the gaps now. Major Pride can't find an opening. Nolbu finally presents a little angle for them to try and exploit, and immediately they descend. Like hounds at the smell of blood, they roll around the edge, but Nolbu's ready for it. Suppression for Fabian as he steps out to keep his team safe.
IWNRX moving to this fight, but what's more concerning is the fact that Doc's down, as is his teammate Apex versus Donkey ID, leaving him with just 2 players now, John. And 4MV's hopes, as have 77, dashed by the wayside.
2 players for 4MV, 2 for 77. Desperately clinging on. It all rests on what happens in this fight, blank. The opportunity to jump up could be opened if Major Pride from the bottom of the tables win this fight against D Plus Kier on the bubble. 67 points they've got, and they are not out of the woods yet.
D Plus inside the building, lacking on nades now. Major Pride continuing to assault this location. Circle shifts over towards 77. Magnum and Zadira both trying to confirm spots in the circles for themselves. Out pushes D+. Evo Station has nothing to say against it. And it is a quick takedown there from D+. Sit themselves now at 70 points. In comes BTR, looking to clean out the final players here from 77.
But Magnum grips desperately to life. A nade cooking now. 2 players from BTR in the same shack. If he clocks it, it's good. But the Molotov's there and burning away. 77 falls short of the mark. It's all up to 4MV to change the destiny of D Plus Kier. But to get to 70 points, they need D Plus Kier to go down now before the placements start to kick in.
To even have a chance, and Baron's down, leaving it just with Reefus. And D Plus from the high ground may have to do absolutely nothing here.
Donkey ID with shots over towards the Vicious. Loops as well. Looking to move them aside. Loops for a second may think that they have an opportunity. The placement's starting to come through, so we're at least now at 71 points for D Plus Kier. Loops with 7, putting them up on 59 blank, meaning they are 11 points behind at the minimum. Depending on how far D Plus Kier can go from this north side, that is the target they need to set for themselves.
Reefus, the Lone Ranger. 4MV knows it's over. Again, it's that tactic that always catches teams off guard. Trying to play too safe when you've got to go further than that. Sitting underneath Voin Donkey ID, allowing them to get out on that northeast side. Disastrous. Loops as well. A team that was chasing loses another player to Voin Donkey ID, leaving them as one player. And now there is no other team chasing other than 4MV with a very small chance. And I think with that, D+ might have just secured their spot.
The bubble lower than we expected. We'll see how high it pushes with D+ Kia's position, but our top 6 seem all but done for now. They are locked away. The Falcons with a day-to-day to rival any I've ever seen, Blank. They have managed to push so far, so high. At the end of yesterday, they were able to get to, what is it? 43 points, I think, they were able to find on yesterday. The fact that they were on 128 plus 8 now, this is a record-breaking day for the Falcons to find the top spot, and D+ Kia now have another fight.
And it is because they don't have any pressure on them. Falcons is a team that has suffered from success in the past. The fact that they consistently get up towards the top side of lobbies so many times but unable to take it, that pressure was crushing for them. Like 1,000 feet deep in the ocean. It was absolutely smothering, and the fact that they got in and then suddenly they performed like this, there's no other reason for it for the fact that they're having fun with the game again.
2 players on the south side. Blank, they need 143 points to get the century. And right now, they are on such a close margin, but D+ Kia just looking to close this one down. Fabian with the backlines under control. They move back into the fight with Zedwolf around the underside, under the bonnet, slipping the pipes there, but unfortunately can't quite catalytic convert it into a point score there. And now it's just Nolbu at the backline to move in for Swain, a 1v1 against IWNRX to keep D+ Kia alive, and of course they could do it. 6 points now, and they push the bubble even higher.
And this will confirm it. For D+, a great fight, and lovely to see Nolbu finish it off. The lad that was pushing D+ to be more aggressive since their group stage. And it has panned out, and it's worked out. And although D+ will be making it in at a 6th place, potentially even up towards a 5th here, knocking RCB down slightly. This is a really good result for them. So pleased. 9 eliminations now for the Falcons as East continues to pursue more points alongside with Icy.
I mean, it's still, they've just got 10. Blank, they're on 138 points. They are 6 points shy of a 100-point day. The placements are starting to kick in as well. 5 teams remaining. A couple more elims. 4MV go down. Things get messy on the north side. It can change here. A nade over for Reefus finds Icy. But that is just the flush. East still stands, but he's under a lot of pressure now.
I have no idea how East is still alive, by the way. He's on 1 HP after that nade. It's unfortunate they didn't get the full flush down. And 4MV once again has to play very slowly. D+ losing to Voin Donkey ID, who have been quiet today, but finally sit things up. And imagine if 4MV was in their location.
The crossfire finds Vexy, though, and D+ Kia looking to move forwards their west side point. And that is the Falcons out, eliminated 5th place, 10 elims. Not quite the 100-point day, but it is monumental nonetheless. And now all we have to do is close it down. Our top 6 all but decided here as D+ Kia want to go as far as possible. Secure that spot, maybe get to the 5th place. I think they might have already done it here. They're 8 elims, a 3rd place guaranteed. 5 points chalked up already on those placements. And with Voin Donkey on the ropes, they might be able to finish it out.
Even removing their opposition in 4MV as well, right at these last moments. D+ knew what needed to be done, and this is what I'm talking about. For RCB, as well as 4MV, great report coming from 7. They're both going to play safe. I do not agree with that mentality going into the last match. You've got to give it your all. And that's exactly what D+ do here.
It's likely we're looking at a 78-point bubble blank on RCB's scoreline. Going down at 0. They've been sweating this entire time, but it has unfolded in their favor. The fates were on their side this time around. And over to London they go. They will make that trip, but will they be able to go further than that? We'll have to wait and see. as December rolls around the corner. BTR with their final shout into this one too. But it is too little, too late.
BTR, Voin Donkey ID, and D+. The Count's looking for a chicken dinner at the end of the day to take to them to London for the special banquet held by the Counts themselves. All slowing down here. D+ is worried about how many points other teams has got, which is why they're taking this slow. They want to get a second place, really confirm their location in the standings.
No one with south side control over the road. BTR on the ridgeline could just get opened up on. One Donkey ID. Shooting out a rhythm here. As our team seem to know it's all done. It's all tied up. Pretty little bow put on top of our top 6 as D+ Kia. They have gone the distance. They've made it work for themselves. Getting a little bit more bold with it when other teams didn't. This crossing to the south side, the other side of the road here for Lapar. I mean, this is discipline for BTR, and this is a good game for them. He finds the shot onto Razak, and Nolbu shuts it down. A 1-2 punch from either side. 9 eliminations found for D+ Kia. Voin Donkey ID eliminated for the final time in these league stages, but they'll be going to London. And D+ Kia will join them.
Last day, last match, last circle, last chance, but not the last time we'll see D+. They look to finish off BTR in front of them. Nolbu once again leading the charge for the team. A nade downside should do a lot of damage. And can D+ finish this now with a chicken dinner?
The nade drops short. Chips is spotted, but he's lighting them up something awful. BTR finally get the knock. Nolbu's already healing. Does he have any more nades? Does he have any more pushing power? Seems like he's going to go for it. I mean, he has to. Why not? Nade back up on high, right to Nolbu's feet. He darts out the way of one. The second is there to put the punishment down. And 3, 2, 1, bang, goes the dynamite up to the high ground. BTR close down the game. They will find the final chicken dinner, but it is not enough to get them all the way. Tempered celebrations here for the Indonesian Bigatron Knights, and it is elation for D+ here, a second place and a spot in the finals.
A great day for a lot of our teams, and for MV, a quiet ending for them, 77 similarly. But for D+, they took it all the way to the end. They did not play safe, they played dangerous, and it paid off.
Paid off massively here for D+, and I think you can see on Fabian's face as well, like how much it kind of means going to the last game, have a finish like that. I mean, Osal, he was the player we talked about when it came to groups, but Nolbu, man, he has played phenomenally for D+. Definitely one of the reasons they were able to qualify here for the Grand Finals.
Dude, masterfully played from Nolbu in that 5 versus Major Pride. Even IWNRX to some extent, like he clutched it up and kept the hope alive for his team at the biggest time of need here, Hot Juke, to make sure they remain in the top 6. And yeah, I gotta say, not only Nolbu and Fabian, everyone I feel like on the team has been doing good. Chips too had his incredible moment during the league stage. This is a team that, sure, maybe faltered every once in a while, but I think the more they gain experience in these global events, like the more of a threat they're going to become, as they should be now heading to London.
Absolutely, man. That reaction was crazy. Like, these guys made it, but it looked like they just lost years off their life from all that stress, bro. It is so tough at this stage. I mean, to be able to perform like that, and that's what makes me so happy for D+ Kia, right? Because you know, you don't get moments like this very often. And I always say the hardest thing to teach at this level is clutch. You know, to be able to have those calm nerves, to be able to play the game that you normally need to in those really desperate positions. So D+ Kia just got one of the most valuable lessons you can learn here, and they were able to get that done. So it makes me a lot more confident for them going into the Grand Finals.
You know, it's a shame, you know, Bigatron picking up the last chicken dinner here of the league stage, and we're not really talking about too much because it's unfortunate for them. They're not going to really have any chance to qualify even with that victory, but it kind of blows my mind as you go into this whole event looking at all the SCA teams we have, your Vampires, your DXaviers, your Ultra Egos, etc., and only one team gets through, and it's Voin Donkey, and they were the last to qualify.
The team least expected. Yeah, least expected team, but the amount of improvements we've witnessed from this team, Jason, is incredible. I would not even say one of the biggest step-ups and improvements we've seen this year's PMGC. Like, as a whole, throughout all PMGCs we've seen, I would say this is one of the biggest step-ups we've seen from a squad ever. It is that good of a step-up they've been able to showcase us this tournament. And I gotta tell you, if they maintain this kind of play style going in the finals, like, it's gonna be tough. I'm not saying they're gonna win it, but it is the kind of playstyle, Hodrix, that wins you global titles. And so far, it has definitely been the biggest step up for me.
For sure. And what a way to finish this day. It was so awesome to watch. And it just makes me so hyped to watch London.
And there's still a lot of preparations for all these teams. We talk about adaptations, but the finals, it's only 3 days, man. You don't have much time to adapt, and you're definitely gonna start to favor those teams that were able to do so. And we looked at like all the EMEA teams who qualified, seeing some teams from China make it through as well. I mean, you got Guild Esports waiting. For Guild Esports, I feel like this is probably the roughest situation to be in, because you don't have the experience of basically playing for almost a month against the best teams in the world to prepare you for what's coming into this. So hopefully for them, they're going to be taking a look at those scrims and playing very seriously, because they have a lot of work to put in such a short amount of time, because we're only really just like 2 weeks away from kicking off the grand finals here, gentlemen.
Yeah, I mean, Guild are going to be asking for daily scrims, Jason. Like, we want to train against these teams. We're going to desperately need it. But here we go, looking at the rankings, of course, a few points. But man, Falcons, what was that? 4 double-digit elimination games, almost 100 points on the day?
Crazy,
what?
dude.
Like, and the thing is, the eliminations, Hodrix, aren't coming from the typical players you would expect, right? It's not your top out there or like Issa. It's action, and Icy in particular. The Icy's like, is he a fragger now? Is that his new role? Because it kind of suits him.
I mean, that's for sure. I mean, if you combine all their points like together, their average is unbelievable for a team, especially at this stage against these squads in last chance, where their entire years of work is on the line for the Falcons to just dominate this lobby. And it's so insane to watch. And these guys are a big threat around the corner.
See, I don't know if they're a big threat. I mean, I'm not disagreeing. So. When they hit their stride, they can put up massive numbers. But I look back to PMWC, massive letdown. I look back at the fall season of CSA, not that great of a performance. It was okay enough to get it here. We look at the group stage, not great either. Even in survival stage, it didn't look great. And yet they come into this and they show what they truly can do. I mean, if they can replicate that performance today over across 3 days, they're going to win PMGC Grand Finals for sure. No doubt in my mind. But we don't know what Falcons are going to show up as when we get to the finals here, Max.
Yeah, are we going to get good Falcons or like meh Falcons? It's the question of the hour for Falcons throughout all of 2024, it seems, and that might also be the case for the PMGC Grand Finals, but they stepped up and we know what they can do here, Jason, and I hope they can do it once again heading over into London as Lapaz MVP of the last game. You know what? GG. Oh, well played.
I don't care about that MVP. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm looking towards the finals, man, and Hot Jukes. It's like, I have a feeling in my gut, if you could talk about your gut,
all right,
that the winner of PMGC this year isn't going to be one of those standard picks. It's not going to be Alpha 7 or Falcons or one of the likely names. I feel like there's a good potential. It might be one of these newcomers like Encilio, Voidonki. Like, there's a lot of potential here that could pull off an upset.
Hey, I'll tell you what. Keep an eye on the Vicious, dude. That's one team I am so proud of how they were able to get here. 3 chicken dinners in last chance, the most out of any other team. And they're confident, man. You heard it from their player himself in the interview earlier on with Seven. He said that we are the best when it comes to Sandhawk. They have so much confidence going into that next stage. I have high hopes now when it comes to winning. That would be like the biggest upset of like the century for sure, or PUBG Mobile history. But when it comes to maybe getting a good top finish, I think it's definitely possible for them.
Well, taking a look here at our overall rankings, here are your 6 teams to get through to the grand finals. We have Falcons in first, Encilio, Voidonki, the Vicious, D+ Kia, and of course Regnum Karya Bra, the only team from Turkey to qualify into the grand finals. Silas going to have a chance at redemption from last year.
Always going to try. It's been 2 years and he's going to try his best to claim that trophy once more. And he kind of turned off the machine at the end, Jason. They got a 0-point game. Like, we done what we had to do. 2 second places, chicken dinner. That's what we needed to make in top 6. But man, massive upset here for the CSA region with 4MV. I'd have to say, Jason, after what we've seen them do in PMSL CSA, they're not performing the way we expected going into this tournament. They just have a global event curse right now for MV. They struggle so much to play the way they do in CSA and bring it over here, and that transition, unfortunately, does cost their spot to the London Grand Finals.
Yeah, it is a shame indeed, especially seeing, what was it, Doc was a top 10 player in PMWC when his team finished 11th. Same with Frozen, where his team finished 14th and he was top 10. As I look down the rest of the list here, I mean, Loops, Bigatron, Stalwart. I think for Stalwart, again, in my opinion, it was great to see them, how the performance we saw. They were definitely a formidable force, and considering they're like a newcomer team, only really playing in the fall season, not really a big background of these players as well when it comes to any big events. To see them get this far, I think is definitely a good sign. But also Mir and Sejong, Jukes, obviously in group stage, they came so close to making it through the grand finals directly.
Yeah.
But it gives me hopes for them. And it gives me hopes for South Korea as well to really start pushing out even more teams in the future.
Yeah, I mean, it's good to be able to see Mir and Sejong, perform the way they did. It sucks because, we can only have 6 teams make it, and when it comes to last chains, it's definitely underwhelming, for them. But at the end of the day, it's all about progress. You can't win them all. Hopefully you just go home, turn things around and make it happen. Another team that I'm really feeling rough about, it's got to be Team Liquid, dude. 3 points today out of 6 matches. Knight's not going to be happy. Hopefully these guys can just go hit those books and then come back strong next year.
As a quick side note here, what we have on the screen, Max, when was the last time we saw Icy be the MVP of the day?
I don't know, man. Usually, the normal contenders for the title here. Sure, they've been doing great. We saw Top being on the top 4 fraggers or damage dealers at least, and even Action having some clutch moments to help qualify them in the first place on the first day and even during survival. But yeah, is Icy like the 4th fragger of the team now? Again, it seems like now you're in a meta where your 4 players need to have that fragging potential. I think Icy was kind of lacking behind, but he's back up there, and they've been stealing eliminations. They got 12, and they were still going to qualify anyways, but it's cool. Yeah, good stealing eliminations from teams. And again, if we get this Falcons we witnessed today, Jason, in the grand finals, that trophy could maybe finally be given away of Falcons.
Well, it's going to be tough. Considering I think Last Chance was probably the most competitive lobby we've had in terms of like the skill difference between all these teams. But going into the grand finals now, you cannot forget about the 9 teams who already qualified from groups. We haven't talked about them in such a long time. You cannot forget about, you have Team Spirit, DRX, Alpha 7, Navi, TJB, Nigma Galaxy, Brute Force, Influence Rage, and Thunder Talk. They're all waiting in the grand finals. So Falcons, yes, you can do that in this lobby at the moment, but it only gets more tough from here on for every team out there. And I feel like that's where we're going to see what true champion can shine, when you can adapt to that lobby and still dominate.
Dude, it just reminds me of like a story where, you got Falcons just winning a battle that looks so crazy in the middle of a forest, and they're just all happy, they're excited, and then all of a sudden, just from the shadows, you just see like red eyes, and that's Alpha 7 and all the rest of those squads, man, because they have just been sitting, watching the entire time, ready to strike. So yeah, it's great to see these guys pop off in Last Chance. I'm glad they got these extra weapons, because oh damn, are they gonna need them.
Yeah, those teams I've been watching, as you said, Hot Jukes, and they're ready to work. They've been to work for a minute for the grand finals to get ready for that stage, and they're going to come out swinging for sure. And I got a few teams that I'm very excited to see how they're going to perform. I'm just looking at Alpha 7 here, Hot Jukes. Can they do the back-to-back here, PMWC into PMGC? Finally, they've broken the curse and claimed the trophy once more. That would be an insane achievement for the Brazilian squad, and with how they've been playing in the league stage in their group, I think there's a very high chance they repeat that success once more.
I kind of like that storyline. I think it would be sick to see Alpha 7 win PMGC, especially, falter on the last day last year. But at the same time, Max, I feel like the perfect way to close out our 2024 year of PUBG Mobile Esports is a team we never expected taking the victory. It's been the year of uncertainty, and it's only been shown at PMWC and now here in Last Chance. I don't know who you're feeling to win it all, Max. I feel like you're probably going to lean towards Alpha 7. I don't need to ask 7 because he's always due Brazil. Hot Jukes, if you're going to look at this, who would you kind of favor?
Oh, man. I'm a big Alpha 7 fan myself. I got the jersey here. It says World Champions on it for a reason, so I'm excited to see what they do. I think Brute Force has been interesting to watch, too. I mean, I think they definitely surprised a lot of other people. I think one team that's going to definitely warm up towards the end, though, it's got to be TJB.
I mean, it's only 3 days, right? So if your day 3 is your real day 1 here for TJB, it won't be looking too good, Jukes.
That's true, man.
Hey,
who are you thinking?
I mean, we're forgetting something, guys. Incilio's going to win if they get like 3 hovercrafts. They have 2. They will not have full power. You give them the hovercraft, it's an easy win. But no, for real, I would say
no, that's a good point,
anyone
though.
can make it.
Because I feel like, Max, the longer we went on in this league stage, the more and more hovercrafts we saw and how more meta-defining it kind of became.
It's very meta. Like, if you have a military circle shift, everyone wants to just get to the coast or the river, get that hovercraft instantly because you can just make that transition, or you just do a team spirit, you put a car on the boat. It's like technically a hovercraft. It kind of works out, but it's very meta.
You put a boat on a hovercraft and you take it with you to the water on the other side of the map.
Oh my god! I wonder if I can beat the dragon with that. That seems sick. I'll have to try.
Throw it at him, dude, at this point. Yeah, hovercraft OP as long as it's not upside down.
Oh yeah, yes. Of course.
Yes.
So maybe we should, while we get things right, I know Seven's trying to get some interviews ready to go on the stage here. Maybe give a quick little recap of like what were some of your highlight moments over the course of this entire event. Jukes, not to put you on the spot, but we're going to start with you.
Yeah, man, dude, I mean, it's been crazy to watch here. The surprising teams that we saw have been amazing. A big shock that all the large names that we really expected to clutch it up didn't. I mean, I'm so shocked that we saw Vampire have such a terrible day 1 performance. That's something that I think really sticks with me. Team Liquid having a really bad day 2 performance here as well is not too good. But you know what? I mean, a lot of newcomers are definitely getting it going here, and it's so crazy here in Last Chance how fast we saw those rotations. We're in Sejong, who during the group stage were beating everybody out to the center, and then they come here towards Last Chance, and they don't even get close, Max.
Yeah, it was a tough one. But if I had to highlight, I could talk about so many teams here, Jason. I could go for ages. But if I want to take one team as like, this is the one that really is the highlight for the group stage and the league stage of this year's PMGC, I have to go to Voin Donkey ID. I think that the amount of improvement they've been able to showcase over the course of 2-3 weeks here during the league stage, going to survival, then into the last chance, has been truly incredible. One of the biggest comeback stories we have seen in PMGC, in my opinion. And I just hope it can be rewarded going in the grand finals with a good finish, and that would be the perfect finish for this squad at the end of 2024.
I'm gonna throw a wild one your ways because I don't think you guys remember this, but I'm gonna have to just do it one more time just for the sake, to see Max's sad face. And I don't know if he's ever gonna guess what I'm gonna say here. Ultra Ego not making it in the group stage. I mean, whatever you think SCA, I think Ultra Ego is one of like the best teams. I mean, Rosemary, there's always these conversations about who's the best player in the world, and Rosemary's names always gets thrown in there, but they faltered in the group stage, unfortunately, when it was group red, and they finished 18th place at 101 points. But not to mention, not only them, our previous year's winner, IHC, they got knocked out in the group stage as well. So it's really a year of uncertainty, really a year of like, you just don't know what's going to happen. Though I do feel like IHC was a little bit more expected from our side, Max, after watching them over in CSA.
No Everest finish, Jason. No mountain finish. It was unfortunate for them. But yeah, I mean, we said it very early on, right? The fact that IHC did not qualify means we are 100% sure to have a new world champion right now. We're going into PMGC 2024 over in London, so it's going to be an exciting time to crown a new team, to put their name over on that really sick trophy, Jason, and see who's going to be taking it home. But yeah, Ultra Ego, it's yeah, you just had to do that. That was my weakness, and you got me. Good job.
Well, don't worry, I got one more for you. I got not for you. For Hot Jukes, Furia. I feel like they were the team to ever contest like Alpha 7 when it came to Brazil, though we obviously have seen some changes in recent times. Them not qualifying through, I think, was also a big surprise.
Yeah, also not too good. Yeah, I mean, it's so crazy. This was just a big like tournament of upsets for sure. I think London's going to be really fun to watch, but I hope all these teams practice their shooting range circles.
Yeah, we've had a lot of interesting zones over the course of these last 3-4 weeks time, but we're also going to have some interesting interviews, as I hear Seven is ready on stage with winner interviews from all of our 6 teams who qualified into the grand finals.
just like that, in a blink of an eye, 2024 PMGC League stage has ended, and we know everybody that's going to be in the Grand Finals in London, so why not? Let's get a chance to talk to them. I'm going to start with none other than Top from Falcons. You guys had a roller coaster of a year, from the disappointments at PMWC to the struggles in this PMGC. What have you guys learned throughout this process that's going to help you in the Grand Finals, and what place will you finish in London?
Энэ жил танаа багийнхан маш их адал явдалтай яг унал төсөлтөж жил байсан. Тэгээд эндээс яг юу сурсан бэ? Тэгээд Лондонд очиод яг аль байрын хэдгээр байранд орох вэ?
За энэ жилийн үед яг унал босолттой жил байлаа. Тэгээд Лондонд очиод ер нь өмнө жилийнхээ дутуу үлдээсэн зүйлээ ерөнхийдөө аавна гэж очино. Тэгээд одоо л яг яаж тоглохоо ойлгож байна гэх юм.
For this year, it was like up and down year for us, and now we are like learning more about like how to play, how to perform, and like in London, like we will take like what is left there like from last year.
I hope that's the case, Tom. I hope that's the case. And I have Mansoor from Incilio. Incilio, you guys are honestly one of the biggest surprise out of this PMGC. What have you guys learned throughout this PMGC besides the experience that you will take to the Grand Finals and hopefully will help you lift a brand new PMGC trophy?
Чему вы научились на этом PMGC, кроме опыта? Что ты можешь об этом сказать?
Мы научились играть сглаженно вместе с командой и улучшили свою коммуникацию. Для меня этот турнир очень важен был, и мы прошли на гранд-финал, так как вы видите. В этом же году я начал свой киберспорт, сцену в киберспорт, и прошел на PMGC Grand Final. У меня прям бешеные эмоции, так как вы видите.
Throughout the PMGC, except from the experience, we learned how to get better in the communication as a team play. This is my first PMGC ever, and this is my first pro career, my first year in a pro as a pro player. So yeah, we're gonna show the best. And as you can see, I don't have words to describe my feelings right now. So yeah, I'm just glad I made it to the PMGC on my first year to the Grand Finals.
That is a great achievement. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Top, because those are some great achievements, and you guys can go ahead and walk out, because I want to get a chance to talk to some of the other players from the top 6. And we're going to continue on that order. And the next one is going to be none other than another big surprise throughout this PMGC. Actually, 2 big surprises throughout this PMGC. The first one, I'm going to start with the man that sprayed me in the face earlier with some water. None other than Potato. Along the lines of Incilio, this is a lot of your players' first time in PMGC. Your coach, Deji, was able to do some amazing things during group stages to get you to be where you need to be mentality-wise. What can you guys take away from this league stage 2 Grand Finals to hopefully be first place?
Oke, ya seperti yang semua orang tahu, yang kamu pemain yang punya experience, tetapi anak-anak kamu juga bisa dibilang first timer lah di tingkat global kan. Jadi dari pandangan kamu sendiri, apa yang bisa kamu bawa dari league stage ini ke grand final nanti supaya kamu bisa mendapatkan kejuaraan?
Yang kita bawa sih lebih ke kayak kelihatan lah di hari terakhir ini juga dari segi mental mereka dan semuanya goyang. Jadi lebih ke arah segi mental sih, karena kalau dari segi gameplay kita cukup percaya diri buat dipakai buat ke grand final besok.
Okay, so basically I think the most important lesson that we learned from throughout the league stage, basically the mental side. I mean, I think from this last day, I can see that my players, their mental is not that ready to play in grand final. So I think that is the most preparation that we need to prepare lah. That's the first homework that we need to be done. So yeah, I think it's a mental.
And with that, you know what, Potato? I want you to look into the camera for me. And I want you to tell us, with the mentality and the confidence that you guys currently have, what place will you finish at grand finals?
Oke, jadi coba lihat di kamera, bilang di kamera dengan secara ya emang kamu udah siap ke Grand Final. Berapakah hashtag yang kamu bakal dapat di Grand Final nanti?
Top 3 and kita bisa juara lah. Sangat-sangat berpotensi buat juara, cukup gede.
Alright, so basically I'm gonna aim for the top 3 and yeah, we are optimistic that we're gonna try to take the throne. Yeah.
I respect it. And with the changes that your great coach, Steffi, has made, I'm pretty sure you guys more than likely will end up in that top 3. Now I'm going to move here to none other than Bruno from the Vicious. You guys end up finishing in 4th place. Once again, I feel like this whole PMGC League stage of 2024 is so unpredictable. I'll be honest, I didn't have you to be in the top 4. You proved me wrong, and you've been proving a lot of people wrong that doubted you. Do you have anything to say to those people that doubted you in the position that you're currently at, and what place will the Vicious finish in Grand Finals?
I think that we believe us. We know that we have the potential to do a good job in the Grand Finals. I think that we go fight for the Grand Finals. We are preparing the mental side principle, and we go come for the Grand Finals to fight and to prove that all the people that think that we go eliminated off the group stage, they are wrong. We go do this and we go fight strong.
Well, I appreciate you guys. Thank you so much for your time, and I wish you guys the best.
Thank you, my friend.
Hopefully you guys do amazing, and I'm saying everybody, hopefully they do amazing, because honestly, throughout the month that I got a chance to meet a lot of these players, getting a chance to talk to them, getting a chance to get into their mind of how they think about this game, it has been amazing. And I have none other than now Ozal with me. Ozal, a lot of inconsistency with the team, but you guys were able to narrow it down here at the end. Along the lines of what I'm asking the other players as well, what have you learned in this stage that you can take to the Grand Finals to help you become the champion?
그룹 스테이지 그리고 서바이벌 스테이지에서 무슨 경험은 배웠어서 그랜드 파이널에서 좀 성장할 거인지 모르시 좀 부탁합니다.
그랜드 파이널에서 일단 그룹 스테이지랑 서바이벌 스테이지를 경험을 하면서 조금 저희들이 조금 실수가 많은 부분들이 좀 느꼈었고, 그거를 조금 수정을 하면서 또한 이제 다른 팀들도 굉장히 잘한다고 느꼈고요. 그래서 조금 더 정신 차릴 수 있게 좀 멘탈리티를 좀 생각을 했던 것 같고요. 그랜드 파이널 가서는 좀 준비 잘하면은 네, 잘할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 가서.
So in the group stage, also survival stage, we made some mistakes, but we're gonna learn from it. Also, other teams made it really good, and I'm gonna learn from this experience. And our team has some like mental problem before. It's not a big issue, but we're gonna collect all our thoughts, and I think we can do good in the final stage.
Well, best of luck to you. You guys have been a pleasure to watch, and I know Maxman back at home watching your guys' game has been a big fan. I'm gonna be moving on now to none other than Regnum Karya Bra. Silas with me. Silas, you guys were able to pull it through. You're gonna continue the streak of Grand Finals. What does that mean to you and your team?
Valla çıktınız altıya. 5 kere PMG'ye girdin. Şimdi çıktın, ne yapacaksın?
Yani hedefim şampiyon olmak ilk öncelikle tabii ki de. İlk 6'ya çıktığım için de mutluyuz, gururluyum.
He said that he's really happy that he make it the top 6, but his goal to make it become the Grand Final PMGC.
Okay. Well, you are a champion before in 2022. You know what it takes to get there, to be that champion once again. With everything that you have learned, what have you taken from this experience that will help you in the Grand Finals?
Valla 2022'de şampiyon oldun. Şimdi bu turnuvalarda ne öğrendin ki bir daha şampiyon olma şansını kazanmak için?
Yani çok fazla tecrübe edindim bu zamana kadar. Gene bu turnuvada bana çok büyük bir tecrübe oldu. Özellikle her sene takım değiştirdiğimiz için çok fazla ilerleme kaydedemiyorduk. Yani çok şey biliyorum şu an. O yüzden... Neydi soru? Nasıl oluyor? Ha. Yani tecrübeliyim yani.
Through all PMGC, he changed a lot of teams, so he got a lot of experience. He's 5 PMGC experience, so we are hoping to use all of it to make the grand final, be the grand final.
I'm pretty sure you're definitely going to be using that experience. Thank you so much, Silas. Thank you so much, Osal. Because, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the teams that are going to be going to the grand finals. We have everybody said, make sure you tune in on December 6th when grand finals in London for PMGC 2024 start. And let us know, who do you think is going to be the champion?
All right, well, 7 there's basically doing my job. I don't need to really say much more than that, as it's going to be coming down to the 6th and 8th of December for you guys at home who are watching, and you can root on who you think is going to be the champion. And gentlemen, I mean, obviously good to hear from those teams. Also, Osa talking about, you know, they know they made a lot of mistakes. They have a lot to learn from. And thing is, I feel like at the grand finals, you have to be playing perfect almost the entire time if you legitimately want a chance to take home that title.
Yeah, I mean, improvements have been made for multiple teams here, but it's gonna be an intense week and a bit, Jason, before those teams do make over to London. Of course, fixing those mistakes, analyzing your competition, because the teams that just qualified today, they need to start looking at the wider picture. Like, okay, the teams that already qualified through groups, we now need to prepare for them. And if they qualified directly through groups, guess what? They are going to be a big threat going into London. So, yeah, it's going to be an intense week. We might not see it, but I can tell you they're going to be very much hard at work.
Gonna have a day off now and be able to go relax and celebrate. But honestly, if I were them, I wouldn't be doing any of that, considering the biggest event of your life is literally just 2 weeks away.
Yep. Perfection is required, guys. Man, I hope you guys got your calendars marked. I'm gonna be watching for sure. Unfortunately, I won't be there in person, but I will be watching. So I hope to see some crazy action. Boys, good luck.
Well, hopefully, Jukes, if you're not going to be there, you can at least watch on your Infinix GT20 Pro. You can watch like the pros. That doesn't quite have the ring as playing like the pros with 120 FPS, 144 hertz AMOLED screen. All right, Max, show us what you got.
Got a nice wallpaper of London in preparation, Jason. Got the Big Ben right there. And yeah, I thought it looked nice. There you go.
Yeah, well, you know, you can see that in person as well. If you go pick up some tickets to the grand final, 6th to 8th of December, you can go watch your favorite players go head-to-head live to see who's the crowned champion, and also participate in some activities and fun that all London has to offer you. But gentlemen, it's been a pleasure working with you the last, 3-4 weeks of time. But that pretty much does it here for us. We're done with the league stage. That leaves only the grand finals left, 6th of 8th December. Make sure you guys put that in your calendars, because you're not going to want to miss this year's finals. Will it be a team you expect like Alpha 7, or could it be a newcomer? It's only one way to find out, and it's on December 6th.
Go that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Making me when we dip, we can meet my side. In the dark of the bits with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of rings getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Wait, so lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, fire, yeah, more fire, pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the real. Gonna confirm that we're lit in the field. We're taking the block, bringing inferno, we're breaking the locks, bringing the heat like we're bringing the heart. Pure fire, yeah, more fire. Go that fire, pure fire, yeah, pure fire. Go that fire, pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Wait, so lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, pure fire, pure fire, more fire. Go that fire, pure fire, yeah. More fire. Pure fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Wait, so lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, wild, fire. More fire. Go that fire, pure fire, yeah. Pure fire. Go that fire. We've been getting real lit with the way we ride. Making me when we dip, we can meet my side. In the dark as a bitch with the flame ignite, yeah. It's a bag full of bricks getting switched tonight. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, babe, you know that the real. I'm gonna confirm that I'm lit in the field, yeah. We're taking the block, breaking inferno, we're breaking the lock. Selling our beats and we're selling the lot. Burning the heat and we're ready to pop. Pure fire, fire, we're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. We could've gone lifted higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, more fire, fire. We're gonna come bring that fire, yeah. Wait, so lift that higher, yeah. Out of control, inferno, wild, fire, yeah. More fire, go that fire, yeah. Pure fire, go that fire. Pure fire, ripping the drill, bringing the heat, and you know that the deal. Getting the goal, baby, you know that the real. Gonna
firing up like wind blown. You don't wanna lose, neither do I. Hearing the siren that has never changed. Out in the world, run from the low. I got your back, you're not alone. Flare up, even at the Warriors are meant to rise and shine again. You're stepping down, I'm moving up, put on a show. Clackety click, last minute countdown. You wanna survive, just stay alive. Rising up in the zone, champion is for the top. With my crew strong, facing the storm, standing as one, we carry on. Flare up, even at the lowest depth, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face. Ignite, let the glow of my fire overshadow the darkness of all glory. Never thought of giving up, it's never ending. Even at the lowest step, nothing's bending us down. Stand up, blaze brighter with every challenge we face.